crumble under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall learn it
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
shadow.
Day 7. I am Just Oshid, and I'm joined for the first time in a very, very long time. Trouble, welcome to the LPL.
Oh my god, it's been so long since me and you were on the same screen or studio or whatever. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an awesome pleasure and honor to be here today.
Well, it's great to have you here, but obviously we're going to try and get you caught up as best we possibly can. I know you've been co-streaming the LPL, so you've got all the information. We'll get into that lovely goodness as soon as we can, but let's have a quick look at yesterday's results, because it was quite a quick day, despite everything kind of coming into there, and I think a lot of people were expecting it to be a lot longer.
Honestly, I think the results were to be expected. If anything, I was expecting LNG to go 2-0 up. But I have to say, when it comes to the WE versus the RNG series, I love what WE brought to the table. They had the TF towards the top side of the map, the Trundles, the Dariuses. Then they swapped the TF over in the bot lane. They had so much creativity over there. And when it came to the LNG versus UP series, the only game that LNG lost in this series was the one game that was a little bit unplayable through the draft. They had a little bit of an oopsie.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely one of those moments where LNG kind of just had went back into old habits. But of course, we're going to look at our standings, and we're well and truly getting into the business side of the LPL right now. We are over 50% of the way through. Teams are starting to hit double digits in terms of the games. Well, not quite double digits, but just close to double digits in terms of the games played. And I mean, like Billy, NIP all at the top. But again, FBX, IG, Team WE, they're still very much there fighting for a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also looking at the OMGs, the Weibo gamings of the, you know, like being so used to the LEC, I was not expecting a second graphic right there for the rest of the 7 teams. But I guess welcome to the LPL. Yeah, absolutely. But even LNG picking up that victory like 2 days ago, it really puts them up in the running for making these playoffs. And it's just so important to pick every single one up from here on out.
Absolutely. And of course, speaking of getting those big wins, we can look at today's schedule and see where we're going to be going today, because it's on 3 different venues. We go from Shanghai all the way over to Shenzhen and then over to Beijing, and quite a few bangers, actually quite a lot of very equally kind of, you know, flavored teams coming into this.
Absolutely. This is pretty much the middle towards the top of the table. All of these teams want to prove themselves versus each other today. I feel like this is my first day on the LPL machine.
Had to give you bangers.
This might just be a 9-game banger.
Yeah, well, we'll see how many of these we actually become bangers. The LPL sometimes has a beautiful way of disappointing people at the best of times. But we can look at our first series and we can talk about FBX. And these are the high-flying guys right now. These are coming in with another fantastic rookie jungler in Milky Way. And they are looking really, really solid.
I mean, I don't know what FPX does and finds these sort of junglers. It was Bone, now it's Milky Way. Absolutely fantastic performers. Kind of like a front runner for maybe Rookie of the Split, even the way he has been playing.
Absolutely.
But in terms of like historically, when you look towards FPX, you think of 2019, right? This is where the EU dreams got absolutely shattered in the finals of the world stage. This is where FPX actually took the world championship. And I feel like ever since, it has been a high and a low. It's never necessarily been consistent for FPX. But when you're looking for the resurgence, I feel this particular set of people can actually bring that FPX victory back.
Absolutely. I think this is the best FPX have looked at a very, very long time. But they are up against a fairly decent side in the other side of this matchup. It is Weibo Gaming. And Weibo have had a little bit of a... It's hard to really say how this team is going to kind of fare up, because on paper, this is a great roster. You got Crisp, a world champion, kind of back when 2018 in the FBX roster that won it in Paris, but Xiaohu, multiple MSI champion, but it's just not quite clicking, Jorbel. It's not coming together.
Oh, especially their previous series versus AL after a very slow, I would say, but convincing victory in game 1 versus AL. It had I think it's 6 kills the entire game in 30 minutes. It feels like they fumbled after this. I feel like Weibo don't necessarily know how to transition their mid game. They look a little bit lost. If you push them, the decision making seems to shatter. And I feel like I really want to see a Weibo that actually stays stable during that mid game, during the very crucial rotations on the map, to try and pressure the advantages that they very well get in the early game.
Absolutely. I think the best way we've always described Weibo is consistently inconsistent. They smashed OMG in their first game of that series, like nearly perfect gamed them, quite literally, like got all the grubs, got all the plates, got almost absolutely everything. And then game 2 and 3, they just couldn't get it together. So this is a very real test for Weibo today coming into this one here. FBX are not a team to be taken lightly and have kind of taken already a couple of scalps for themselves. So I'm excited to see, like you mentioned earlier about Team WE yesterday, I want to see creativity. I want to see them kind of go for something new in the draft. And what Lyric was saying yesterday is like, please, other LPL teams, continue this trend of making these drafts fun, because 14.4, we have so much new tech to discover.
Well, are you ready for the Volibear top lanes with unending despair? Ari is apparently back. Smolder is peeking into the LPL as well. We have a lot of cool new picks that could be also flexed around the map as well. We've seen Smolder also in the mid lane. So I cannot wait to see which teams have been cooking with this particular pick.
We'll see, but we are going to jump into Shanghai for our first game of the day. The teams will be introed out of course, Weibo versus FBX. And again, we cannot understate just kind of how big of a matchup this is between these two sides. Both teams roughly, kind of in a semi-decent spot in the standings right now. You've got 6 and 3 for FBX. You got 4 and 4 though for Weibo. So this could create a little bit of distance. This could put FBX, quite honestly, right up there into kind of top 6 territory with the likes of NIP, JDG. So this is a moment here where Weibo, you kind of have to step up. You need to be able to take out people who are higher than you in the standings.
Absolutely. I think there's two sides to the coin right here when it comes to FPX. Absolutely. You are 6 and 3. You are looking to show yourself as a top contender with the BLGs, with the JDGs. You're looking to show that it's not just a Milky Way show here. It's actually a pretty decent team. And through the decision making in the late game, they have been showing that they have what it takes to not crumble under pressure and make immaculate choices to end games. When it comes over to the Weibo gaming, on the other side of the coin, however, this is where you need to stop picking up victories. The top of the table teams have 6, 7, 8 victories right now, and you're stuck at 4. So one way to get up there is by beating another team in the middle of the standings.
Yeah, and again, like you're looking at kind of some of the teams that, Weibo have beaten. It's not been absolutely certain. They've lost to AL, who are ahead of them in the standings. They've lost to OMG, who are ahead of them in the standings. I don't believe they've actually beaten anybody who would be higher than in the standings. In fact, they've even lost 2-1 to LNG, who are just below them. So this is a team kind of figuring out what they have to go for right now. You look at the rest of their matches for the next few weeks. It's FBX today, it's NIP, it's Team WE, it's BLG, JDG, IG. Like, they still have a huge amount of playoff teams to hit. And this is where you got to start putting your best foot forward. But we'll wait to see how they got to go for it. Don't want to be too doom and gloom on them. They are still a very good team. We know the ceilings they can hit. But for FBX, this is the best start of a season they've had in a very, very long time. And it does feel like they are going to be able to try and, kind of potentially push for it. They got Weibo today. They've got Billy next week as well. So, I mean, if they can pick up a win today, this could be huge for this organization and pushing for that kind of top 10, getting in the playoffs.
Absolutely. I think at this point for FBX, it's not just about proving themselves that they are a top 4 contender right now, because they have dismantled NIP, who is at the top of the standings. They have dismantled top esports as well. I feel like their gameplay is so unpredictable in terms of you don't know which side they're going to play for. They have carries all across the board, and Milky Way has not showed a tendency to play towards one side only. And particularly, I feel like the game versus Tez, where they just backdoor them and make the decision to end the game right there and then, is where a lot of teams are going to get tested in their decision making on how they reply to things like that.
Absolutely, and I think for FBX, like, it has been such a fun ride with them. Like, they are being creative. Milky Way has been such a fun jungler, and the funny thing is that with the new packs, the 14.4 pack, we are potentially seeing new junglers coming in. We're seeing a lot more carry potential from that jungle position. The meta has been shaken up quite a bit. You can't just pick Cassante as a blind. You kind of need to, as me and you were discussing in our prep before these series, you need to have hands now to play Cassante, which wasn't the way it worked beforehand. But we'll see how both these teams prioritize. It does feel like Weibo are going to kind of coming into this one here. I mean, you kind of saw it as they were introducing themselves on the stage. They feel the pressure. They weren't looking very hot. They weren't feeling very kind of jovial. It did look a little bit more like the side of FBX. We're feeling a little bit more kind of like, hey, no pressure on us. We're not the ones who should be coming into this as the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to Weibo, I just want to hit a little bit on the fact that I feel like Weibo kind of live and die by the sword of the top lane. I think it's a theme for this series. It doesn't matter who's in the top lane. If it's the Shy, if it's now ZDZ, I'm like, this guy has done really great and really terribly in terms of top lane. He was picked into counter matchups, which he lost, but then you put him into matchup where he should be losing, he's actually winning. And then I'm like, this guy has the potential to be the carry for his team. And then I go into his match history and he has 12 games of Cassante machine. And right now, and yes, he has around 60% win rate with the Cassante, but this is the nerfed version of Cassante, and you need to be able to pilot the champion into a pretty good standard in team fights right now, and also in the top lane to not get shut down early on.
We'll see. Of course, we have a lot more than just jungle and top to talk about. I think that one of the big kind of talking points around Weibo has been the mid lane. I think Xiaohu has had a very underwhelming split so far, halfway through there. Just getting caught, not really on the same page with his team. He's still doing well in certain senses, but it's just not clicking. It's like we have Xiaohu and Scout just kind of not really landing up where they should be in terms of our expectations, and really not kind of giving us the same thing. So we need to see a step up from him. Make sure that the best foot forward for Weibo is coming from him. But on the other side of this, I think Kerr is slotting absolutely beautifully into this system that FBX has set up for themselves. He's not playing perfectly, absolutely not, but he's working with Milky Way. He's making things work with his team. And the big thing for FBX is, regardless of what way you want to kind of, cut them, they commit to the call. They go in when everyone together as a team, be it in good times or in bad. It does mean they tend to go to 3 games more often than not, but it's working. You can't say a 6-3 started. That it's not working.
That's more practice. You know what teams say, scrims are scrims, but the more screen time you get on the stage is more proper official practice. This is why the games go to all 3 in their series. But honestly, all jokes aside, I do agree with you. However, I was saying yesterday, and I was like, where do teams tend to play mostly for? Because they do tend to go top lane a lot. Like, you even see supports actually roaming towards the top side of the map to get their top laners ahead. They do go towards the bottom side of the map, and I'm like, one lane that junglers or the map in general doesn't seem to want to play for is that mid lane. I feel like mid laners have sort of fallen into the role of the facilitator right now. You see all the ways that Alias, the Oriana's trying to facilitate for these team fights, and they're roaming themselves. So it has completely switched the way the LPL has been playing for a while now.
It has. We'll see if anything keeps changing as we do jump into Champion Select here for Game 1 of Series 1 of our Super Sunday. A lot of Super Sundays and our Super Weekends as we try and get ourselves all the way to the end of the season before MSI starts off in May. But Weibo on the blue with FBX on the red. We are starting to see that Twisted Faith creeping back into the meta a little bit. And of course, the Udyr still a very, very powerful pick here for the side of ZDZ. But right now, I mean, I like this kind of, standard bans coming out from Weibo. See what FBX want to go for. I think Dokdam has been doing exceptionally well at just kind of being a standard AD carry. Nothing more, nothing less. He's not a ruler, but at the same time, he's still doing his job.
Absolutely, and I want to see here what's going to be left open, because the one thing that comes to mind instantly is Zinza's going to get banned here. Kalista is one thing that comes to mind where a lot of teams are willing to first pick it, but a lot of the times I'm looking at Kalista and I'm like, hey, what's the worst thing that can happen to you if you go Kalista Renata, and like Draven Blitzring is something that comes to mind straight after this. But a lot of teams seem to think that, hey, if we have a very good Kalista angle, we can B1 it and then work around whatever support goes in the bot lane for the opposing team.
Yeah, the Kalista definitely feels like one of the more flexible picks on this patch right now is FBX. And we obviously talked about the Smolder as well. Very hard to pick the Smolder into the Kalista just because of the chase down potential. You get such early dominance in that lane with the Kalista that it makes it very hard to stack up your passive, get up to that Elder Dragon form that we all know and love. But straight away, FBX saying, we want our mid jungle, we want to get Milky Way onto a carry. They got the Kindred and Nico locked.
Absolutely, and here you see the Renata Kalista is going to be locked in possibly for Weibo Gaming. It's one of the strongest bot lanes go 2 years back, probably the most dominant 2v2 that there was in the league. There are some counters now that can go up against it, but I'm having a question mark right here because Milky Way is one of the main carries for the team. He has played the Kindred before. He plays the likes of Kindreds and Graves. But I'm thinking if you are slotting an AD carry into your jungle, what are you thinking playing towards the bot side of the map? Because this could also scream something like Ezreal, where you play a little bit more passive in the lane and you allow Kindred to make the plays.
Now, the Azir locked in here for Weibo. Xiaohu was instrumental in getting Weibo off to a fantastic Worlds run in 2023 with this pick. It kind of became the Xiaohu special where he picks 3 champions, and those are the champions he plays for the split, and that's it. There's no more, no less. It's just how it is. Azir is definitely one of those, and the last pick coming out here for the first round is going to be that Ashe as well. So could go AD carry, could go support, so they have got a little bit of flexibility on that. But now FBX can really start to hit home on those jungle bans, get Milky Way a favorable matchup regardless of what Weibo want to go for.
I'm getting a little bit scared for the side of FPX. We've got 3 squishes right there. Very mobile AD carry in terms of Ashe. It can go towards the AD carry role. It can go towards the support. Recently, it's been going more towards the support, slotted in with things that can poke, such as the Ezreal that we talked about earlier on in the draft. And it actually starts becoming a little bit scary because your entire team is squishy. And usually the R4 pick for the likes of FPX would be something like the Cassante. And it does provide you with a little bit of a front line. But remember, Cassante is not the Cassante he used to be in the previous patches. So we'll see what they choose to slot in the bot lane, just so they're not very vulnerable to potential ganks coming in from Weibo.
We'll see. Right now is pretty standard bans for the jungle position there. They're also going to get rid of the Maokai as well, just in case it is an AD carry Ashe, and they don't want that Maokai guaranteed engage/disengage with the ultimate. But for now, FBX, I imagine they will be picking up their secondary bot laner, either a support or an AD carry, and keeping that top lane for the counter pick to make sure Xiaolahu has the best matchup he can possibly get. And I mean, quite honestly, like, this is a very squishy team from FBX right now. Like, you've got a lot of good pick potential and good engage for the moment, but I mean, if anyone gets isolated or caught out, they're just gonna die so quickly.
Yeah, that is literally my worry right here. You would usually want a really beefy front line, and usually that beefy front line is going to be an Udyr. We saw it work 2 days ago. I'm pretty sure it was for AL, where they played, you know, Graves and Lucian, but they had Milios, they had Oriannas, they had speed ups and heals. Right here is every man for himself. This Aatrox is gonna jump into your team, and you're just gonna see headless chickens running rampant anywhere because there's no one in the front line to sort of keep them alive. Once the Kindred ultimate is used, for anyone who gets caught out, this is it.
Absolutely, and I think Weibo are kind of recognizing, look, let's just go front to back. Let's get ourselves a solid team fight going here. Good engage options, good flank options as well. If they lock in this Jarvan, that kind of rounds it off very, very nicely. Keep them all together away from the Kalista and the Azir, who are, you know, in the first few levels, not the most longest range champions in the world. It looks like the Sejuani is going to be it. So they want that little bit of front line there. And there is the Cassante into the Aatrox. And Weibo, they had the option themselves to go for the Cassante. They decided to go the Aatrox for ZDZ. So we'll see how the Cassante does here for Xiaolahu up against ZDZ. But I mean, right now for FBX, if you get caught, you're dead. However, if you don't get caught, you're able to get away from some of these guys. Like, the kiting potential is insane from this team.
Absolutely, there's going to be a lot of pressure from FBX, especially towards the bot side of the map. Ashe is one of these champions that make Kalista's life a hell. All you have to do is just one ult attack. You slow down the Kalista. A lot of her power in laning phase actually goes down. There's a lot of poke coming in from the Ezreal, and not enough sustain from the side of Weibo to sort of go up against that. So if you do play towards that bot side of the map with Kindred invading from the bot side where you have the prior, you can actually snowball a lead right there for your Kindred and your bot lane.
We'll see what they're able to do right now. Comps are locked and loaded. Weibo floundering a little bit, I think, is a fair assessment for them so far this split. Halfway through, they have 8 series left to play, and they are 4-4 right down the last playoff spot. FBX, though, they have been high-flying 6-3. They really are starting to come into their own, become their own threat, become their own, you know, kind of team, if you will, with their own meta. Both these teams fighting for 2 very, very different kind of styles. For Weibo, it's to flip the season on its head, get back on track. For FBX, it's to keep riding the high, keep pushing yourself further and further up into those playoff standings and potentially lock yourself a playoff with a couple of games left.
Absolutely, and for FPX to make such a statement, game one with the current champions that they have picked, they're pretty much making a statement of, we're going to out-button you, we're going to play our champions better, because they're so squishy and so vulnerable to dying to any potential gank, any Sejuani ultimate landing right there. Again, Kindred ult used too early, that's your chance to get out alive, but then you have to disperse, and it feels like the Aatrox is going to be a huge problem, and he did have a pretty good time into Cassante, pre-Cassante nerf. Now he's going to be even better on his own on the top side.
No Gyos?
Is this, I was about to say, is this where the chants usually happen?
This is usually where we get the Gyos, but obviously we're not getting audio this time. They have got the picture-in-picture, but no Gyos. Unless there's Gyos on the stream and we didn't hear them, but normally we do hear them, so that's unfortunate. I wanted you to get your first Gyos. I wanted you to get your first Gyos.
I waited.
I know,
I was like,
we were waiting.
sure this is where it happens.
I was also scared. It's also one of those fun things with a remote broadcast, as I'm sure you know. The longer that silence goes on, the more you're like, have I DC'd? Have they DC'd? Like, are we okay to continue with the broadcast? Yeah, literally, have we all DC'd? But now I'm speaking of DCs, but ZDZ now realizing he knows exactly where the jungler of FPX is going to be starting here. He's going to be able to get that first bit of information, and just interesting to see now where the priorities go for these two junglers. They're going to be having mirrored starts, so right at the top of the table, or sorry, top of the map, and they're going to be moving their way down. We'll see if the junglers want to go for anything. But for now, both teams are going to be pretty happy just to farm up. I don't expect to see too many big shenanigans until about level 3, so 2 or 3 more minutes.
Usually it's very scary to try and mirror a Kindred, especially when the Kindred is pathing towards that winning bot side of the map, where it is going to be perma-pushed for the side of Ezreal and Ashe. So Sejuani is going to drop the Gramp. This is going to go literally blue into Wolves, into the bot side of the map, because if you do actually mirror the Kindred, it becomes a little bit dangerous in terms of you getting invaded on your right path.
We'll see how lucky or unlucky Milky Way is with the stacks for this Kindred right now. Of course, first one does spawn in the scuttle. 50-50 either way. Which one, you know, kind of ends up being the one you go for. Of course, we wait for that first 4 stacks is the general way we look for it. And for now, Xiaohu, or Xiaohu, excuse me, Xiaohao. God, there's too many Xiaos in this game.
You're gonna have an easy time in this game. Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun time. But Xiaohao
I've
is
got a fun fact for you.
Go on, go for it.
I've got a fun fact for you. I was trying to figure out what would my name be if he was Little Trouble, and it's actually Xiaofan.
Ah, Xiaofan, interesting.
That would be my in-game name if I was playing in the LPL. Yeah. Little
there you
Trouble.
go. I used to be Blood Penguin, obviously. I looked up what penguin was in Chinese, but the way that translates is actually, it translates almost directly as business goose. As we wait to see a little bit of an invade coming in here. They're going to try and maybe steal away this railway. It's a bit of a 50-50. It does go over to the side of Milky Way. Xiaohao should just move himself out of that, no problem.
See, you know what? I was thinking Kindred is very fast at clearing, pretty good at sort of outrunning the Sejuani when it comes to clear speed. You know what wasn't in my bingo card? Sejuani actually trying to invade the 50-50, but bot lane. Whoa, that was double summers taken away from life and heal from Ezreal. Now, this is the unfortunate part, right? You talked about the Scuttle card being 50-50, especially on the first map from Milky Way. It spawned in the top side, therefore you see your Kindred move through middle to the top side of the map. We explained how strong Kalista Renata is as a duo. They instantly take summoners off the FPX bot lane, makes it a tad bit easier for Sejuani to visit them towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, really nice move there from Milky Way, just to make sure he was able to cover himself, get full clear, get that first stack, and of course, no real kind of counter gank or counter kind of play to come out from Xiaohao. Of course, both these teams fairly happy, well, I'd say Weibo more specifically, are very happy with an early game that just kind of takes its time. You don't want to go too crazy with anything like that. They are, we were talking as well, of course, about the Weibo having themselves like a 6 kills in 20 minutes game not too long ago. They are slow, methodical about it. And it does feel like for Weibo it is kind of about, you know, kind of the top side having that slower start to make sure that they don't need to go too crazy. They don't need to push themselves too far. It's when they get, you know, the tempo gets changed, when they're moving around a little bit more kind of, you know, sporadically, that's when they start to make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And now my eyes are always going to be on Xiaohao and where he's going to find the angle towards the bot side of the map. Life does not have summoners. He's playing a very immobile champion in the likes of Ashe. Yes, a lot of folk, but the second you overextend, you can very easily get punished. A thing like Handshake from Renata can very easily disposition you in lane. And with Xiaohao being there to punish that, this Kalista could really take off in the early game.
And it's an interesting one as well, just noticing that the priority, when we get these more kind of AD carry centric junglers, the Graves, the Kindred, there is a huge, kind of move towards those Void Grubs in the early stages. And I really do like this because when you have got effectively triple AD carry now on your team, when you're left on a lane, if you're not fully able to cover that as the side of Weibo, you will lose that tower. You're going to be so quick. But now Xiaohao should be spotted here by the Hawkshot, and is, and he hasn't started up the Dragon either, so this could be very easily contested, and it will be, as Xiaohao realizes now Milky Way is in the area, looks for a little bit of a move onto him, has lost the aftershock. For now, has got the honey fruit to keep him topped up just to about half HP.
Pretty good move from the bot lane from Weibo Gaming right there. They shoved in the wave real quickly because they knew their mid lane did not have prior, so they needed to back up the Sejuani. Xiaohao has actually been living in the face of this Kindred for the entire time. Again, Life does not have summoners. That's he walk too far forward, he could potentially get caught. No level 6 on Sejuani though. There is no long engage, non-committal, there you go, engaged from the Sejuani. Therefore, he gets to walk up and poke, and they're going to disperse back to the lanes.
And look, Turbo, I'll be totally honest. I was hoping that Weibo and FBX would show why we love the LPL so much. You know, the crazy is our game, as the saying goes for this league. It's been slow. It's been 7 minutes, and not really a lot has happened. Level 6s will be hit pretty much across the board the next minute or so. Milky Way has access to his. Xiaohao's still waiting for his to kind of come up. Xiaohu should be fine. He's sitting there, vision perfectly, spotting out exactly what's going on. But for now, it is just kind of waiting for things to happen.
They have not spotted Xiaohao, but Xiaohao, go and farm, buddy. You're level 5. Ashe's flash is going to be up very shortly, but you need that level 6 of Sejuani to catch people off guard. His bot side jungle did not spawn, but he has to hover towards the bot side of the map because this is where Milky Way was going to be pathing. You see that there is the entire top quadrant of the jungle still available, and the bot side just spawned, but they want to play around the dragon. They want to play around the fact that flash is down on Ashe. Xiaolahu gonna pop the ghost and get away. Well, you know what? Cassante getting beaten up in lane was not something that I thought was gonna happen this year, but I can't say I'm disappointed it is happening.
I'm still sad he's in the meta. That's all I'm saying. I'm still sad he's in the meta. I just need him to, I need him to just kind of eventually be nerfed into the ground like Zed, where we don't really see him anymore. But that's just my personal opinion. And of course, a push in now from ZDZ.
You're just a hater.
I'm a little bit of a Cassante hater. Just feel like someone that overloaded shouldn't really exist in the game. But for now, Xiaolahu will be fine to just get this wave pushed up. Doesn't have TP, but with a cannon wave, he shouldn't lose a huge amount. And right now, again, like you said, Xiaohao finally having access to that level 6, but I mean, Life's already got its flashback, so this isn't going to be an immediate kind of, go bot, get a kill, easy kill, but no problem whatsoever. You are going to have to burn those summoners once again, and with the supports nearly moving up towards level 6, it becomes harder and harder to dive this bot lane, especially when you have that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just to make things so much harder.
I am so disappointed in Weibo because their games are so slow in terms of punishing early mistakes. I feel like Crisp and Light had a fantastic 2v2 an opportunity to burn the summoners off of Doctam, and Life in particular had no summoners at all for 5 minutes, and it wasn't punished in any way, shape or form. Every time Xiaohao tried to go towards the bot side of the map, the Hawkshot would spot him. He tried twice to pass towards the bot side of the map with no camps up. He wasn't level 6 in time, and now this Kindred is running out of control, but Crisp is following up on the mid lane.
Yeah, there's jumping onto Care, who does not get hit by the Glacial Prison. Should be followed up here and taken out pretty easily. Crisp, however, with a handshake and a heal, trying to keep himself alive. Care hasn't gone down just yet, and they should be able to get him out, no problem whatsoever. And he keeps his ultimate available for him. So now FBX in a great position to take this dragon, just purely because you wasted so much time trying to make that play happen in mid.
Yes, so Ani ultimate down, Azir ultimate down. You cannot walk up into this objective anymore. Level 7 on Milky Way as well. We need to keep track of that Kindred and how far she snowballs out of control this game, because obviously you have a farmer versus a ganker and a tank in terms of Sejuani, but this Kindred is already about 23 CS up onto the Sejuani, an entire level up, and starting to stack these dragons. You're gonna have to fight this Kindred one way or the other. Yahoo!
He gets caught out a little bit, flashes away, but now with the ultimate coming across, he gets hit by the enchanted Cristaro across the map. First blood comes in, even a true shot barrage to make sure they seal the deal. Can they get more than just the 2 of these Void Grubs? I don't think so. It's going to be a 4-for-2 trade in those objectives, but I mean, FBX just feeling more confident. Even when Weibo go for a play, they're just kind of messing up the execution.
Yeah, absolutely. And Xiaohao very lucky right there. He did have his smite. He smites the second Void Grab to not give 5 over to the side of FBX. That would be disastrous, especially with a double AD carry towards the bottom of the map. Xiaohao walks up to the tower a little bit too much. Gets stunned, rooted by the ultimate right here from Nico, and has to try to run towards his jungler. His jungler is like, I'm just doing Void Grabs, buddy. I cannot come to you. And the arrow from downtown seals the deal right there. Kindred is the recipient of that kill, and with that kill, Kraken Slayer already completed in Milky Way's inventory. This Kindred is already 30 CS up, an entire level, and she's going to become a terror on the Rift.
Yeah, she will indeed. We actually missed a wet noodle fight, shall we call it, up in top side. The all-out was used by Xiaolahu as a demonic ascension for ZDZ. But right now, let's have a look at the replay here. He's just trying to clear the wave, and it looks like he just straight up gets caught out. Yeah, just brought away from the tower. Old for old trade. Nothing too crazy to come out of that and come back into live. But yeah, I mean, you know, 1,000 gold lead, a dragon up, 4-2 on the Grubs. So far, the first 12 minutes of this first game has been very, very good here for the side of FBX. They may be trying to catch out Xiaohu, knowing that flash isn't available. Enchanted Cristolaro will go wide, but I mean, we're now already at that kind of time in the game where you can just keep throwing out that cooldown, just trying to find picks whenever you want.
Absolutely, you've got the cooldown reduction boots as well, so your ultimate is going to be coming up much faster right now. They're looking to try and catch Xiaohu, but on the other hand side, you have Xiaohao coming from the top side of the map, and everybody's sort of guarding that bot side river, but I feel like FPX are so much stronger here with Milky Way and Kraken Slayer.
They are indeed. There's going to be the hostile takeover, and Care is dead. It hit right there onto Milky Way, so he was auto-attacking away onto the Nico. Life does have flash, doesn't want to use it because he's got a blast cone, but that was a little bit of an overcommitment there from FPX, as they really wanted to try and make sure they got that pink ward, which sadly for them stays alive. Actually, no, they did get it. So I guess mission accomplished.
Absolutely. Like for Weibo, you take those. That was such unfortunate timing for Milky Way, because he did have ultimate to try and save his mid laner, but he was actually taunted by the ultimate from Renata and ends up killing his mid laner instead. We talked about how powerful the Kraken Slayer is, but we never talked about the power of Renata into triple AD carry composition, where if it does hit one of the 3, you can actually turn around and 100% to zero your teammate, especially if you're Milky Way and you're that far ahead in terms of items. It becomes a little bit scary to get hit from the Renata ultimate.
Yeah, they kind of really commit towards this pink ward, and then like you said, the Renata ultimate comes across, hits down onto Milky Way, which then just makes sure that they cannot get the Lamb's Respite. They're able to kind of push everybody back off of that particular play. I mean, that's a weird one as well. If you look at the mini-map there, like Dokdam was on a reset. Doesn't really make sense to be committing that hard when you know you're going to be at a numbers disadvantage at the best of that kind of a trade. So, bit of a weird one, but it is only 1-1. 14 minutes now as we finally finish up the laning phase, or at least the early game of the laning phase. Both teams having their first items kind of, actually not really, it's already FBX who have their first items. They're going to use this as a bit of a movement here. Life will probably have to use his flash just to get away from the handshake, and he will do just that. The Rift Herald will be confirmed by FBX. They should be in time to reset and maybe contest for this dragon.
Absolutely, and I feel like FPX had every right to take this fight right there. It was a power move. You had the Kraken Slayer. You were stronger to take the 3v3 even without the AD carries included right there. But right now, as you mentioned, FPX, they have an item on every single champion that counts. The whole top side of the map has an item except for the support, and Milky Way is looking towards ZDZ. They know they haven't got necessarily the cover towards the bot side of the map to play for the dragon currently. You know, Ashe moving in to put down a ward is a very dangerous mission to send your support on, especially once it's that squishy. Life did lose his flash, so it's not going to be as easy to just walk in and put down some vision to try and contest this dragon. Luckily, Hawkshot is going to be one of the tools that you're going to have to use.
Xiaohao moving up towards this top side. Xiaohao has already taken a huge chunk, and yeah, I think Xiaohao should be going down here. He will try and go all out onto the Sejuani, but they have enough CC to easily stop him. And that's going to be Milky Way realizing he was too little, too late. And that's another kill going over to Weibo.
And I'm actually stunned right here. Xiaohao is actually looking all over the map. You know, he's playing the Sejuani, he's playing the champion right here that will be starting the fight. He's looking to try and get his side laners ahead. We've seen him mid lane, we've seen him top lane. He's trying to make the planes, whilst Milky Way is sort of running around trying to chase after his Sejuani. Right here, Weibo, they do have numbers advantage. Even if K'Sante comes back to life, there is no TP to actually support them towards that fight. And as you can see, Aatrox does take the top lane tier 1, can press B button, go back to base, buy items, and TP into the fight if Weibo want to take this 5v5.
Weibo can just take the time with this. Like you said, there is a TP now for Xiaohao, but I mean, I fear of flanking Aatrox more than I fear of flanking K'Sante in a lot of times, because that raid boss becomes abhorrently difficult to deal with. Looks like FBX got themselves right back onto the objective, back into the Basque Cone. Xiaohao will just Arctic Assault himself back to where he came from. So the objective is still confirmed here by FBX. The gold a little bit ahead by Weibo, but nothing too much to really be kind of pushing for. And it is a Hex Rift as well. So for FBX, that third dragon could be key, and that could be our next big fight in 5 minutes.
I feel like for FBX, this is actually very crucial, especially if they start falling a little bit behind and they're looking for a power spike, second, third item onto their Ezreal. They're looking for 2 to 3 items on Kindred, as long as some stacks onto the champion. You have earned yourself 10 minutes on the clock, which is so crucial. Getting these first dragons, starting to stack them up, gives you a lot of decision-making ability later on in the game, because you don't necessarily have to fight every single dragon from here on out. Things like Baron is spawning in 3 minutes, and you have triple AD carry. You burn through that really, really quickly. So I think Weibo need to keep this in the back of their mind that, yes, maybe taking the dragons away from FBX is a very good solution, but you have to keep an eye out always on the back.
Yes, you do. I think Xiaohao wants to go for the full engage here, jumping onto ZDZ, who drops the ultimate to try and make sure this is a full 1v1 for the moment. But yeah, the junglers were coming in, and the rest of the team as well on the minimap were pushing themselves forward. The AD carries have not been participants in this game at all. The Kalista and the Ezreal have just been bot lane, farming up a storm. In fairness to them, they're on 10 CS a minute. They're doing great, but they're literally not participating in the rest of the map.
Hey, at least they're doing the job that they were given. They're just sitting on the 1v1, they're uninteractive, they're sitting, they're hitting every single creep, every single last hit they can, so they can be as useful as possible when the fights do come around. You see that Ezreal is now sitting on 1.5 item, going towards that mana mune that's going to transform into more mana. You see Blade of the Ranking already completed for the Kalista. I feel like the longer the time goes, the better it will be for Ezreal, getting the second item, trying to get into the fights first, poke out very crucial targets from the side of Weibo to try and sort of misbalance these fights, especially since you're very squishy and you play towards more of chaotic style of team fights, I would say, with all this triple AD carry action.
And we wait, Trouble. We wait, and we continue to wait. There's still...
This is the LPL machine. I wasn't told I have to wait. I wasn't told I have to wait.
I false advertising in terms of this game, but it is just the way it is. I do feel like, though, we are starting to get to a little bit of a boiling point with this, you know, kind of mid-game as such. We are getting first items, if not second, now built up for everyone in terms of FBX. We are starting to see more and more kind of, you know, pressure and damage coming out very quickly. So I feel like this next dragon in 2 minutes should, I put a big asterisk onto the should be our big point of contention right now. Care may just be losing his life as he just get hit by the CC. Emperor Divide over the wall, even pops down the Seeker's Arm Guard. Not quite sure why you would use that cooldown unless you have the money to buy your Zhonya's, but they'll get the kill. They'll lose a tower mid, but they'll gain one in bot.
Okay, that's not very worth it for Weibo, if you ask me. Losing your mid lane tower is honestly one of the most important vision protection structures in the entire game. That mid lane tower extending too much forward in the mid lane could mean the end for you. So they need extremely good vision control around that mid lane. Put that pressure with the wards into the river. If you're Weibo, that's an extremely good pick for you. And it does go to the Azir. And Jahu is an incredible Azir, and he can use a lot of this gold to try and snowball the fights later on. But losing that mid lane tower can hurt you in terms of getting picked. The Kindred could potentially be living in your jungle rent-free. You do have the long-range engages with the Crystal Arrow coming from the Ashe, so you need to be extremely cautious of these pockets of vision that you're not going to be having in your jungle if you're Weibo.
They move in. Still only 3 stacks on the Kindred, so not quite at that magic number 4. We'll wait to see now FPX setting up around this Dragon Pit. As you mentioned, they do have that mid lane tier 1, which makes it very difficult for the side of Weibo to really kind of push this away. Everyone is kind of waiting to see what goes on here. As we see in the mid lane, it was just a Rift Herald dropped. Nothing else really too untoward about it. That's why they were able to take that tower so quickly. But now, a good poke from Duckdam. He's 2 items. He's actually really far ahead in terms of the item curve of this Kalista, just because those items are just relatively cheaper than what you would else, what else you would be going for on the Kalista.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Duckdam right there gets a little bit baited from the chance forward from Xiao. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to take the 50-50 of actually getting ulted. He doesn't run the cleanse here onto the Ezreal, so it could be extremely dangerous if he does get hit by Setsuani R. And you'll see now Weibo will try to take a step forward to try and contest that wave in the mid lane. But again, not having that tower allows Ezreal to free push that wave and the dip straight into Fog of War towards that river. They are going to TP. I'm pretty sure they're Aatrox in here. Top lane wave shove. They need the Aatrox to make an appearance to try and win this fight.
It's Lei, and Xiaohu is nowhere near this right now. He's going to see the cares on the backside of this one here. The Dragon is gone. They haven't been able to contest this. You just walk away here as FPX. You don't need to fight this, but now they're looking for everyone else because they know that Xiaohu's unavailable to 5v4 for the moment. Xiaohu can't even be a part of this fight. The Glacial Prison goes completely wide. ZDZ has to pop the ultimate, but he has been popped himself. Not quite sure where that ultimate was going for Care. He tried to flash in, but didn't quite hit the distance. Either way, Dragon and a kill. FPX. I mean, Weibo just kind of looked like they kind of didn't make a call.
Yeah, Weibo are just trying to sort of follow up FPX, but FPX are just so stable in their calls. This is the sort of decision-making that we talked about in the start of the show, where like FPX will make a call, every single one of them will follow it, and they're doing just that, and Weibo are just scrambling about. Jahu was still pushing a wave in the mid lane. He finds Care, TPing behind them. The Aatrox TP is coming in way too late. We talked about how important this Aatrox will be in these fights, especially with so many squishy members on the side of FPX. Doesn't find a flank angle with the TP, doesn't find an angle to get into this fight. Xiao misses his ultimate on Sejuani, which is extremely crucial for potential re-engage. But I want you to keep your eyes on ZDZ right here, because he hits the backline with 2 spells and Milky Way almost disappears. Wait, Weibo have started Baron.
Weibo, this is kind of desperate right now. They're seeing if they can maybe take advantage of a moment there where FPX aren't going, but they're fully committing to it for the moment here. Care trying to get in behind them, and he will have a blast cone should he need it. They're going to shove him over the wall, but he gets his ultimate off anyway. They're going to be the burst down. Crisp almost getting him down. He finally gets into the Fate's Call, but the Baron's been hit with the Lamb's Respite. The Renata is dead. Stolen away. FPX get the Baron as well. Duckdam's just trying to do damage on the backside here. As you can see, finally ZDZ jumps in. They will take down the Ezreal. It's 3 kills over to Weibo. They only lose 1, but the Baron went over to FPX.
All right, 2 takeaways from here. Milky Way does not miss those. This guy is an absolute monster when it comes to smite fights, but on the side of Weibo, that was a fantastic call. If you look over on the FPX, they did lose a bunch of summoners. Ezreal didn't have flash. Ashe didn't have Ghost, you didn't have flash onto the Nico, so for Weibo to pull out yet another fight when they have that Aatrox ultimate back up, it was a fantastic choice. Look at Shaku right here, he spots Care, shoves him straight into the team. You don't care that he shoved him into your Renata, because you'll see that Light pulls in Renata with the ultimate, but in terms of killing Care off without getting a huge ult on the Nico, it was absolutely massive. Milky Way, yes, he does end up killing the Baron, but look at ZDZ. The second he's in this backline, so many squishy targets, ends up killing that Ezreal, getting the extra shutdown gold as well, 450 ka-ching into this Aatrox's pocket. Right now sitting on 3 items. He's a massive threat for FPX.
Life's dead. Life's dead.
Yeah, well,
I'm not quite sure
happens
why
when
he's
you play
there.
Ashe and you have no summoners, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Life's not been having the best game in the world when on this Ashe pick, unfortunately. It does mean that Weibo do keep the gold exceptionally close, despite losing the Baron, despite losing the last few kind of Dragon skirmishes. But the big fight is at 1:45. That's when we're going to really see what Weibo have for the rest of this game. As I say that, Light's taking a huge chunk of damage. He does not have flash. True Shot Barrage goes completely wide. It was very much blind, so they didn't know exactly where Light was, but I mean, this is where Weibo need to make their final stand in 1:30. They need to make sure they do not give over this Hex Soul. It would be so powerful for the side of FBX if they can get that just with a double 80 carry comp. Like, how do you even function in that now?
Oh, Dogdom is dead.
He's not dead just yet. ZDZ comes in off the backside. The hostile takeover does a hell of a lot, but so does the Lamb's Respite. ZDZ is still alive and still doing damage. He's getting in so much, and you can see that Milky Way finally gets shut down. Weibo crawling back these fights while that was happening. Xiaolao, who brought off the jungler into the side lane and said, all right, me and you, man, let's 1v1.
And this is where it starts becoming very tricky for FPX to play the game. We mentioned how this Aatrox, if he does find an angle into the backline, you've got 4 squishy champions. The second Aatrox, Q1, Q3, you're dead. You don't even get to count. Once the Kindred ultimate is used defensively to try and save one of your teammates, you pretty much disperse after that. We saw FPX trying to run away from the Aatrox. It wasn't possible. So ZDZ has had a fantastic game in terms of trying to find his way into that backline.
It's been all about the solo laners on the side of Weibo. You can see them just getting so much value here. Like, you know, Xiaohu and ZDZ just making great engages. See, have a look at how Dukdom takes so much damage. He's just in the middle of 2 soldiers and doesn't realize he's taking so much damage. That's to use his heal just in case. But yeah, I mean, look, great flank coming in here from ZDZ, and then Xiaohu just kind of able to keep auto-attacking.
And that was pretty much of a mistake from the side of FPX, because they did see that ZDZ did walk himself onto a control ward to try and get vision to get that flank going. Ooh. Really nice pressure right here from FPX. The quick decision making that we talked about, they're gonna get 2 towers in 1 in exchange for this dragon. This is why the dragons that we mentioned in the early game being stacked for FPX are so important, because if you need them as a pillow to earn yourself more minutes to destroy the map, they can very well be used as that. 3 dragons, they don't need to rush the soul yet. As long as they keep taking structures towards the Nexus, this is enough for FPX. They know that at this point in time, they cannot take the front to back versus this Weibo composition.
Absolutely, and again, like you said, just a really smart heads-up play coming out here from FPX saying, look, we can't contest this dragon, there's no point in us trying to, so let's just move around the map, get something else. But I mean, ZDZ is destroying turrets right now, just single-handedly taking out all these inners and outers basically on his own. Just making sure the rest of Weibo keep themselves in line. Again, the gold lead basically even. It's 3 dragons to 1 in favor of FBX. It's 9 kills to 4 in favor of Weibo. But right now, it is looking like these 2 teams are not willing to give an inch, because otherwise they will take a mile. So for the moment, both teams very pensive with how they want to try and move forward, how they want to try and take these next fights.
And I feel like for FPX right here, I feel like they need to play the map a little bit more clever, and they do have this in them. They have done this in plenty of series that they have played. However, not having the teleport onto care might hurt you a little bit in terms of playing the side lane. And Xiaolahu, unfortunately, you cannot afford to have your Cassandra in the side lane. He has to group at this point. You are so freaking squishy on the side of FPX that if you get caught out, maybe this Cassandra will be your only bailout in this particular term. But on the side of Weibo, they can just chill. They can just play their front to back. They've got their 2 tanks. They've got they're engaged. They're disengaged. Azir has been doing great. 3 items. One of the 3 is going to be the Frozen Heart, especially at the triple AD carry. You are being chilling if you are this Azir. You're not taking damage. You get to dish out a bunch of damage as well. And for Weibo, they're just playing the waiting time, waiting until Baron is up, waiting until next dragon is up. They're gonna fight every single objective that's gonna be thrown their way, because in terms of a front to back, in terms of a team fight, they are just stronger.
Xiaohao moving forward there, seeing if he'll maybe get the arcane or the shift. What's it called?
Arcane
shift. God. Arcane shift, thank you. My brain, 6 a.m. brain. Well, it's 7 a.m. now, but just not living up to the expectations. But yeah, I mean, like, this Aatrox is disgustingly huge right now. 4 items, does finish off the Sterak's gauge, keeps himself very much in that kind of HP kind of game of chance where you try and see if you can maybe burst them down, but still can't diss some of the damage that will be coming out from this Kindred. Lots and lots of damage be available to the side of FBX. It's all about who kind of gets caught.
Yeah, FPX have a huge weakness, which is you cannot walk forward without Yukasante. Yukasante literally cannot be a pressure in the side lane, which means you lose a lot of that pressure on the map that we talked about. He needs to be there because he's your only ward. This Kasante is the only person that can actually face check to walk deep, so you can place down wards if you want to take fights for FPX. I think they're going to have to find a very creative way. They're going to have to catch someone off guard completely. Maybe a Crystal Arrow hitting from life right there to try and get a pick to create a 4 versus 5 situation.
Flank.
And fight from there on out. ZDZ does have a flank from the top
Oh,
side.
the prediction! Xiaohao does get the Glacial Prison, but it's not going to be good enough. The hostile takeover is not really going to do anything, to be perfectly honest. Now they can turn and burn onto ZDZ. You can see that Light's trying to burn down this Kasante, but he just can't. The Kindred, though, gets popped immediately. There's going to be the Inverse Divide to try and make sure they can't get jumped on top of this one here. Life making sure that he doesn't get taken out by ZDZ, who's so low. Had the bailout, but not quite able to do anything else. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Weibo, and you can start to see the momentum of this game kind of shifting a little bit. Not going to land the True Shot Barrage, but Weibo are still coming out on top.
I think this could definitely be Baron. You do have the Hex Gate, you do have double TP on your Azir and your Aatrox, full HPs. You're gonna see the first TP going towards the top side of the map. They're pinging the Baron, they have the Sejuani alive. Very crucially right here, a very good start from FPX. Dokdam actually, Icon shifts backwards, which means he's too far away to be followed up on that Sejuani ultimate. The entire Renata ultimate is dodged, and everybody piles up on Aatrox. You look at this, Q1, Q2, Q3, you die. Milky Way dies from 70% HP. And now they're trying to contest this, but you don't have a smite, you don't have a jungler, you don't have a chance of stealing this.
No, you do not. You can see now, you can see that Dokdam just trying to do a little bit of damage. They're trying to shift their momentum back down towards that Dragon Pick. 20 seconds till that happens. You haven't been able to reset here as Weibo, but you do have Baron. It's all about the poke that Dokdam can really put on here before the rest of the team is here. Care, pop down the clone to make sure he's in a decent position to be able to kind of look for that vision, but for now, no flashes available for pretty much anybody on the side of FBX apart from Milky Way. You're not looking too great on the side of Weibo either. ZDZ did go on a little bit of an adventure. They know that he's somewhere around here because that ward has just been popped down, and yep, they found ZDZ. The Dragon is going to be the trade back here. ZDZ will lose his life almost instantly. They will be able to try and turn and burn, but I mean, the Dragon's gone. That was the trade. You win a kill, but you lose the Dragon.
Yeah, and I don't know if the kill is really worth it right here, but however, it does slow down the pace of the Baron buff, because Aatrox is the force that FPX are really scared of in terms of pushing their side lanes. And right now, with Weibo having that Baron, they could have very easily just opened up the base of FPX. I think that this is a huge win for FPX, taking the Aatrox down, making sure that you are not scared to walk up the side lanes and pushing the waves. You saw Care go towards the top bot side of the map, push down that wave. Ezreal gets to walk up mid lane, pushes out that wave. Now, Kasante is also free of jobs, so he can walk topside and push out that wave. So basically, you've eaten up through half of that Baron buff from Weibo Gaming.
Beaten out through half of it, you've, not really going to get in a position even when the Aatrox respawns to kind of push for anything else. We do see, I think that the Kindred finally got up to 4 stacks there, so a bit of a slow stacking game for the Kindred here from Milky Way. We'll have to wait till we hover over just to confirm that, but yeah, it's not been great. We are starting to hit, full items for pretty much a lot of people. You actually have a QSS already for Dokdam. I really like this item pickup because no cleanse, no Mikhail's coming out for the moment for life, so just making sure that if he does get caught, he should be fine. But for now, it is just everyone trying to an arms race, if you will, build up as much as they possibly can before going for any kind of next big fight. But this is kind of what we talked about a little bit in Champ Select as well. It's a front to back for Weibo. They know how they can play this. They know how to bring this kind of away from the side of FBX. For FBX, you need to land the poke beforehand. You need to get these health bars down a little bit, because otherwise ZDZ is going to have a flank and should be able to take you out if you even think about overstepping.
I mean, the poke is landing. However, this Setsuani is pretty locked and loaded. You've got a ton of HP right there. You've got a lot of magic resist. And mind you, Nico is not necessarily a very consistent AP damage dealer like Aziris. He's more of a, I'll pop you in terms of EQ ult and you're dead. If you're not, too bad. And Setsuani does have plenty of MR with the Rukern. She has plenty of armor with the Frozen Heart right there. So we saw Dokdam do land poke on Setsuani. I don't think the HP bar moved from the Setsuani. This is why Weibo have the chance of brute forcing their wards and their vision into FPX's jungle. This Setsuani cannot be CC due to the passive. She can just walk in and take control. Look at this. She literally had an entire combo off of the Nico, Ash poke, Ezreal poke, and she still walks out with what, 70% HP?
Yeah, something about that. I do love that Dokdam didn't panic right there. There was a shuffle from Xiaohu to kind of say, oh, I'm going for you. But then Xiaohu didn't pull the ultimate on the trigger on the ultimate. Then Dokdam didn't pull the trigger on the arcane shift. It was just kind of this awkward exchange of like, all right, I'm going to walk over here and get to safety for the Ezreal. So nice little movement there. But again, 35 minutes in, we are starting to hit full items pretty much, you know, for all the major carries. And this game is starting to really boil over to a one big fight. These what would you call it? Excuse me. Death timers will end up being longer and longer. We're starting to hit minute-long death timers in this game. And actually, I didn't see why Dokdam used this QSS, but it is on cooldown. Shouldn't mean anything with a Dragon and Baron spawning in a minute 40, both each at the same time. But for now, Weibo have a choice to make. They need to figure out where they want to try and put their emphasis, because if they do take the Baron, they give up the Soul. If they take the Soul, or if they take away the Soul and put themselves on 3 Hex Dragons, they can give up the Baron, and both objectives will be melted by the side of FPX.
I feel like FPX has a choice to make right here. I don't think the Soul is what they should be going for, because the Baron is so important for them to try and stumble, to try and pressure the base as a whole. So you can make that choice right here. Again, the 2 dragons that FPX stacked earlier on in the game have been a lifesaver for them right now. It has won them so many minutes into this game. 4 items onto their Kindred, 3.5 items onto their Ezreal, 3 items onto this Nico. It's actually been a lifesaver for the game right now. They can turn towards that Baron. They burn it down super quickly with triple AD carry, and I'm pretty sure that Weibo are mega aware of this. Look at all the walls that are behind enemy lines on the top side of the map for the side of Weibo. They have plenty of flank walls for their Azir, for their Aatrox. So what they can do is leave one person towards that dragon. The second you see FPX move towards the Baron, you pull down the flank TPs and fight.
Big item completion there for Light. Got himself the Guardian's Angel, and another Guardian's Angel finished up for ZDZ. So there's 2 lives on the big carries here of Weibo Gaming. As you can see there, Xiaohu looking for a little bit of an angle, and both teams have accepted that the Dragon and the Baron at the same time. There's a good shuffle right back in. Dokdam is just dead. He got caught. The handshake was a deal with the devil, and he will give up his life for it. They even have an extra little kill there for Xiaohu. I mean, that could straight up just be the game. Like, you don't really have a front line now to move forward and to try and stop this move. But for Weibo, I mean, you can choose anything.
That is disastrous. I feel like for Weibo right here, you take the Soul Point and you take the Baron, and then you choke FPX in their base. That was a disastrous arcane shift forward from Dokdam. For a second, I thought I was watching Jakilov play right there, and he had one of his oopsies, but it was disaster, and you could see from the continuation of the play, the Qs kept going all over the place. He cleanses nothing. I feel like it was a disastrous play where it actually became very frustrating. For Dokdam, you'll see that he arcane shifts forward to try and poke Chris, but you have vision on ZDZ and Xiaohu. You know that they are in the area. He pre-cleanses the handshake, which means that he ends up getting rooted. He flashes towards where he knows the Aatrox resides. It was an absolute disaster for the AD carry of FPX.
Yeah, that's the kind of mistake that could lead to a Game 1 victory here for Weibo. They're fantastic in their Game 1s. They have won, I believe, before today, 7 of their 8 Game 1s. Coming into this one here, and then the base is in tatters. Like, that's just how it is. Like, you one small mistake leads to a massive myriad of different things. The Baron, the Dragon, the 2 inhibitors, and now they're, you know, yes, you've triple AD carry, but like, I mean, I don't know how you fight this. I think Weibo is just going to have all the cards to play with.
Absolutely, you have triple AD carry, double poke. Weibo just want to fight you straight in the face. 2 of their ults missed.
Two of their ults did miss because of the stopwatch. Oh, Care gets in with a 4-man pop blossom. They get the GA down. Look at this damage. It's insane right now. ZDT is going to pop back up. They need to make sure Duck Tom doesn't die. He does, in fact, get the kill there. There's a TP on the backside. This is a very far flank, but now they need to get these kills. They need to stop these people from getting out of this scot-free. They are going to be able to get one more kill there, and that's going to be down to Crisp. They're seeing if they get one more flash from Light. He's got GA, but he won't have it for much longer. There's going to be the engage in. He's going to be all outed on, and he will lose both of his lives. Despite losing everything right up until that moment, Care gets a massive play and keep FBX alive.
That was absolutely beautiful. I was about to say, it's not just a triple AD carry composition. 2 out of 3 are poke champions. You push a lot of super minions into the base. The poke literally gets mitigated by getting dumped onto the creeps. But Care did not care about all these. A massive ultimate forward. You'll see that Crisp flashes for handshake onto Care. He actually zonias both the Sejuani and the Renata ultimate, and then he gets a huge R into a massive root in the backline, into a massive Q1, 2, 3 from the Nico hitting onto champions. That was Scare start to finish, creating a play and ending it as well. That is a breather for FPX. In no way, shape or form doesn't mean that they get to win the game off of these. They have lost to very crucial inhibitors in their base. They didn't have any major objectives to play for after the back of that play. And even though Care had a fantastic life-saving team fight right there, he unfortunately needs to replicate if FPX want to try and win this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge moment, but unfortunately it kind of came a little bit too late. Yes, it gives you a massive amount of priority, gets you back on the map, make sure that your inhibitors are not going to mean that much, but you're still without an inhibitor in top lane for 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes in mid. And it does mean that you're not going to really be able to move out and contest for the vision around this now. Hex Soul, 4 Dragon Hex Soul for Weibo could be just ridiculous. The ability haste and the attack speed this far into the game with stacking are going to be so monstrous. FPX need to make sure they're able to contest for that. I will say for Weibo, the good silver lining of this whole thing is they should have the GA back for the Baron, and they should, or both GAs back for the Baron. They might not have them both for this Dragon, but I mean, they're not going to be too sad about how that fight went. There's so much pressure now on FBX. It would be a miracle if they took the next fight and also were able to kind of stop the objectives as well.
Also, it's very worth keeping our eyes on ZDZ's teleport right here. There is a super minion wave on the top side of the map that is pushing, and Care is going to have to go up there and clear it up because he's the only member of the set of FPX with that TP. It could potentially be a case where FPX really want to defend that soul. They do find themselves in, which it kind of seems impossible right now because you're going to need your Cassandra to walk in front of you in a very small choke point into Kalista, Renata ult, potentially Anazir. It's very dangerous to actually walk onto the bot quadrant without vision for the side of FPX, and Care's on the top of the map, which means he's going to have to possibly back now and get back into this bot side, try and contest with the Dragon. It's not the easiest to do for FPX because Weibo are literally threatening you with their bodies.
Tom takes 2 auto attacks from the soldiers and loses about 1/3 of his HP. He's just so susceptible to that damage right now. There are 2 TP wars available for Care, but Duckdom's taking such a heavy hit. This makes it so difficult for them to walk up and try and contest this right now. They do have vision of it. They're going to have to give it up, yeah. They can't go for the soul. They just don't have the position to look for it. ZDZ and Care having a little bit of a fight right now. A flash away by Care to make sure he doesn't die. It means he's not going to have that fat flash pop blossom. FPX, though, moving the priority back up towards that top side. They need to deal with this top wave, though, because that, as you mentioned, has a double TP potential for Weibo.
Absolutely. Look at Yahoo. He almost has his TP back available, so they need to send somebody towards the top side of the map. This could work. This could have worked. The second you see Nico sort of clearing up the wave on the top side of the map, somebody might walk, because you see Ezreal mid, you see Nico top, you're like, surely they haven't pushed that far up. They are waiting in the bush. If you kill the Sejuani right here, it could be huge for Baron.
They want to try and burn the flash, and they will. Sejuani very tanky for the moment, but no flash now for Xiao to get in towards this Baron. Your inhibitors are respawning. No more super minions available for the side of Weibo. This is a big, big moment in this game. Xiaohu trying to see if he can just keep everybody away. For the moment, everyone's happy to just kind of keep pushing forward, keep looking for priority on these minions.
Really good rocket belt right there from Care to try and take the spell shield off of Jahu's Azir. Right now, Weibo can actually even give up the things like a Baron, just take double inhibitor
It's been
again.
melted.
ZDZ is looking for a flank. They are stronger, but the Baron is gone away fast.
Baron is gone. They need to reset. They need to get themselves back on the map. So FBX, they know that they don't know exactly where this ZDZ Aatrox is, but if they can get the resets, they'll be in such a good position. They're stopping the damage from coming out. Xiaohu gets jumped on and goes golden immediately. They do get the shuffle out of him. There is the Emperor's Divide alongside the Glamsless Pit, and it keeps him alive. There's the Pop Blossom right on top of Light, and he goes down. FBX from the jaws of defeat. They clutch victory. ZDZ, really the only threat left open. They TP towards the mid because they see victory in their sight.
The double TP to try and keep the minions alive. They have the Baroned up minions. They saw Xiaohu and Chris were running towards that wave to try and stop it. And I don't know how Milky Way stays alive throughout this entire fight and brings it back home. They're TPing, they're pinging the topside wave. 25 seconds for Xiaohu, but I don't think it's enough to try and backdoor them because they're 5 members ringing your doorbell straight to the front door.
Yeah, knock knock, who's there? It is FBX looking for their game 1 victory. They'll get their ace, they'll even get themselves more kills than Weibo, and they will get themselves a game 1. It was such a close game, and it really did feel like it was all about Weibo. It was about Weibo coming back and making sure they were getting the advantages. They got Hexal and everything, but great last-minute decision-making coming out here from the side of FBX really, really does give them such a huge push in that direction, the right direction.
I am caught not knowing how FBX do this. The fact that they make a call and it gets followed up. They see Xiaohu, they call Xiaohu, everyone piles up. Milky Way playing between the two sides of the wall just to make this happen. It was all about Kindred. It starts with Milky Way and apparently it ends with Milky Way for FBX, and they absolutely steal that victory off of Weibo's hands.
Yeah, they really, really did. It started good, mid-game was bad, late game was perfect for FBX, though. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have picks and bans for game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have just come off of a absolute turnaround of a game for FBX. They took the first game in this series, and for Weibo, it was good until a point. We can see it in the post-match stats as well. It got to a point where it felt like it was all theirs to take, and then they just dropped the ball.
I mean, it was the Milky Way show, start to finish. The fact that they picked that Kindred so early on, almost, not almost like blind in the draft. They literally just saw Kalista and they're like, we're just slamming Kindred for this draft. 36,000 damage. Together, him and Dokdam did the utmost when it came to these fights. But I think it came to these clutch moments where Milky Way found his way in stealing the objectives, in securing the Dragons early on to allow them to live for 10 minutes longer so he can get more items, so he can steal the Baron, so he can win the winning team fight later on. It was a start to finish Milky Way, and I don't know how they get away with it. I don't know how they get away with it. This is
honestly,
illegal.
like Milky Way 1v9, 100% kill participation is disgusting, and it came down from little plays. They waited in the jungle, they got the flash off of Xiaohao, and they just were able to make things work for their team. It literally was like a sequence of plays of like, they got Xiaohao away, they got his flash off, they immediately turned for the Baron knowing that, hey, we're triple AD carry, we can go for this, and there's your MVP. We all kind of we assumed the vote. It's 20. You know, I mean, Milky Way is having. Honestly, he is the rookie of the split for me at the moment. Like, and we're only halfway there. So this is just a huge moment for FBX to kind of say, look, we're a playoff team, we're a playoff contender, and honestly, they could be a little bit of a dark horse going later on in the season.
I think when it comes to LPL and how insanely skilled a lot of the teams are, it usually cannot work when you've got a one-man carry team where somebody's willing to blind pick a champion and say, I'm gonna carry you anyway. I don't give a flying F what the enemy team is picking. I'm carrying this start to finish. And a draft where it has Kindred, Ezreal, Ashe. Ashe loses Flash. Minute 3 should never be able to get away with this machine. So I'm just sitting here, Stan. He's just chilling on his chair. He's just chilling on his chair, knowing he's just gotten the MVP. He's like, what am I playing this time? I'm playing Graves. Am I playing Nidalee? Am I playing Lee Sin? Like, what am I blinding this time to 1v9 with? I
mean, that's the thing as well. And again, it comes back to the point we made for FBX. They commit to the call. They committed to waiting in that dragon, or sorry, the red buff area of Weibo, despite losing Soul. They said, look, we're not contesting it. Full commit to the Baron. That's our call. They then committed to the Baron. They committed to the fight. They were just on the same page. Whereas we kind of had a bit of a chat ourselves in the break there. Light was a passenger. Light didn't do anything in that game. It really felt like that Kalista was just null and void. And you can't have that kind of performance on this stage if you want to try and be, again, a playoff contender. And for Weibo, off of the back of 2023, where they made it to the World Finals, they should be looking at championships, but it's just not there.
Absolutely, and right here we see the two things that I always look at is Karma, Xin Zhao, and Kalista. Xin Zhao is the one thing that has actually stayed open right here. Doesn't have his best pairing right now in the mid lane, which is the Karma, unfortunately. But Nautilus, another champion that does get banned out in the very early phase. Now, Light and Crisp are gonna bless us with Lucian X, Lucian Milio, Lucian Nami, sorry. It has been replied to by Caitlyn Lux. Caitlyn Milio, something that likes to play very aggressive and shut it down very early on. But it doesn't. What am I saying? What am I even blabbering about? It's Milky Way. He's like, oh, you want to pull it out again? I'm just going to play Kindred one more time.
I mean, this is the same combination. Don't fix what's not broken. Just go, yeah, cool. You're going to have to lock in the Nami, which means that you're probably going to have to get your mid laner on this rotation again, which means they can put Xiaohao onto something that's a little bit more just kind of bog standards. You know, like they were able to ban away the Poppy and the Lee Sin in the last rounds as well. So those playmakers are not going to be available for Weibo if they do not pick up their jungler here. So FBX very confident in how they want to try and approach this game. I love it. I love seeing how confident they're pushing this.
Absolutely, and right now you do have the chance to also pick the Nautilus. Nautilus is a great champion in terms of team fighting later on. A lot of engage. You can point click either the Azir or the Lucian, and you can follow up with whatever other champion. You don't necessarily have to lock in an AD carry right here if you don't want to. Ashe is something that we saw them lock in, and they can go towards that Ashe Ezreal lane again, but especially into a Lucian Nami, it's extremely susceptible to pretty much dying if you get ganked towards the bot side of the map, but it's going to be the Cassante instead. It did prove to be a very useful frontline for them in game 1.
Absolutely, and now, honestly, with moving kind of away from the jungle picks, they can kind of say, look, we don't really care what you pick in jungle. They could still ban something like the Lee Sin if they really, or the Poppy potentially, if they really do feel like it, but I would love to see the Aatrox ban here, just because ZDZ was such a problem. He 100 to 0'd, or 80 to 0'd the Kindred in that last game, but they don't think it's that much of an issue in this one. They think that, look, we're better off getting rid of some of these, as you mentioned earlier, the Xin Zhao, making sure they don't have that kind of guaranteed engage to come out from it. So from the side of FBX, they're happy with their top half. They thought the top half did very well. I will say, if you look at the KDAs of the mid and the jungle for FBX last game, wasn't great for Care and Xiaolahu, but they still got the dub.
I'm just going to say, Care had one fantastic team fight, saved the entire game. He gets redeemed for the entire rest of the game, okay? He saves the game, he turns it around. That's all you need from your Nico mid lane at that one moment. Right here, you do have, again, the chance to shut down the Lucian Nami if you want to with something like a Caitlyn Lux. They have played it in the past. Doctam does play the Caitlyn. Ashe seems to be something that they really, really like because it does keep that bot lane safe with the Hawkshot as well. What will they choose to pair it up with, though? Because the Ezreal seemed like it worked pretty well early on, but now playing into a Lucian Nami, you run into the effect of whenever you get poked down, you have to play under your tower, and that's not necessarily what your bot lane wants to do.
Yeah, we see kind of more options for Weibo in terms of the jungle this time around. Maybe we see Xiaohao go towards that Poppy, get that little bit of a, kind of, not really going to have the same hopping around as you would for the Kindred. With that steadfast presence, they will lock that one in as well. So now, I mean, for Weibo, you kind of have to go, I would say, for the Aatrox, surely. You don't really need to go, Smolder top. Okay, ZDZ bringing out the Smolder top here on 14.4.
Wow, okay, so we were looking at Weibo and we're like, do you have anything creative? We have seen Smolder bot lane, we've seen Smolder mid lane, and now we do get to see Smolder top lane as well. It's going to be over in the side of ZDZ. It's his first Smolder game in an official. Rumble is going to get locked in right here, and they're going to pivot the Cassante mid.
Oh, yeah.
Rumble towards the top side of the map.
So it's an Ashe AD carry, Nico support.
And Nico support? What is happening?
It could be Rumble support or even Cassante support, to be perfectly honest. I'm going to wait till everything gets shuffled around right now. It looks like they're kind of still figuring that one out. And no one has moved champions as of yet. Might be a slight issue with the graphic, but we'll see how that all ends up kind of swapping around for the moment. But I mean, this is spicy coming out from both these sides, looking to try and change up the meta a little bit as we move into 14.4. And like Lyric said yesterday, we are seeing teams just have that little bit of extra kind of, bit of creativity now in this new patch, looking to make that meta, looking to see where they want to try and make their mark. And honestly, this is a really, really cool thing. So it looks like it's a Rumble support with Cassante top and Nico into the mid. That's what I believe was the final kind of swap around. But I mean, right now, both these teams trying something new, and I love it.
Absolutely, and all eyes fall into that bot lane, right? If you do have the Rumble towards the bot side of the map, you gotta wonder what does that do into a Lucian Nami. The Lucian dashes forward to try and poke, and then you have Rumble with the flamethrower in your face, slowing you down, shredding you, and then doing damage in your face. You do get to push down the wave quite a bit as well, so we'll see how the Rumble does interact down in the bot lane. All eyes on the Lucian, though, because Lucian has been a very controversial pick in general. A lot of people are like, oh, Lucian's a fraud. When is this going to stop? To stop picking Lucian? And I'm wondering if anyone else, other than Ruler in the LPL, can successfully play it every single time. Again, Lucian as a champion needs to get out of lane even or ahead. You put him into that mid lane with 2 items. Whoever walks up ends up with like 30 or 40% HP, which means they either have to back and you get an advantage in terms of numbers and objectives, or you just kill them straight out.
That is the final look at everything. There's the Rumble support coming out here for FBX and the Cassante on the top side.
I love it.
With Comet, very aggressive. We now see Doctam, the only one spotted out here. Now they know that everyone else is around here, so Milky Way will just pop a ward down, make sure that ZDZ cannot defend that top side, as Weibo just kind of back themselves away. But again, very, very aggressive in towards that bot side is FBX, and honestly, I love the fact that they're kind of taking the fight to Light and Crisp, saying, look, you were kind of a passenger in that last game. We don't really care about how you want to try and play this. We know that we can just play better.
Absolutely, and I would love to see how that Rumble interacts towards the bot side of the map. There is a lot of shred, there is a lot of burn, there's a lot of poke coming out from Ashe, and sure, there is a stain through the Nami, but if the poke keeps landing over and over again, Crisp will be forced to run out of mana, popping these Ws to heal themselves up.
We'll wait to see.
Obviously, the first few levels. Thank you for showing us that bot lane, because it is so very interesting to see that rumble for the first time towards the bot side of the map. It's not something we see very often, so seeing the interaction between the two in the bot lane right here could be really cool. You see that once life has poked down a little bit, like Nami is so freaking squishy that I believe that second he has level 2 and Flamethrower, he can just walk straight up on Nami.
The thing as well, Doctom's gone for the Halo Blades onto the Ashe as well, so they're looking for those quick trades. They're looking to hit a missile there, slow them down a little bit, get that kind of double slowdown with the Ashe auto attacks. Hawkshot goes across. We'll see that all the camps in terms of the bot side have been taken. So we'll know that Xiaohao has been starting off on this bot side, which should indicate that the Kindred can go for maybe a little bit of a move here on this bot side if they know the jungler won't be around.
They're pathing towards different sides of the map. Poppy trying to keep the Smolder safe towards the top side. You see the early wood going down from the side of ZDZ, trying to make sure that no Kindred is going to be pathing his way. Care has got Prior in the mid lane, pretty good for Milky Way. He's pathing towards the side that is pushing for him on the map. So Poppy, very clever start at the very beginning to not get invaded towards the top side. Starts from the bot quadrant, ends up on the top side.
Of course, Smolder, only 3 games in the LPL so far. I believe we had a record-setting, I think Elk hit it at 225 stacks at, I think it was 1920 or 1930 or something like that. Very, very quick is the honest answer to that. So we'll see if this ZDZ top lane can get it any quicker than that. 20 minutes is kind of roughly a good score. Maybe 21 is semi-decent, but good RNG here for Milky Way. Gets his first mark uncontested. I mean, he has such a good game on the Kindred last turn as well. And it does feel like Kindred's becoming one of those picks now in the LPL that just is starting to pick up a lot more priority, just because we have so many, I wouldn't say one tricks, but definitely people known for their Kindreds throughout their kind of, initial stints within the LPL.
You know what, when I first started costering the LPL this season, I'm gonna give it to the LPL. I wasn't familiar with their game. I started seeing the Lee Sins come in, the Graves come in, the Kindreds come in, and I'm like, wow, these guys are blind picking every single fighting champion they can fight, farming/fighting champion, and they're absolutely mind-blowing on them. Milky Way is no exception to that either. His Graves, his Lee Sin, his Kindred has been absolutely exceptional and pivotal to a lot of the victories that FPX have pulled off, or FPX have stolen off of other teams, like Game 1 right now versus Weibo. So Milky Way making sure that...
I love this. This is the mark of a good Kindred player. You're basically able to know there's no other camps. There's no other camps, so it had to be that mark. So he gets 2 straight off the bat.
That was actually great to see right there from Milky Way. Gets to take the entire both side of the map as well. Of course, this is how this would play out from the very get-go. I don't think so.
No, he didn't. Don't think he had enough time.
there's no way. There's no way a third one just spawned that quickly, but there is another wave right here. Milky Way is towards the both side of the map, so even if you don't get to kill Light and Crisp, Milky Way, hello? Whoa.
Yeah, he's just flirting with them right now. They still don't know that Light is here, though. Flash forward, the Ignite is ticking to burn down the water, though. We'll cool them off. Get him a little bit of HP, but now you've no cleanse, you've no flash, and you're losing a huge amount of that priority in the bot side. You're going to be able to turn and burn, you would imagine, for this Dragon as well on the side of FPX, knowing that the jungler for Weibo's on the top side.
That was absolutely huge for FPX. There was an entire wave which Light and Crisp did not get to touch. No gold, no experience. They're going to be falling behind in terms of itemization and XP going back to lane. Level 6 hitting right here for Doctom and Life when there is no flash on Light in the bot lane is going to be absolute pivotal for even a proper straight up 2 versus 2 between the Ashe Rumble and Lucian Nami on the bot side of the map. You do get to cash in on the first tower plate in which Kindred was around, so you do get to share that gold. The faster Milky Way gets onto his Kraken Slayer, the better it will be when you start stacking these dragons and you want to start taking these early game fights.
Great start here for FPX. Weibo need to be careful. They haven't fallen behind just yet. Of course, top lane, they will have a bit more priority. Bot lane, they should still be able to get some decent trades off and get some decent gold, but for now, they are just happy to survive, shall we say, that initial engage that came out here from the FPX bot lane and jungler. Dragon is available here for Weibo. They might just kind of transition their priority towards that particular objective, as we can see that Milky Way is going to get spotted out here. Or maybe he wants the fight. He's going to jump onto Light, who has no flash and no cleanse, remember. Light is no one to be taken lightly. He is going to have a huge amount of damage. Now he can get jumped on. There's the pop blossom. They're going to get the damage as well. First blood by Care. He does not have flash, and he will get taken out on the backside of this one. So Xiaohu doing a fair bit of damage himself, but look at this chase down. Having that Ashe AD carry just constantly pushing you down, and it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of FPX.
It started as a very good play from Weibo because they literally wrapped around to try and get that vision towards the dragon, to try and contest for potential early dragon for themselves, but it just didn't work out. Milky Way was already in this pixel bush. He spots them out, and then the entire team turns around. Really great flank from Care as well from the mid lane to take Light out, and I don't think Light has seen a wave for like a minute and a half now. Like this is his first meeting with a wave bot lane for like definitely a minute and a half. This is gonna be a level 6 for Doctum on the bot side of the map, and the Crystal Arrow hits. There's gonna be huge damage coming in from the Ashe and the Rumble. You see that Light does pretty good damage with the Nami support right there onto Milky Way, but Care with a lovely flank hits that level 4 Lucian like a truck.
Yeah, they even almost get Care out, but you can see just the amount of flashes that are burnt here by both sides just to try and get themselves out or keep the play going. There's just so much advancement coming out here from FPX. And again, like, you know, they'll get this full wave. So this 20 CS lead is going to grow into about 25, maybe even 30. You're still waiting on your flash to come back out as Light. Still pretty safe to cleanse away that enchanted Crystal Arrow, but still not a great time for the Weibo bot side, but for FPX, this is fantastic to see for them. And I love the fact that we saw the Xiaohu who kind of said, cool, I can go all out on the top side as well. Milky Way just is relentless. He's actually got 4 stacks already, by the way, on his Kindred kind of, you know, stacking measurements. So he's in a fantastic position to really start to kind of take control of this game and take control of these dragons as well.
Absolutely, and you mentioned how Light does not have his spells available. He has the cleanse. Crisp cannot say the same. Crisp is level 5 on a Nami that is absolutely flashless. You've got Equalizer now online for life. You've got Crystal Arrow from Doctum. You cannot walk up to this dragon because the second you walk through a choke point, the red carpet is going to fall. And I think Crisp, well, I think his name speaks for itself.
Yeah. He will be Crisp. There's plenty of work being done here by the jungler of FPX, and I mean, like, let's talk about Milky Way for a little bit. Not that anyone has yet to, you know, kind of really talk about him. He is just oh, I'm gonna stop myself because Doctum, he is gonna get caught underneath the tower, will take a hell of a lot of damage. They have the Equalizer down, but Care is coming with Milky Way, and that's why they want to aggress a little bit more. The summoners are no longer available. They go in, though, aggressively. They get the ultimate off of Milky Way, who has got the pop blossom to come down to Crisp, who goes down straight away. Milky Way still doing damage and still healing up HP. They try to turn back onto this fight, but it's a 2-for-2 trade right all the way in the end. Light, though, with double buffs, is a monster, and Light picks up 2 kills, 3-for-2 in favor of Weibo.
What a fantastic roam from Xiaohu to catch Doctum pushing down that wave and capitalize on the fact that this Ashe flashed forward to slow a Nami earlier on in a skirmish. Very good stuff right here from Weibo to try and get some momentum back onto themselves. 2 kills onto the Poppy right now, very crucially 2 kills onto the Lucian. The faster you get on your 2 items on Lucian, the better it will be. They catch Doctum halfway through that push. Crystal Arrow does hit on Light, but he insta cleanses it, and with no flash on a very immobile Ashe, Xiaohu with the Poppy capitalizes onto that kill, and it's a 3 versus 4 right now. There is still calling onto the Lucian. He's gonna be Milky Way is going to be his target, and Care only hits Crisp with that ultimate, which means not much more CC on the other 3 carries on the side of on the side of Weibo Gaming going down there.
And now we can go back in. Everyone's calmed down a little bit after plenty of fighting. Double Kraken picked up here for the side of FPX, both onto the Kindred and the Ashe. They are very happy with their 1-item spikes. And we saw this in game 1 as well, Trouble. We saw the early moves coming out here from Milky Way, just kind of keeping that advantage. Ghost is available here for ZDZ. if he would like to kind of go for it. They're going to have to try and burn in on top of him. But yeah, he's got plenty of mobility. Very, very difficult to actually catch out the Smolder. It's why we have seen him go towards that top side quite a bit in solo queue. Not so much in the LPL. It's only a third game of Smolder in the LPL officially, as we've only had access to him for 3 days. This is day 3. But for now, Weibo happy to kind of see it going in. Milky Way getting jumped on pretty aggressively. No real committal here from Care. Didn't flash in to try and get the Pop Blossom up, and he's just going to walk himself away. Now he's on the wrong side of the map, and yeah, everyone's just jumping down on top of him. He is going to be an easy target to try and take out now, but everyone just corralling in on top of his location. ZDZ as well, probably going to be gifted over this kill to try and get him up to his Divine Sunder as quick as he possibly can. Takes a while. They haven't got him just yet, and they are going to have to give that over to someone else. They're going to give it to Xiaohu.
Okay, he takes as much time as possible off of Weibo. You see that Xiaohu managed to push and take down one tire plate, and ZDZ was chasing for that kill. But overall, he was a little bit disrespectful from Milky Way. He doesn't have the flash, he doesn't have the ultimate, walks up a little bit too far forward into that mid lane. And we know that Xiaohu really likes playing more proactively in the early game. When he does find the angle, when he does find the opportunity, he will take it. And I feel like Xiaohu has done wonders this game. He's been bot lane, he's been top lane, he's been mid lane. He's got 5 out of 6 kill participation in this game, and this Poppy has seemed such a great pick for them so far this game.
Well, Duck might be losing his flash here. He does not know that Xiaohu is just hovering to the side, waiting for him to overstep. Has flash and heal, but you do not want to be losing that just before Dragon. Now with the Hawk Shot, they know that Xiaohu was waiting for an opportunity, so he's not going to get caught out by that one just yet, but still, good moves from Xiaohu to keep himself relevant in this game. It's falling behind in the farm, but I mean, in the words of Nymera, once the Poppy hit level 3, they are full build. So do want to be trying to be as aggressive as possible. Do want to try and make sure that you're getting all that damage and all that CC down as soon as you possibly can. Now, Milky Way and Care maybe thinking about trying to catch out Xiaohu, but he's pretty safe on these here. I don't really see a reason for him to move forward on this.
Wow, also very interesting. Light is opting to go towards the Kraken Slayer build and not the Energized build that we usually see coming out of Lucians recently. Very interesting to see how that plays out in the team fights as well in terms of damage. So far, Light was hitting pretty hard in those exchanges between him and Milky Way. The arrow, ooh, Xiaohu, fancy feet.
I don't know if that was fancy feet or luck of the draw, to be perfectly honest, but now you're without that ultimate here for Dokdam. You won't have it available for this Dragon fight, potentially. You don't have to fight this as FPX. You are one Dragon up. It would be nice. Was pretty much the reason why they were able to stay in that game for so long in game number 1, but now they're just waiting to see where they want to try and force this one here. Care has to flash, and Care has been caught out. They will get Keeper's Verdict completely out of the fight, though, so 2 big ultimates, 3 actually, yeah, like the tidal wave as well. That's huge.
Okay, 07, thank you, Xiaohu, for saving me. I'm gonna go back to base, full HP. Care's gonna TP back into this fight, and there is no Azir ult, there is no Nami ult, there is no Poppy ult from the son of Weibo Gaming. You cannot walk back up. You've also actually rotated your Smolder towards the bottom of the map, so this Smolder is not farming right now, and Xiaohu is on the flank.
He's on the flank and he's onto Light. Light getting taken down right now. They do get the ultimate from Smolder. Mom comes in, but what's Mom gonna do right now? Absolutely nothing. Light loses his life, all his summoners, and Weibo. I mean, it again, just small little mistakes are kind of collapsing them in these games.
Yeah, I feel like they're getting caught on the decision-making every single time, whilst FPX have very clear views of what they wanted to do. The second they knew that Care did survive by getting knocked out from the Poppy, again, thank you very much, Xiaohu, for saving Care right there, means that they instantly TP back. They know that they have the fighting advantage right there because 3 very crucial ultimates from Weibo Gaming were missing, and instantly after the fight, you see Care towards the bottom of the map, pushes, takes this tower, the mid-lane wave was pushed, control was gone down, vision control had gone down. FPX are on top of their game. Care here, very careless, gets caught out. Very great play from Xiaohu to try and get that Nico straight into his team. But that knockback, which was meant for Milky Way,
right to safety.
Care walks straight into it and goes back to base. This time not on a gray screen, so gets the TP back in, and then they have numbers advantage and ultimates advantage, which was ultimately what won them that fight.
Yeah, just not having access to pretty much 3 of your, kind of 4 key ultimates there is just not really a good situation. And now FBX, they can kind of still take advantage of it because they know there's no real coordination to try and contest for this. So they'll give up bot lane tier 1, but they get themselves the Rift Herald, which they could use to crack open that mid lane tier 1 themselves. They did it in the last game, so they're very happy with that kind of a trade. This is FBX starting to pick up the pace a little bit. You can see Xiaohu trying to match. He does have TP for the moment. They are just going to try and fully engage now into this mid lane. It will be the steadfast presence to stop the rock back, but do they have the damage on the back side of this one here? Double TP, both mid laner and top lane are going to be coming in. ZDZ not really hitting anybody, to be perfectly honest. So steadfast presence not going to be good. They're not going to get the keeper's verdict either. Xiaohu gets dragged across the map because they know they can fight him. The rest of his team is there. There's a good equalizer, but the blast cone there keeps them the safety. FBX are getting away with these kind of skirmishes, and it is kind of Weibo trying, but it's just not quite sticking.
I think this is fantastic read on the map. Crisp and Light are sitting in the mid lane trying to defend a tower, but they're summonerless. And you've got Ash Arrow, you've got Rumble Ultimate. Honestly, locking in that Rumble for the bot lane has worked wonders for them because the second Light and Crisp do not have flashes. They cannot even walk up to their own towers. You know that Rift Herald right here is going to take most of the remaining HP of that mid lane tier 1 tower, so you can just walk up and absolutely burn it. Nami ult is going to be used, and yes, Milky Way has to flash away from the Poppy, but they take what they initially came for. They take that mid lane tier 1, which takes a lot of the control in terms of vision from your map if you're Weibo, and a fantastic Zhonya's right there. Well, half Zhonya's from Care. Make sure he doesn't get shoved back by Xiaohu. And I am an avid hater of Seeker's Arm Guard, but right there, he came in very clutch for Care.
Well, Crisp is burnt to a crisp, but now they might look for the dive. TP coming in, that's going to be Care coming off this one here. They're going to have the Keeper's Verdict, but it has no judgment and no jurisdiction here. They're jumping on the Xiaohu, who just can't get away. CC'd into oblivion. Milky Way gets himself another stack. And I mean, this is FBX picking up the pace. This is FBX saying to Weibo, we know how shaky you are after game 1, and we won game 1 as well.
What fantastic movement when you have tempo on the map from the side of FPX. This is absolute masterclass. They have used and abused every single absence of flash in the entire game to take towers continuously. This is a masterclass on how to play if you're ahead in tempo, and FPX are showcasing how to do this.
Let's have a look at the replay here again, because again, look, it's actually Weibo looking for a flank onto Xiaohu, but he's a Cassante. That's never going to happen. And now you're actually just overextended.
That is absolutely lovely. Care has pushed bot wave, your AD carry has pushed mid wave, so the only thing that remains is just shadowing this Cassante to try and push the last remaining outer tier 2 tower on the map, and this is exactly what FPX do. They make sure that all the other waves are always pushed and that they play for the third side. Cassante was never in trouble. It was all about taking kills, and these kills netted them another 2 towers onto the map. It is so dangerous now for Weibo to walk out and try to put down the control visions for these dragons, and FPX again having that Kindred. It's so easy to stack the dragons earlier on. Weibo find themselves in a situation where they're in 5,000 gold deficit and they have to fight for soul point.
Don't know if ZDZ's hit his 225 just yet, but we'll see it very soon. I know he was on 206 before we went into that replay. Dragon has spawned. This is soul point potentially for FBX. They've started it off just maybe to kind of coerce Weibo in. Care
213
sitting around the side. He knows there's a ward on him, so if he moves, as soon as he moves out of that brush, he's going to be caught out. Milky Way has started off the dragon. They get the cleanse. Light's been caught, and they get the equalizer down as well, but Care can't get the rest of his damage. He does get his Zhonya's out straight away, but ZDZ now in a lot of hurt. Milky Way got hit by the Keeper's Verdict away from the fight, but it's a trade of 2 for 2 as Xiaohu goes into a double kill, and they're just taking down absolutely everybody. There's nothing you can do. 2 for 2. It turns into a 4 for 2. FBX will get themselves sold and looking for a 2-0 to start us off today.
Milky Way and Dogdam have been absolutely dominating this entire series. Game 1 with the Kindred and Ezreal, Game 2 with the Kindred and Ashe. The double AD carry combo is working wonders for the side of FPX. And what a fantastic series for them. We asked them to solidify themselves towards the top of the standings. We asked them to show us that they belong in this top 4 by beating every team around them. And so far, they have been doing just that. Care is cosplaying as a minion. Really lovely cleanse for Light right there. And flash out, but Care's flash catches him right off the edge. Care buys enough time with the Equalizer and the Zonias, of course. And Milky Way has a fantastic flank straight onto the carries, dispatches of the Smolder, and then baits people onto Dogdam. Ultimate coming out from the Kindred literally last second to save Ashe, and then they clear Outhouse together.
Really just so well played. Now a 5,000 gold lead, soul point available to them in the next 4 minutes. And I mean, Weibo look lost right now. Trouble. They don't really know exactly where they're going. They're falling behind on item completions. They're falling behind in map control. They're falling behind in execution, if I'm being totally honest. And this is starting to turn into free fall. But for FBX, this is massive for them. Not only are you knocking down a potential playoff contender, but you're also looking to try and extend your win streak from 5 to 6. They're starting off the Baron, 22 minutes. They can tank this up a little bit, but all they're trying to do is get the TP out of ZDZ. That's all they want to do right now. They're still on it because Weibo haven't actually fully committed to it just yet. There's the ultimate. There's a kill potentially coming in straight away onto Xiaohao. He's so low, but they got the teleport out of ZDZ anyway. Now you can turn and burn right back for it because how can you fight this? Your tank is gone.
That is absolutely perfect from FPX right there. The second they see the Poppy woke up even just a little bit, they absolutely burned him down. Now they know that they can turn around and do this Baron again. Double 80 carry build from the side of FPX. Burns down the Baron very quickly. They're going to use the Mom ultimate right here from the Smolder. Smolder's walking up. He has the execute.
He has the execute, but you need a lot more damage than that. You can see Milky Way feeling confident, getting bubbles thrown left, right, and center. Some are water, some are fire. They will get everybody out. They'll even get CDZ, who really overcommits to this. And Life says, nuh-uh-uh. You do not get to walk up to my jungler like that, and I will take you down. Now Weibo are to deal 1v4 against Shallow, who Chris passed the flash because he would have been caught out and immediately killed. And Weibo are falling apart, but FPX just right turn after right turn. They are just making every correct decision.
Yeah, Weibo are trying to make picks on the map, but they look very confused. They're trying to overextend to potentially get a pick. But Milky Way, you cannot really full look him in the jungle. He has flash, he has an ultimate. He's going to turn around. That's a 6, 2, and 4 Kindred with 3 items. And honestly, for Weibo, it's a much more difficult team fighting composition to play. You no longer have the Sejuani to engage the fights for you. You just have a Poppy, and Poppy is not quite the same engage tool as Sejuani was for you. Neither is he as tanky as Sejuani was for you in the first game. So you're relying heavily on Xiaohu getting a massive shove into the backline. Maybe a bubble, maybe a good wave coming in for Chris. But the second Chris walks forward to even think of a bubble, this is where the arrow hits him. This is where the equalizer goes down. And it makes it very difficult for Weibo to try and play that front to back that they're actually always drafting for.
Weibo in a little bit of free fall for the moment, to be perfectly honest. They're just not really coming together. This will potentially be the 3rd loss for them in series in a row. Losing to AL, losing to OMG, losing to FBX. These are all your fellow kind of, 7th to 10th or even higher, to be honest with you, playoff contenders. Like that could be just a straight up, kind of playoff matchup that we see come the end of March. So this is just not looking good here for the 2023 World Finalists, having themselves a very unfortunate time losing the teams around them and falling further and further behind, which is honestly great for teams not in the playoffs right now because Weibo are in fact the gatekeepers.
Absolutely, and FBX are looking to knock down these gates. One more dragon is all it's going to take for the soul to be put onto the side of FPX. Right there, Care is playing a little bit with fire, walking a little too far forward towards Smolder, but Xiaolahu does have a pretty good flank to try and split apart Weibo. Again, Weibo loving the front to back being split apart. It could mean that Kindred can pick you one by one off the map. Ooh. Milky Way is going to actually get really chunked down by the Azir, and FPX are gonna have to rethink that one. They do have every single tower except their bot lane tier 1.
Oh, they've caught out life. He does get his equalizer down, but he is dead now just before this dragon. Do they try and turn and burn onto Xiaohu, who loses his flash? They get the knockback, but nothing else really from it. There is a good ultimate there from Dockdown to make sure that Light does not have his cleanse. But for now, it is Weibo getting a little bit of an advantage. A reset from Care, TPing back into the fight. Trying to make sure they can go for it. The dragon will be spawning. They will be starting it off soon. No healing available, though, for the side of Weibo, and they're taking so much poke.
Very importantly, a lot of the crucial ultimates are missing from the set of Weibo Gaming. The shove, the calling, the wave from Nami as well. And the HP bars don't look very healthy from the set of Weibo either. There is still Cassante ult, Nico ult, Kindred ult. 3 of the most important ones that they have in their team.
TP.
There's a little creep. There's a little creep from Care.
Yeah, a little creep, a little test, maybe a little bit of movement. And ZDZ reset it. They get the knockback there onto Xiaohao. He's taking a lot of punishment. He flashes away. Life is actually respawned and joined back in onto his team. There comes Mom, shouting, saying, play nice. There's nothing really go. These health bars are so low. Xiaohu goes in on top of Care, but the dragon has been taken. That extra shield could mean everything. Care flashes over the wall to make sure he does not die. Milky Way gets a kill there onto Xiaohao. And now Weibo, they need to reset. They need to really get away from this. The execute cannot come in because Death has decided no. And FBX, they get the dragon, they get 2 kills. There's nothing for Weibo here.
Milky Way is a man of steel. I'm pretty sure there is no blood in his veins. He kept a completely cool face. He looked at Smolder straight in the eye, and I'm pretty sure it was like single digits from actually getting executed. He didn't want to play it 50-50 with popping his ultimate way too early and allowing Smolder to live longer, but Milky Way is playing with limits right here. And again, you can see the power of Smolder slowly coming to life. They see life on the side right there. He comes back. They instantly turn around. ZDZ is trying to chunk down the support. He's 4 levels up on that support. And the second he starts putting down auto after auto attack with a burn behind as well, splashing onto Milky Way, you can see the potential of Smolder clearing out the entire fight. But Cassante very strong right there. Lovely hijack to try and save Milky Way from getting stunned onto the wall by the Poppy. Oh my god.
Oh, we come back to
And
life.
again, the man of steel.
Xiaohao, he's ticking, Not quite going down, though.
30 HP.
30 HP, we take those. One more tick of that Leandri's and he was dead. But now with Baron spawning in 30 seconds, you've had to reset your jungler, you've lost all your summoners effectively for this next fight. I mean, you have to fight this as Weibo. You don't have a choice. If you give over Soul and Baron buff and everything else in between, I just don't see how you come back from this.
I feel like now they have a lot of trust in Smolder to try and carry this game. It is only 2 items Smolder though. And there's so many ways to deal with it. There's the Zonias, there's the Kindred ultimate, sorry. FPX are completely choking Weibo Gaming out of vision as well. You're gonna need the Poppy to actually face it for you, and this Poppy is not tanky enough. There's so much damage on the side of FPX. The second the Poppy even fathoms to walk into them, they're just gonna burn her down. Weibo are gonna have to find more creative ways to try and get towards that Baron pit.
Xiaohao tries to see if he can get something with a knockback, but not quite able to get there. Xiaohao already half HP. I mean, they lose this mid-tier 1, but like, who cares really at this stage? You're 10,000 gold down. You need a fight. You need to find something here, but they're already being kind of corralled from different angles. Milky Way soloing the dragon for the moment. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will force the flash out of Crisp, and now they're caught between a rock and a hard place. They're actually caught between an FBX and a Cassante, but Xiaohao taking a lot of damage. The Baron is secured, confirmed by FBX. Mom comes down, but not really anything else. Good ultimate there. The equalizer just peppering down these health bars. There's a TP coming in. That's going to be Xiaohao jumping back in on top of this fight. They're just trying to corral them away, herding them like sheep to the slaughter, away from the mid lane and away from safety of their base. They don't have a minion wave to work with right now, FBX, so they can't just end the game. But they got the Baron, they got themselves a soul, they've got everything they want in Weibo. They just can't find it engage.
Yeah, FPX need to send somebody towards the top side of the map because there is a wave right there that's getting chipped away from Weibo's creeps. But they're going to choose to group up in the mid lane and push down on the mid lane wave. They have another one towards the bot side of the map. So FPX have not necessarily all reset right here after getting this huge W towards the Baron. But again, Weibo are really struggling to find a footing into getting into these team fights. There is no certain engage. that will give them even an opening right here. Again, Xiaohu's gonna have to go massive with his Azir ultimates if they want a way back into this game. And there is a chance because Doctam right now is going to be walking up that mid lane or whichever lane he chooses to go to without that ultimate, taking that Ashe down, taking Milky Way down potentially as well without the flash. Could be huge for the next fight. So all eyes onto that Azir to see if he can find a miraculous shove to try and turn the tables around.
I believe that Milky Way, yes, Milky Way and the rest of his team. Milky Way is level 16, by the way. Milky Way is massive. 4 items on this Kindred. I believe if he gets
Flame
a Q
Horizon?
kind of, like, he'll just blow somebody up, like anybody up. Like, if the Smolder tries to step to him, he just won't be able to move into it. CDZ just gliding away from that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but I mean, this is a big moment now for the side of Weibo. Like you said, we're looking at Xiaohu to see if he can maybe look for a bit of a shuffle. They are covering all 3 lanes, but then you're spreading yourself too thin. Care brought 2 people up towards that top side. He flashes away and therefore doesn't get killed. Now they've broken open the base. Now they've taken down an inhibitor, and we are starting to see critical mass hit up here because you're starting to lose everything. You need to fight, Weibo. You need to do something.
Incredible push by FPX right here. Mid lane wave crashes in, then they turn around to the bot side, they take that one, then they turn around to mid as he pushes. And guess what? Elder is coming up in about 45 seconds. FPX do not need to push the game right here. They can end it literally in 40 seconds when the Elder Dragon comes up, and Weibo Gaming will have no choice but to fight. Oh,
Crisp, he's dead. Nothing he can really do. He does get the Mikhail's Blessing right at the end and the heal, but as I said, that Kindred is disgustingly big. Now you've lost the healing. Now you've lost your bubble to try and, even your tidal wave, to be honest with you, to try and disengage. But like you said, FPX do not need to overextend. They do not need to risk anything. You've got a dead Crisp for 30 seconds. Go for Baron, or sorry, go for Elder, and just make sure you get this win. Get this 2-0, because game difference could be so huge for playoffs.
They're looking for the flank. They're looking for the flank right here. Xiaohu is a little bit overextended. Oh!
They're a little bit overextended, and they're going to jump straight in. Care does die. Xiaohu doesn't go down yet, but they do kill off the Smolder and the Poppy right at the end of it. Xiaohu was just a spectator there, flashing away after the Emperor's Divide, but Life just keeping Light away from his team and making sure they can end this game. They even get the kill on the Azir with the the Kindred's Lamb's Respite. They will pick up 2 more kills. It's an unofficial Quadra coming out for Milky Way, 12, 2, and 6. And that is all she wrote for Weibo. FBX 2-0 and move themselves firmly into the top 5 of the LPL.
What a fantastic performance from FPX, from Milky Way, from Doctam, from the way they have figured out how to play these double 80 carry compositions for themselves. Their macro, their tempo, their movement around the map is impeccable. I would love to know who is making the calls in this mid to late game for the side of FPX, because they're looking crisp. They're so fast. The decision making is always on point. Every time there's a call, everyone follows. But man, that tempo and that map movement and that macro is incredible.
Yeah, honestly, it really is. Like, it's just really good to see. Really good to see. And honestly, I'm just so happy to see FPX going for this. For Weibo, they are in free fall, and there's not really a lot to do. But Trouble, welcome to the LPL. We are in 3 different venues today, so we're going to take it to a quick break before we fly all the way over to Shenzhen. So we'll see you guys after the side of the break. Welcome back. It was a quick break. I am still just Dusty. I'm joined by the absolutely fantastic Trouble as we are jumping into our second series of the day. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Anyone's Legends. And I mean, this is kind of a side, kind of a similar one to what we're saying. Like NIP right up at the top there. And we can see why this roster has such talent on it when you look at it, from page to page.
Absolutely. From the Kisanji in the top side of the map, Aki extremely proactive and aggressive. He'll play in your face as a jungler. Rookie needs obviously no interaction. Show a pretty good support, but my personal favorite right here is Fontic. The very first time I saw this guy play was this year when I started my co-streaming journey with the LPL, and when I saw Fontic play, it reminded me of good old Bang on SKTT1, where he would just pick Lucian and play constantly in your face. But I didn't stop with Lucian. Every single champion he played was like his Lucian. So I love the way Fontic is so aggressive on any AD carry he plays.
Yeah, and the NIP 7-2 right now as well. They're working with that aggression as such, but they are coming up against a high-flying AL who are looking pretty damn good themselves. The best start for this, kind of season, or in a season for this organization. And honestly, it just feels like this is a team that is going to be so well to personally push back, push those boundaries. 6-3, maybe joining FBX at the top there with 7-3, who knows? And maybe dragging down NIP as well. This is technically what we would call in a football term a 6-point game.
Absolutely, because you win here, you literally tie with NIP, so you've technically beaten an opponent that's above you and around you, which gives you extra points, especially when you're one up on them in the series. But in terms of AL and the narrative behind them, I feel like they're a very creative team. Okay, hear me out. I know they've played a lot of Senatam Ken's bot lane, but hear me out. They've also brought out Zeri Lulu, they've also brought out Ziggs, they've also brought out Ezreal. They played a really fantastic composition where they had Graves and Lucian in the exact same draft with double shielding and healing from Milio and Orianna, and this should have never worked, but they did actually make it work by having an order towards the top side of the map. So being creative, being able to actually execute on the more non-traditional and the non-front to back compositions really works. We saw it with FPX. AL have made it come to fruition as well.
Absolutely, and I do believe we have some team stats as well that we can have a quick look at as well. So, I mean, for these two teams, it has really been, as you said, kind of like, the bot lane for NIP, but all around for AL, they have been pushing themselves so hard. They actually have a positive win rate on blue and on red, which is kind of awesome to see. 50% and 60% equally, but they are willing to kind of be a little bit more creative, be kind of, pushing for things. The Ziggs, the Zeri, as you mentioned, the Ezreal, that's kind of been seeing it's a little bit of play as well, but they aren't afraid to go standard when they need to either.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of like their past, right, they took over from Rogue Warriors, and I feel like as Rogue Warriors, they weren't doing that great the second they changed into Anyone's Legend. I think this is the best probably the Orc has looked in a very long while,
since
and the players are showing up for themselves as well. Absolutely. He does have a thing of like winning with teams now.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but I mean, like, for AL as well, like, they obviously were Rogue Warriors, as you mentioned. They haven't had a huge amount of success. They've always kind of been one of our bottom teams, but now 6-3, they have an opportunity, and that is all you need to give people in the LPL in order to make this work. But they have got a pretty tough task, if I do say so myself, against NIP, the high-flying NIP, up in the top of the standings, 7-2 for the moment. And NIP, we've had this conversation within the casting ranks a little bit. We don't know if they're frauds or not, because this is a team that, yes, they're 7-2, but we don't really think we know exactly how they're going to play. Because if you actually look at the games they've played, it's like, okay, yes, they beat IG. That's a very good game to win in terms of playoffs. But then lost to JDG, lost to WE, beat OMG. But then the only other ones they've kind of beaten are Ultra Prime, EDG, LNG, LGD. Like, they're not really the top half of the table. So for me, this is a great opportunity for NIP to say, no, we are definitively a top 4 team, and we're going to prove it by knocking everybody else below us out.
Absolutely, and especially with Rookie in the team, you're also making a statement by having such a fantastic mid laner over in the team. 7-2 is not a small feat. Losing to JDG is not extremely shameful.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
Exactly. Losing to JDG is not very shameful. But absolutely, I will agree with you. Starting to rank up the W's right here, making sure that you reach towards the top of the standing, solidifying yourself as a top 2, top 3 team into the LPL is going to make NiP a little bit more known within the LPL and worldwide as well, because again, we don't necessarily know where to rank them because they beat every team below them. But these teams they have beat are extremely shaky, so we can't necessarily tell where NIP actually ranks within them.
Absolutely, and for anyone's legend, this is all about continuing the good momentum, continuing the good form that you've been showing so far this split, and pushing for this advantage that you've built yourself. They do have to try and hit the ground running, in my opinion. They need to make sure that they do not allow NIP to control the pace of the game. If we look at how NIP have been winning series so far this split, it's been slow, methodical, not really going for crazy plays, more for going the highest percentage, very LCK-like, if you will. But they have been able to kind of, you know, maybe move into a bit of a new meta. Maybe NIP are just waiting for something to kind of pop up for them right now to kind of explode them onto the rift and to prove the doubters wrong, if you will.
Absolutely. And what a way would be to do it other than 2-0 win. Yet another series for NIP. I feel like a lot of the times their over-aggression in terms of, hey, we're playing it slow, but now we're going to fight, and the decision-making through the mid-game specifically, something that sometimes bites them. I feel like NIP are not necessarily all on the same page the entire time, and I feel like I'm looking especially at Rookie and Aki. Rookie is somebody who is one of the most stable mid laners you could ever ask for. He's Orianna legendary. His mage is legendary. Like, this guy is incredible to have in the mid lane. But Aki loves to play in your face. He's extremely aggressive, and a lot of the times this mid-jungle duo synergy has not necessarily worked in their favor.
No, really, it's a work in progress. Of course, they did have 9 series so far.
Absolutely.
To make that work in progress work for them and to make it kind of a cohesive unit. But now I talk about it more than anybody, to be perfectly honest, but it is the business end of the season. You have to start winning series. You need to make sure you're solidifying yourself. And the great thing about the LPL is, because of the way our playoffs work into a single elimination gauntlet, then into a double elimination, placement is so important. And we've seen it so many times where a team gets maybe one round too many and they can't make it up to the double elimination part. So for NIP, you've done some decent work. Now it's time to solidify it. Now it's time to make sure that you're getting yourself as high in the table as you possibly can.
That is the case for both of these teams, actually been so close in the standings again. NIP 7-2, AL 6-3. As AL beat NIP right here, they do tie with NIP, and they have a victory over them as well. Now, of course, looking towards the draft, I'm very interested to see how 14.4 is going to pan out, because again, the LPL went from 14.2, which was a pretty well-read throughout patch, and 14.4 looks a little bit different in terms of the front-to-backness has remained for a few teams that do like to play a more slow-paced game, like we saw with Weibo in the previous series, but also the more chaotic drafts where you get to bring new AD carries into the mix, where you have double AD carries down the bot lane, where all the Kindreds and the Graves coming back into the meta. Is going to be extremely interesting to see where they get prioritized between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the priority is. I would expect to see kind of more of the same from NIP. We don't really need them to kind of change up their formula. We don't really expect them to change up their formula. For AL though, I want to see them go for something a little bit crazy. I want to see them maybe try and throw a curveball up in that top line, put Shanji under pressure to make sure they're getting as much as they possibly can out of this game. But I mean, again, you look at the names available to NIP right now. This should be a championship contesting roster. This is a team that has been brought together. They brought in Shanji and Aki from the 2023 OMG roster that was so good. Like the energy from that roster in 2023 was insane. Obviously, they have been scattered to the 4 wins a little bit in 2024, but still keeping some of that vibe. And you feel like it should be just upgrades all around, but I still need to see a little bit more from NIP before I start fully believing that they are one of our top 4 teams.
Absolutely. You know, it takes a little bit of time to just get to gel together as a team. Of course, getting victories is the easiest way to gel together when the losses start coming in. There's a lot of disputes happening between players. But I want to hit on the fact that Sanji has probably solidified himself into the top laners of the league and of the region as a whole. I feel like there is a whole meme with like K'Sante being his thing because he loves K'Sante. He's really freaking good at K'Sante. But there's so many other picks that this guy has held in his hands that have made him shine so much in this particular year in the LPL. And I can't wait to see what he brings to the table right now, especially since K'Sante has taken a hit.
We'll see. We will be jumping into picks and bans almost immediately from that sign. We'll see where they want to go. AL on the blue, NIP on the red, and already we're starting to see some heavy mid lane presence right now. Both teams saying, all right, we don't need to give Shanks and Rookie the big heavy hitters, and we'll see what they end up prioritize after. But Hui, Talia, the Karma, wouldn't be surprised to see the Senna banned by NIP as well, just to make sure that Hope does not get his hands on that.
I leave so many 80 carries open though. Like everything that we've seen banned, the Lucians, the Kallistas, the Varuses. 4 mid lane. Are we gonna have anything? If they ban Nico right here, we're gonna have to start digging deep into champion pools. The Kallista is gonna be the ban from the side of AL. And does NIP actually take away the Senna, which is another contender for B1s for a lot of teams on blue side?
What they want to go for, so much has been left open now. We've a plethora of options available for both junglers and mid laners. Or excuse me, not mid laners, 80 carries. But now the Senna band away and the Callista. Maybe AL just say, cool, we want to have our chance with the Smolder. We want to see where we can go for it. But because of all those mid lane bans, they say, no, we would much prefer the Udyr. Udyr still exceptionally strong on 14.4. We saw in our last series was double banned in both of the games for the side of FPX. And now AL will get to show us why.
Now, I want Sanji to go really hard on that one. There are picks as the Darius, the Olaf, DFs and everything like this that can actually go up against the Udyr. We've seen Ignites being run by Udyr. I think it was over in the LCK where the Darius counter pick was picked into the Udyr and then Udyr runs Ignite and runs down the Darius completely. So I would love to see a matchup where Sanji gets to shine up in the top lane versus the Udyr, because usually when Udyr gets either ahead or even from laning phase, it's so difficult to deal with as a champion.
Well, the Varus Nautilus locked in here, which is going to be immediately answered, as you mentioned, by the Lucian Milios. So NIP, they could go for a top laner here, they could go for a mid laner or a jungler and just kind of force those out in terms of the mid. I actually would love to see Rookie pick up a mid laner, maybe even the Orianna. Not as strong as it used to be, but this time around, it looks like they're going to go back towards the Kasanji.
No!
Get themselves the Kasanji up there. For anyone who does not know, Shanji, before he made his name on the Kasante, he was, in fact, the Rumble 1 trick of our league. But, I mean, still an exceptionally powerful pick in the right hands.
I propped him up, you know, I wanted the counter matchup. I wanted the Rumble top lane with Ignite, Scourge, and Comet to go up against the Udyr. Because Sanji's like, you know what? I'm gonna fall back to comfort. It's a very even handshake matchup up in the top lane. You get to be that front line for your team later on. And actually, Foti can go towards more of an on-hit build onto his Varus. Now, the problem is mid lane pool is gonna get trimmed even further. The Nico that we talked about earlier is no longer in contention. The Tristana has been taken away. Things like the Orianna will most likely get taken away from Rookie. One thing that still exists is the Akali that has not been touched. Akali has a pretty good time versus teams that have no point and click CC, and so far for AL, that Lucian Milio looks pretty juicy.
Yeah, looking pretty good. The Vi, the Nico, all these kind of hard engages taken away. The Tristana is an interesting one for me, just because you know that it is something that Shanks can take, but it does also kind of say to me that NIP want to go for something a little bit, maybe a little bit more passive in that mid lane. The Twist of Fate being hovered here, but I don't expect to see Rookie locking in his champion until the last one. You might as well see what the rest of the AL team is before you really have to lock in that solo lane.
And I love a little bit the hover. Thank God it actually got locked in. I want a little bit more proactivity in terms of a jungler right here, because you do have that Nautilus. It can provide you so much pressure on the map together, paired up with a Lee Sin in the early game. Orianna did make it through that laning phase, and it could very well be something like an Orianna Nocturne. Nocturne has seen a lot of ascending priority due to the fact that his main item, which is a Strikebreaker, builds off of Tiamat. It's not going to be the case. It's a Sinza, Orianna, straight front to back with Mage, 80 carry, and a bunch of tanks in the front line.
They know what they want. They want to have themselves a very kind of cohesive front to back on the side of AL. That's very obvious what they want to go for. You annoy people with the Udyr, you dive in the back line with the Boreana ball. But LeBlanc for Rookie, one of his signature champions. He has been still privy to the AD LeBlanc, even in most recent patches. We'll see if that continues here on 14.4. But I mean, if you were to describe 2 standard team comps to me, this is what I would imagine you would come up with.
Absolutely, but I do love NIPs a little bit more because there is proactivity through the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc. And as far as time goes, Orianna into LeBlanc is as classic as Azir into Corki. Like, these matchups are matchups that we've seen so much throughout the history of League of Legends. And I am actually very interested in what you said, because recently we've seen mid laners pivot more towards that AP LeBlanc. And you do have AD damage profiles coming through the Varus, which I'm assuming is going to be on hit, and coming through the Lee Sin. That Rookie might actually go towards an AP route this time.
Otherwise, it'd be very hard to kind of see Super Shank sign coming in here from the fans in Shenzhen. As the LPL starts to really kind of move into it. We are getting into the point where we have, I believe, 3 more weeks after this, 3 more full weeks. We go to, we're in week 5, we got week 6, week 7, week 8, and then we got half a week left before we hit into playoffs. And that is wild to me. That is a wild, wild time to see that we will be coming to the end of March in 3 weeks' time. And the season's over. There's nothing else to be said. So you got to make your mark. You got to push as far as you possibly can in these games. They mean more than you could ever imagine. As we jump onto the Rift for game number 1 of our second series of the day, NIP versus AL. We'll see who will be coming out on top. Will NIP be confirming themselves as a top 4 team, or will AL be muddying the water and dragging them into that battle for a top 6? Here's some Gyos. There's some...
Yeah, I was looking out for them, yeah. I was like, I'm not going to speak. I want to hear them scream, yeah.
I will say, Shanghai is usually the best place for them. That's because it's where the most fans are. As we have a quick look at Rookie on LeBlanc, wondering what he's going to go. He's actually gone with the first strike on as terms of a Ruin, so see if that actually means anything as later on in the game. He should get some pretty decent damage off later on in the game, or even just straight up good trades into the Orianna. But for now, again, most of the time, as most of these things, I don't expect us to see much shenaniganery in the first few minutes of this game. It's just kind of how the meta has gone. It's not really worth it anymore.
Oh, look at that. Harry could be baiting a potential ward right there. Rookie did see the order walking up very late into the topside jungle, but you don't know exactly where the ward has been placed. You don't know if it's into the bush. You don't know if it's straight up towards the chickens. You don't know if it's in the red buff. So I feel like for Aki right here, it's going to be a little bit difficult to figure out where he's seen and where he's not. He's going to go wolf straight into that red buff and potentially end up straight towards that bot side of the map again.
And the Udyr, ladies and gentlemen, you know how prolifically strong he is and has been for the last while. So we'll just wait to see where they want to go. Aki just going to go for a full clear. Knows that he's caught on vision at some place and some time. So just not really bothered by the fact that he's just going to end up kind of, not taking buff. They will see, however, that he has not got his blue buff just yet. So they'll know that they're, the information about what camps he has done is going to be roughly the same. And, they can assume it's either the Gromp or the Wolves. Probably the Wolves, given its release in.
And right now, Xin Zhao is having a walk in the park. Top lane prio, mid lane prio, bot lane prio. He's the king of the map. If he chooses to invade right here, he might as well do so. With the intel that he got from the ward that Harry plays on the top side of the map, they spotted Aki on the red buff. That means with double prio towards the bot side of my goodness. With bot lane prio towards the bot side of the map, mid and bot, your jungle is gone, Aki. You can literally just stick around and take that blue buff. You can take the Grom potentially as well. He's not going to be greedy. He's going to steal the major buff away. And he's going to wrap around. Aki potentially looking mid lane, but Croco has sniffed that one out.
He has sniffed it out. They are going to be able to get the Rookie clone out. A fair bit of damage were kind of returned back. Shanks will sidestep the Sonic Wave, but those little moments there, good call here from Croco to kind of say, okay, I have a feeling this mid lane is going to be a point of contention, as we do get a hook of the bot side. It's going to force a flash, and ooh,
wait,
in the top lane,
no.
It's a 1v1, and Udyr gets out scot-free. While that was in the bot side, it's another kill going over to the side of AL. They will trade it back. Hope will drop down to Photic, but now Aki and Rookie are looking for something to flash away, but immediately going back in to make sure he gets the kill off. And Photic, though, is still so big. He's just got a little bit more damage, and just about gets the kill back. Rookie with double buffs should be able to chase down the Milio. and get this kill as
No
well.
flash.
So it'll end up being a 4-for-4 triple kill for Rookies LeBlanc. And this game has been blown wide open.
Oh, that's gonna look really rough when Shanks walks back into mid lane with no TP, with no flash into Rookie's triple kill LeBlanc. We're gonna start with the replay from the top side of the map. Harry just runs down Sanji. He's one level up. He'll poke the ghost. Sanji has no business walking up, even under his tower at this point. Again, we see how the nerfs on the Cassante have actually impacted a lot this matchup as well, because it used to be a pretty Udyr favor, but it was mostly like a handshake between the Udyr and the Cassante sort of farming towards the top side of the map. Zhor here will get a pretty good Q onto Kao. The knockback, of course, coming right after. And as you can see, Hope puts down so much damage with the burn from the Milio onto the Nautilus, but he overextends for that Nautilus skill, and Photic ends up clearing out that bot lane. Now, Aki surviving here is very crucial because it gives time to Photic to put down these auto attacks while they are actually focusing that Lee Sin. Then Shanks ends up falling. Rookie staying alive with the red buff perma, slowing Kayle onto that Milio. No flash from the earlier interaction and skirmish as well. Rookie ends up banking an entire lost chapter.
And this is what I expected to see from the LPL today, as we see Shanks going to end up getting jumped on here. Will not get hit by the chain, so should just be fine. Nice fancy feet there from Shanks, but this is the kind of aggression that I was expecting to hopefully introduce you to as you come in here today. But this is the style that I love seeing in AL. They're not afraid of it. I love the fact that NIP are kind of bringing it to it. We talked about it a little bit earlier, like, you know, a lot of their solo laners are very happy to kind of take things as they come. They don't need to be super aggressive. They don't need to be kind of, you know, super crazy, but I mean, they're being forced into it, but NIP, they're stepping to it. They're no problem with it.
Absolutely, and especially the mid-jungle duo, right? Rookie walked down with Aki. They played more aggressive, ended up in a triple kill for Rookie. Now his LeBlanc is absolutely unbeatable, level 6. He's actually bullying Shanks out of his lane, needs his jungler right there to help him push down that wave towards LeBlanc, and I think Rookie's gonna try to look potentially and stop this speed from Orianna, but luckily for Shanks, he's walked way too far underneath his tower. Look, Rookie's praying. If you look on your minimap right there, he was looking to see where Shanks had pressed his B button in case he could actually stop him and interrupt that. But again, Aki and Rookie was the duo that we had a lot of questions about. Aki, way too aggressive. He likes to play in your face. He likes to make this proactive early game moves. And Rookie, let's farm. Let's pray for later on. We love our items on our mages, but right now it's a completely different story, and I'm loving this phase for NIP.
Absolutely, loving the pace, loving the ideas they're coming up with right now. They do know they've been spotted out on this dragon, so I don't know if they're going to be able to take that one just yet. We did see the grubs being picked up by AL, so they're happy to contest this one right now. No level 6 for the junglers just yet, but now Harry knows Shanji is all on his lonesome. He will not have support from his jungler as he just got spotted out on that dragon pit, so this is getting aggressive. It's getting hard now for the NIP top laner, because Shanji will still be a threat till their carries, but the Udyr is just so strong. It's becoming so difficult for him to really kind of go for it, but now Aki should be able to get that with the priority bot and the priority mid. This should be dragon over to NIP.
Absolutely. Resets coming in from Croco and Kyle means that Aki gets to walk down that bot lane. Harry, though, Harry is going to be a problem later on. He's going to be a side lane nuisance that no one can stop. You're gonna have to bring multiple people to try and stop that Udyr on a side lane, because unlike the previous series that we have seen, there isn't Xin Zhao on the side of AL that can play frontline for them. Photic has to press his ghost right there to try and get away from the culling. But yeah, for AL, they don't need Udyr in these fights. They can allow Udyr to be a complete nuisance in a side lane and use Xin Zhao as a main frontline to play these skirmishes through the jungle. So coming back to the whole draft, this is why I was a little bit sad that I didn't see Shanji on an actual counterpick, because it feels like he's just waiting for the inevitable to happen to his tower.
And Croco just able to kind of roam around the map. I will say for NIP, still good. They got the first dragon down. That's a Hex dragon for them.
Oh,
so
no.
having the extra little bit of damage, but yeah, I mean,
disaster.
Croco, yeah, he has full priority topside. This is just kind of par for the course. Cool, we might not get the tower, but we'll take everything else. And that's going to delay this Aki kind of carry, if you will, from Lee Sin very significantly. And Croco's kind of burning ahead of him in terms of the CS as well. Like, this is becoming a problem.
Coco has been playing beautifully throughout the entire game in terms of following the priority from his lanes. Earlier on, it was the Lucian Milio that allowed him to enter the bot side of the map and steal the blue buff away. Now he is looking for Rookie. Rookie has a massive shutdown on him. So if you manage to cash that in on a Zinza who's already ahead, or even the Orianna to try and get Shanks going, that would be huge. Sure, though, he's already roaming towards the top side of the map. 1 minute for grabs to spawn, and usually this is a time where you do see supports leaving that bot side of the map to try and assist the jungler in taking that.
Hey, but look at the minimap there. You can see Hope already roaming up way ahead of the terms of the priority right now. Shanks will have a honey fruit to keep himself nice and topped up. Zhou goes in. I don't know if I agree with that one there, my friend. And now he's lost his flash. You have to give this up. 6 grubs going over to AL, confirmed.
I mean, you mentioned it, right? You see Hope in the mid lane wave. You have vision that the AD carry of the opponent team has actually roamed. So this is technically 5 versus 4. Sure takes the Q there, a little bit too over-aggressive. I mean, sure, Shanks doesn't have much mana. You see him on half HP. Maybe you can bear him down. You've got Rook in a 3-all LeBlanc with a Lost Chapter and another Amplifying Tome. That's not how it works. You get that kill onto the Orianna, you potentially lose your shutdown on LeBlanc. And with that, the pressure that you have accumulated in the early game.
And again, you know, it kind of, I hope we get at some point a total gold for all the players, because yes, Rookie has 3 kills, but it's still 1,000 gold lead for AL. You're still looking at a Lost Chapter being picked up and Sork Shoes for Shanks. Now, Rookie did go back, picks up the Gunblade, but this is still a very, you know, okay matchup for Shanks. He can still survive in this fairly decently, and the rest of the map is where I have a problem right now for the side of NIP. You've got a Stormrazor finished up for a Hope. You're looking at Harry, who's building up towards that first Frozen Heart item, so this is becoming an issue for those mid-game fights, potentially in 2 minutes around this dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. This Udyr is going to be an absolute nuisance. Also, you've got TP advantage on your Udyr right here, and he's constantly pressuring waves. Something that could very well happen towards the tops of the map is Harry pushing in that wave and then actually walking towards the bottom and then TPing back top after the fight is done. And then you've got numbers advantage. While Sanji, being a prisoner underneath his tower, means that he needs to wait for the wave first, clear out the wave, and then walk without teleport. So he's always going to be behind in tempo. He's always going to be behind onto that Udyr. And NIP will have to try and find a way to keep that Udyr isolated towards the top side of the map to try and fight that 4 versus 4.
Well, we started off with 8 kills in 5 minutes, but unfortunately, hasn't really happened since then. We've nearly had 8 minutes without any kills. As you can see now that Croco just keeping himself on the spot side, make sure that wave can crash, maybe give over a plate or 2. But again, with level 6s available for both Photic and Zhou, this is not an ideal situation to be in. Harry now just taking so much priority in the top side. I mean, even a 2v1, I still rate the Udyr. He's got so much armor that this Lee Sin and Cassante is not going to be able to do anything.
Absolutely. Aki's level 7 Lee Sin into a level 10 Udyr. He will absolutely run you down. He was lucky to actually have taken his Krugs before Udyr managed to get there, because Udyr has been salvaging everything in Aki's topside jungle. He invades, gives his jungler red buff, he invades, gives his jungler chickens, he goes to the Krugs, he proxies the wave. Sanji needs to find a way to sort of unshackle himself from this situation that he was put in through the draft, but I feel like this Udyr is going to be a problem later on, and we keep talking about this because whether Harry joins the team fights or stays as a side lane nuisance, they're both very problematic for NIP, and yes, Rookie's LeBlanc is very, very strong, but my question here is, who kills the Udyr?
Yeah, it literally is who kills the Udyr right now. Already got a Negatron Cloak alongside that Frozen Heart. Dragon going to be gifted over to AL. NIP do not want to contest that right now. A TP from Rookie back into the mid lane with the Sork Shoes. Just keep him very much ahead of the curve. Aki recognizing, yeah, look, we lose this little bit of priority. It's fine. I'm going to take this as an opportunity to try and steal back some of the camps that were stolen from me and maybe get back into a little bit of a stronger position. He's actually got a clips onto the Lee Sin as well. So full lethality at the moment in terms of the damage output available for the side of NIP. They are really starting to try and just kind of get this damage down. I like what they're doing, though, in NIP. Good rotation, good clear decision-making to say, look, we can't contest this dragon. Let's put Photic up top side. Let's make sure he's getting the resources that he needs to make sure that, you know, later in the game, this Rookie kind of lead isn't for naught.
It's one that, and two, take that order away from the Rift Herald. Like, we need to get something in terms of objectives. They've already managed to get themselves one dragon with that Varus priority through the bot lane. Now putting that Varus towards the mid side of the map. You're making sure you have that perma push in the mid lane. Put LeBlanc onto the top side as well. This is some pretty good rotations coming in from NIP, sorry. And I love how you notice that Lee Sin went towards the Eclipse. I love that, because Rookie and Aki have one target and one target only, and that's one-shotting one of the two carries. I feel like they're playing to one of their Hope or Shanks, and I think they'll deal with the consequences of having to deal with Udyr later on.
Rift Herald has been started here. It's on the very edge of its leash territory, but AL not in a perfect position to go for this. TP on the backside. This could be a huge flank right now. They're going to jump onto Croco, who has to use his ultimate to try and stay alive. The Crescent Guard is good. Aki trying to jump in on top of what shows the first one to fall down. These supports were the targets. They do get the jungler off this as well. You can see Shanji now going all out right in on top of the Camillio, but he's not dead just yet. And now he's caught between enemy lines, not really able to go for this one, and he will fall down. They will gain the Rift Herald for NIP, but they lose the fight 2-1.
All right, I'm reading the red button, which is I have a complaint to make. This is my red button. I have a complaint to make. So many times in the LPL, it feels like a lot of the winning top laners just do not TP just in time to milk that advantage that's happening. Harry not only TPs really late into this fight, but super far away from it, so he doesn't even get to be a factor when he's so strong right now on the order. You see the start of the fight right here goes perfectly fine for NIP. They grab onto the Zinza, but once they overextend, that Nautilus melted through Shockwave and Culling that came in from the Lucian Orianna combo, and then Cassante overextends, but haha, this is 14.4 Cassante. You don't get to play these 1v3s and 1v4s as easily anymore. Ends up going down later on onto to the Lucian. But again, Harry did not play a part at all in this fight, and NIP, sure, they do end up taking the objective, but they do lose the fight, and it makes you wonder, when Harry does get to join from the very get-go, what does NIP get to do?
Well, NIP, if it's Rift Herald now, let's see what they can do with that particular advantage for them. They still have to look around the map. Where could they really push it down? They haven't really got many low turrets, to be perfectly honest, so it would be kind of a half charge into something else. 2 minutes to the next dragon spawns. It is a Chem Soul. Aki looking at Hope right now, who should just be fine to walk away from this. Croco finding now that he is the target. Crescent Guard is still going to be able to keep him alive for a little bit, but for now he's still tanking up quite a lot. Actually did quite a huge amount of kind of wasting time here as Shelly does get brought in now towards this mid lane. Harry is around, so don't think they're going to be able to get this turret on this push just yet, and it's all getting a bit scrappy right now, Trouble. It's feeling like no one's really fully committing and everyone's just able to get it, you know, small little increments of damage.
And that's all NIP can do right now, because remember how we mentioned in the early game, Harry can be a side lane nuisance, but you have Zinzao to tank your front line, and that's exactly what he did. They dumped everything onto this Zinzao, and all they could take was 50% of his HP bar right there. So that's a pretty tanky Zinzao that can stay with the rest of the team while you have Udyr pressuring the side lane. And for AO, that's all you really need to ask for. You saw how it went there. That was a 3-0 LeBlanc with a Ludens, with half of the Void stuff already completed, and you couldn't just bring that Zinzao down. So it is going to be a little bit problematic. Now, of course, you're going to be tickling this Udyr, who's going for a second item, specially itemized for that LeBlanc with a ton of MR, and Harry is going to be very, very difficult to actually kill the second he joins team fights.
Oh yeah, almost impossible in this mid game to kill him off unless you're able to isolate him away, but we'll see. They're going to attempt it. They're going to look to try and do it. They're bringing down four people to try and take him out right now. They'll go in the Phoenix stance to clear off this wave just a little bit. Rookie takes a bit of damage, but yeah, like I think they recognized afterwards that was such a risk. Take the tower, walk away. You don't need to go for anything else after the fact while there was resets coming in here for AL. But with Dragon now on the Rift, we can see that Hope pushing in that mid lane, getting a fair bit of damage himself. Remember, they have all 6 Void Grubs, so a couple of seconds of free time for an AD carry on a turret would be disastrous for NIP. As now we start to look for a fight potentially around this Chem Dragon.
Yeah, NIP was pinging on the map. They saw Shanks towards the top side of the map. They know Shanks doesn't have TP, so it's going to take him a pretty good chunk of time to get towards that bot side river. However, AL are pretty good at buying time. You mentioned Hope pushed in that mid lane, which means somebody has to reply to that. Harry pushed in that mid lane yet again. Someone has to stay and reply to that wave and push it right back. AL on a front to back. They are the strongest team right now. Rookie and Aki rely on heavily playmaking this fight to try and win it. Hope, Shanks are their targets.
Here we go. Shanks trying to play bouncer to Shanji right now. Rookie over the wall. Doesn't really get a huge amount of damage. Dragon secured by NIP. Now the fight afterwards. Good hook there on the Croco, but he's got the Crescent Guard. He goes all out after Shanji brings him in, but Shanji goes down after the back. Rookie now is getting jumped on, and they're trying to kill him off before anything else. They pick right. They do not get caught out by the dupe. And now everyone from NIP is falling apart. The rest of the bot lane can get out, but you've lost 3 kills. You're going to lose mid tower. You're going to lose top tower. You're going to lose control over this Baron pit as well. It's too early for them to take it, but great fight from AL.
I love the tempo TP from Shanks as well. You mentioned it, they have 6 void grabs after winning the fight. Instant TP towards the top side of the map. Take that tower as well. Absolutely demolishing NIP in this early game. 4,000 gold in the lead right now for AL. Taking the mid lane tower too, knowing all the resets came in for NIP and that half of their members are dead. Such good stuff from AL, and again, if you look at this fight, Shanks is looking to take that Banshee off of the arena to potentially make a play, but Order just presses W and walks forward. Is impossible to deal with. Varus tries to not look at him and hit on the Orianna, but you cannot not look at him when Order is literally in your face. Rook is trying to kill Xin Zhao on the other side. We said how tanky Xin Zhao is, and it's just, this frontline is impenetrable for the side of AL. If Rookie and Aki do not find themselves a way to get into that backline, it's virtually impossible to win these fights. And Shanks now having Banshee is very difficult to find a kick onto him. Rookie has to go very deep to try and break that Banshee, and it kind of breaks this synergy that we talked about early on with the LeBlanc and Lee Sin.
And we talked about it as well. Like, yes, you had a 3-0 rookie LeBlanc, but now Shanks is 2 items. Shanks is in item parity with the LeBlanc, and this is just not going to mean that much of a difference for the side of NIP. Their advantage is gone. They're now 4,000 gold down in this game as we hit the 21-minute mark. Aki kind of picking up plates or picking up camps that he can, looking to try and be a bit of a nuisance, and knows that he has to kind of move away from the side where the rest of AL are, just because they're just stronger right now. That's just the fact of the matter.
I'm actually loving the way that AL are playing the map all together from the very beginning. Croco has had a fantastic read on when to play on the map, and Aki now needs to run because Harry's in his face, has to flash away, but he'll catch up.
He had the blast cone.
What a scary champion.
He's a very scary champion. But again, those small moments, Aki stayed around to take the red buff. He loses his flash. He's not going to have that for that next dragon. He's not going to have that for potential Baron contest either. So these little small mistakes are why we had question marks about NIP. These are the moments in games where we see them go, yes, they're 7-2, but it doesn't feel like a team that is going to be contesting for the championship. Whereas AL, we're not saying they're a championship contesting team, but right now they're pushing themselves as a potential top 6 team. They're looking to try and make sure that they dodge the first round of playoffs for the first time ever in this organization's rebrand history.
Lowland doing this with extra style right here. Macro impeccable. Their movements on the map, their team fights have been looking crispy clean.
OTP.
Now Aki and Zhu are looking.
They're looking. Croco does have the Crescent Guard though, and they have a TP coming in as well. That's Harry, a very scary man-bear pig, moving in now and trying to burn down onto the Cassante. They'll get a decent amount of damage. Photic taking a 1v1 against Hope, and Hope has to get out of there as quick as he possibly can. The Baron jumping in for a little bit of extra movement. There's a kickback by Aki. He loses his ult, he loses his flash, he loses everything. And now NIP, they have to contest this Baron with a key summoners and ults down.
Okay, if there's one champion that can actually steal a Baron, this champion is Lee Sin. But AL do have the tools to kick him out. If Kale is on point with his kick, he can actually stop Lee Sin from getting into this pit. The problem is that Lee Sin has many ways of getting into this pit. The plant is right there. Oh my god, Rookie!
He finds one, but he's only got that. He's got to wait for the cooldowns to come back off of this one now. And now you can see AL, they're unsure. They don't want to flip it. They don't want to finish it just yet. But now NIP could say, hey, thanks for the leash. We're going back in for this. Croco trying to see if he can stay around this. this one to make sure he doesn't fall victim to any kind of CC. 3,000 HP onto the Baron. They're going to go in. The flip isn't quite there just yet. They're looking for about 2,000 HP. K'Sante takes out the Xin Zhao and will take out his life for that, but that was a sacrifice you willingly take. And that was NIP just perfectly delaying that fight. Now they come away with the Baron.
NIP off of the back of Rookie, finding another play right here. Started 3-0 on this LeBlanc, and he's used it to take down Hope as well. Almost has to flash away, and with the help of Shanks rather than the shields, barely gets out with his life. These are the plays that we need to see from Rookie, getting so fed on that LeBlanc to save the game from NIP, and these are the playmaking capabilities of the roster and why they have been winning so far. He sees Scale, thumbs up straight into that gray screen for Rookie, and even though Harry jumps into the other side, he takes the blast gun to try and secure the fact that Lee Sin cannot jump through the plant. But then Rookie plays such great bail here for NIP, stops anyone from walking up. Hope is so low HP that he cannot walk too close to the pit, because Rookie is around Sanji with a fantastic bail onto the Udyr, actually, not the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I thought it was the Xin Zhao.
That was very close. That was very close.
That was a moment
I was
there.
like, wow, he actually took the Xin Zhao away. Oh, he didn't.
No, he took Harry out, which was a bit of a weird one. Definitely not the target he wanted. But look, all's well that ends well. And now NIP start to crawl back this gold lead. Only about 500 gold down. They give up that dragon, but they gain themselves a tier 1 in top side and in mid. So this game is way away, well a ways from being over. And AL, they had a moment or two there. They just got a little bit too excited. They need to just calm down, take a breath, look to regroup and reform themselves around this Lucian. 3 items here for Hope, and that is exactly what you want to be seeing your gold and your items. He is the big damage carry now coming into these late game fights.
Absolutely. They got a little bit too comfortable, if you will, on the fact that they did have the lead, but then they turned nameplates on and they were like, it's Rookie. Okay, nameplates back on. We take a step back and we play that front to back we have been playing the entire fight. We don't overextend. We do not take fights we don't need to, because mind you, this was a Baron started by AL. It is very dangerous to start a Baron when you have things like LeBlanc and Lee Sin still alive in the game. Rookie finds the angle. One of your members die. You could end up losing that objective, which actually happened. And that doesn't necessarily mean that NIP get to win just off of the back of one Baron buff, but it slows down the game massively for AL, and they were in such good tempo, pretty much dictating the entire pace of the game, pulling NIP on the sides. But right now with the Baron buff, NIP are the ones that get to dictate how the side lanes get pushed.
Baron will find itself going off. 2 towers are all you've got for NIP, but that's all they needed to kind of tie up the game. Black Cleaver gets finished up for Croco, so he's at a 2-item spike. You do have decent damage on both sides to really make this one work. Aki looking to be an instance to try and maybe get that scuttle, but not to be this time around. No objective for at least 3 minutes.
Very importantly, I see a purple hat in Rookie's inventory. This LeBlanc is going to hurt. I feel like Hope and Cal are going to be 2 of his targets, definitely. That R is going to definitely hurt from the side of Rookie. And you need to be extremely wary of his positioning the entire time. And you see how Aki and Zhu are always shadowing him towards a side lane. Being able maybe to pick up Shanks on the side lane or take his flash could be huge. Again, the whole kick plus LeBlanc, Lee Sin LeBlanc combo could be huge in this team fight. Rookie, oh my god.
Whoa, Croco! He wanted all of that heat. He wanted all the smoke whatsoever. And now Harry can kind of say, cool, I know where everybody is. I can be a bit more of a nuisance into you now, K'Sante. And they are just going to try and play some wet noodle fights. But yeah, Udyr wins those wet noodle fights, unfortunately. He's like your older brother. Just hits you that little bit harder, even though it's not really hurting you. But it does feel a little bit more frustrating. But yeah, that's the kick down for Aki. But he has enough ability haste to make sure that he's going to be fine for that. Ooh, Croco. No real magic resistance, and that death cap is doing some serious work.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a little bit of mercs, but this is a little fraudulent in terms of magic resistance. It's not like real magic resistance.
It's not real magic resistance.
Rookie, it's not real magic. It's pseudo magic resistance. But yeah, Rookie is going to be an actual problem in the side lane, and I'm wondering if AL are going to choose to swap Harry into Rookie on the side lane, because if Rookie chooses to just permanently stay on the side lane and be a nuisance and try to pretty much mirror what Harry is doing on the other side of the map, AL are actually going to have to reply to this, but constantly Rookie has Aki and Shuo behind him to try and catch a potential skirmish around the strongest member, which is the LeBlanc, while Photic takes the entire calling in the face and falls down to 30% HP.
Yeah, we'll have the empowered fruit to get himself.
It's like it didn't happen.
Well, it didn't happen. He's lost his ghost, and I actually think that that's pretty significant as well when you're looking at kind of a potential fight now in 30 seconds time around this Baron, or potentially the Dragon. The Dragon is not really the priority right now. Not only is it a Chem Rift, which unfortunately the Soul is just not that valuable, it's also just no one's really close to a Soul, so you're not really in a position to go for it. But it looks like for the moment, AL are putting all of their focus down into that one. The Baron's like down on the river saying, hey guys, what about me? Anyone wanna go try and contest me? But not for the moment, as AL, they're looking for a fight. Flash burn by Zhuo. And NIP, they're a little bit scattered right now. They're not really retreating. They're not really kind of getting anything else done. But AL, they're feeling confident.
Yeah, Hope gets to actually E forward, knowing there is a LeBlanc around. Shanks is going to take a chunk down, but Harry has found Rookie.
He has found Rookie. Rookie's forced to flash. The shockwave comes down in. The locket being used by Zhou, but he lost his flash. Remember, a good flash by Hope means that he's not kicked back into the enemy team. Double kill for Shanks. AL find themselves a beautiful fight, and now they can turn and burn for the big purple worm.
Again, AL restructure themselves back to front to back. They don't take chances by having Harry on the side lane and TPing in. They need Harry there. They took the whole 5-month squad, and now they're beating down Baron. There is no smite this time on the side of NIP. Rookie is still alive, but can he do it once again?
It's not a fast Baron. There's only about half HP now. Rookie goes in and try and put it down a little bit of damage. You get the Chain of Corruption out as well from Photic. Harry will be taking down this Baron, about 7,000 HP.
Hold on. 2,000
HP, they will get it. They will only lose one top laner for it, but that's a good call from AL to get 2 kills, a Baron. They're actually going to take a tower as well, because they say, hey, NIP, you're going for the Dragon, we'll take some more.
Absolutely, look at them reading the map. Instantly, the second they get an objective, they see what can we get with the objective instantly before we have to reset, before we get punished. It is that top lane tower. They have the 6 grubs. They're keeping that Lucian towards the top side of the map. They know that NIP are going to go for that 3rd Dragon to force a Soul fight in 5 minutes time. Really good stuff right here from AL. You've got your Xin Zhao in the jungle as well, taking whatever you can. I'm loving AL's movement on the map right now.
What is that tower health?
1 HP?
I don't know. I couldn't see it. They didn't click on it. They just kind of hovered over it, didn't click on it, unfortunately. But I would have loved to see what the health is. It has to be like a single digit, surely. That looks like it should be dead. But let's have a look at this fight here, because again, it's Rookie who kind of just goes for a little bit of poke and then gets caught.
I mean, we said Rookie has to look for Shanks. He has to look for Hope. He cannot just look at Harry. And the second he does dive in and he doesn't have his W anymore, Harry gets to run him down. He even takes his flash. We'll see Aki finding the target into the backline, but he just does not have enough damage single-handedly to take anyone out in the game right now. You need Rookie's damage. Rookie was taken out of the fight long ago.
And as much as we've been talking about Rookie, I really do want to try and maybe put a highlight onto Shanks. 4-1-5, nearly got the death cap. Despite Rookie starting 3-0 effectively in this game, like, Shanks is effectively ahead of him on the curve. He'll have that death cap pretty much, you know, the next back he goes for off this reset. So really, really well done here from Shanks. And I'm starting to get the vibe from him of that I think it was 2021 summer Team WE, where he was able to just have so much more priority. As Rookie's doing not a lot now to that Lucian. With all the heals and shields available, they can't really go in for those kind of pokes because he's getting bursted out.
Absolutely, that hurts so much. We see Rookie trying to go in with a W through the wall for the poke, but Hope has so many heals and shields with the Orianna and the Milia constantly on him. Again, I want to give a throwback to SKTT1 Bang playing this type of Lucian with double heals and shields, and Hope
There's no threat.
is bringing it into life in 2024.
There's no threat. Rookie took a chunk, so they can't even defend this right now. Shanji's dealing with Shanks on the bot side. That's an inhibitor broken open here by AL. This is a perfect Baron for them.
And you've got another wave.
you have another wave. You got 30 seconds left in this Baron. They should be able to just take this, to be perfectly honest. Harry is going to play distraction, but like he is not the target. He is not the priority right now, NIP. And now they go in straight away. They're trying to jump in on top of the AD carry. He just about survives. No! Smote it down by Xin Zhao. And now Croco can limp away. He did all his job. He did all his work. And now you can see Aki just trying to stop the wave, because this could be the game.
This could be the game right here. Rookie's gonna stop Shanks from going back to base. Shanks is gonna press B. He's gonna TP straight onto this wave. There's another one coming in. It's a 4 versus 5. Croco is super low.
He's
Rookie might be
super
looking
low,
for him.
but they can't go in just yet. You can see he wants that fight. He wants the smoke, and he just can't kill him off just yet. Rookie playing on the edge of a knife just to defend his base. NIP, they will survive, but they're looking for a little bit more. The TP, that's Rookie coming in, and it's going to be Shanji as well. They're looking to try and corral them away, but look at how condensed AL are playing right now. It's a death ball. Rookie goes in, loses half his HP. They just can't seem to find them. They don't have a kick from Aki. He can't go in. He used it to disengage from Croco. The base is being shredded. You need to defend this. The Varus will reset. And we take a breath, but AL coming in hot into this game. Decisive decision-making makes it so that you have all the advantages now.
You know what? I don't care about any other stat in the game when this game finishes, apart from how much damage has this Udyr absorbed the entire game. Because I'm telling you right now, I think the number will be absolutely mind-blowing. Photic has been putting auto after auto after auto on this Udyr, and he does not feel pain. It is such a strong front to back composition that has been drafted for AL here, that nothing penetrates that front line. And we set that example straight from the draft, that if that Lee Sin LeBlanc do not pop off, if that early game is not proactive enough, it's not gonna work. Well, it was 3-0 on Rookie, but it ended up not mattering. And right now, 5,000 gold in the lead for AL. Without having a particular way for NIP to get back into this game, they have to be defending their base. That is going to be so point, thankfully, for AL, and not so. But your only hope is that somehow you find a kick onto Hope or onto Shanks, and you play a miraculous fight where you don't have to worry about Udyr, but this is fairy tale at this point.
Yeah, and look, like Shanks is now a full item ahead of Rookie. You've got a decent tank in the Cassante, but it's just not going to be good enough. Varus is just 2 items behind now. Sorry, just 1 item behind. But I mean, the Mob of Mortius makes it so much harder now for Rookie to get that poke down onto Hope to make it stick. The Dragon will put AL onto soul points, so 3 dragons apiece. 2 of those chem souls. It does help with the tenacity, I will say. It helps that little bit of extra stacking as such. But like we said earlier, this soul is not the priority. What is the priority is in 30 seconds time, we have a Baron trouble. And that is where this is. AL have not been afraid to go for this objective ever.
Rookie just finishes his Shadow Flame as well. As you mentioned, he's in half an item behind Shanks, but the item that he is behind Shanks is going to prove so valuable for Shanks, actually. He's going to be Seeker's Arm Guard. It is going to be that stopwatch that he potentially needs. Like, it's so difficult to actually try to burn through that Orianna. You have the Banshee, you have the Hourglass. Movement Mortis, as you mentioned, onto Hope. They do not care about Rookie's LeBlanc anymore. They cannot penetrate through the shields and through all that MR that has been built on both of these champions, who are the squishiest members in the team right here. And NIP, unfortunately, are going to have to pick up the pieces in the base. And Anathema's Chains is going to be purchased right here for Sanji to try and hopefully make the difference. But that tower is so low, they can just brute force themselves in.
Yeah, they've lost the Nexus towers now. You don't have a last defense. They can walk freely. This is straight up 5v5. Good poke. Shockwave only lands onto 1. It's only onto Zhuo. They're looking to try and burn down someone. They will get the Lucian. Did not flash. Hope got caught. And so did Shanks. They lose this fight 2-1, but they will not lose anybody else. They haven't killed the jungler just yet. Aki moving forward, knowing that no one's really going to be able to kill him. The damage is just not there. A TP on the backside of this one here. That's Rookie. And it's Shanji pushing forward, looking to collapse in. They can kill off the Milio. They need to make sure they kill Croco. That's the big kill, the big ticket right now. But I mean, you don't have a lot of time here as NIP. You have to make a decision. Oh, Croco. He made a bet, and unfortunately for him, that bet. Oh, Rookie actually missed it, unfortunately. So he's not able to get that damage down just yet. Croco now moving back in, looking to try and be a bit more of a nuisance. They will not kill him off just yet, and I don't think they can go for the Baron, unfortunately.
Croco has to run towards the top side of the map. Unfortunately, Sanji had to push out that wave on the bottom side of the map. There's another wave towards the top side of the map, and
Croco didn't reset.
Croco with a psycho turnaround. He's going towards that Baron.
He's not going to go for it,
Potentially
though.
could be a steal. He's not going to go for it. Okay. I was
Not
like,
gonna go
okay,
for it just yet.
This is the 7-head plays that I need in my life through the LPL, just turning around on 10% HP, trying to steal a Baron when you have zero vision, but it's not going to be the case, and AL overcommit themselves to the play. I feel like Aki right here finds a pretty good avenue to keep Croco away from the fight, and the kick coming in straight onto that Lucian. Shanks also the very middle of NIP. They thought they could end the game right there, but no one was hitting the Nexus.
Yeah, it just feels like Hope just kind of lost positioning on where the Lee Sin was. Kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit. Does mean that Baron goes over to NIP. It does mean they get another influx in gold. And it does mean we continue on in this game. Full items for the AD carries. Full items basically for the mid laners. And this game is hitting up to 40 minutes almost before we find ourselves a winner. AL, they're so close, but all the inhibitors have respawned. They're dealing with Baron now. Croco, he's going to have to go Crescent Guard, but I think he might be dead. The shockwave is decent, and Croco's still not gone down just yet. Oh, they jump it on top of Aki. Aki has fallen. Oh my lord, what a Uno reverse that is. AL looked like they were dropping their jungler, but then they dropped the enemy.
Absolutely, Hope goes so low, but again, the shield and peel that are coming through from the Milio, and Orianna baited Aki in. Aki did not have quite enough damage to finish off Hope, and Croco has been tanking the entire time for AL. Rookie just can't find the angle to get in, and every time Aki does, gets punished for it. Now NIP, they did have the Baron, they did have the push, but Photic needs to run. He has Flash, he has Ghost, he has Harry on his butt. He's out.
He got out, didn't use the Flash, didn't use the Ghost. He definitely felt a little bit of a pressure there as a very large man just running at him. Several large men just running at him is a terrifying prospect, especially when they look like Udyr and Xin Zhao. But now, AL, they need to calm down. You have a base effectively open for you, and you can just kind of bait out a little bit of this Baron. The Baron will be gone by the time this dragon spawns, or a little bit after it. So you know NIP will go for that soul. The soul really doesn't make that much of a difference. I want to make that very clear. It's just not that game-changing at this stage in the game. You just do not want to be throwing away a game for the fact that, you know, for a soul that you don't even need to contest.
Absolutely, I think it's more important for AL right here to start pushing down the waves to actually create some threat towards the base of NIP. One inhibitor is all AL needs just to end the game. There are no Nexus towers left for the side of NIP, and NIP need to still find a pick. The fact that they go Baron doesn't mean that anything changed in the way they play the fights. It's all on Rookie and Aki to find the backline.
Joe does hit a hook and immediately gets jumped on. Shockwave on the 2. Croco taking a lot of healing on the backside of this one, but again, Hope gets caught and Hope is killed. That's the fight, that's the game, and that is NIP getting themselves a 1-0 advantage. Harry trying to see if he can distract and get these minions before they can end the game, but a triple kill coming in for Photic means NIP will definitively get themselves game 1 victory.
That was such an incredible team fight by NIP right here. Rookie baits Harry to chase him away, pulls the turnaround on the W, but everyone forgot about Photic. Everyone forgot, everyone focused on the fact that Lee Sin and LeBlanc need to make the play happen, and everyone let Photic auto-attack, and Photic ended up auto-attacking his way to NIP's victory in that game 1 of the series.
It was close.
Wow.
It was very close. AL are
What
going
is
to be
happening today?
kicking themselves, though, because when you think about how that game started, how it almost finished, it just wasn't going to be good enough. And NIP, they kept themselves so close into it. And then all it took was one fight. They didn't need the soul. They needed anything to get that win. But look, Chorbel, we'll give ourselves a little bit of a break. We'll see you guys on the other side, and we'll have our games pick banned for game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are in game number 2 of Series 2, but before that, we can have a quick look at how that game happened, honestly, because that was such a roller coaster. AL, Trouble, they were so close. They almost had it. They had the Nexus in their face.
There you go.
Yeah.
Give me the Varus damage.
The Varus damage is insane, but so was Rookie's. I mean, it just felt like AL, they grabbed defeat from the claws of victory.
It just felt like for the majority of the game, if people watched it from the very beginning, it was 3-0 on Rookie. You're like, okay, GG, it's over. My LeBlanc is fed. But it was such a difficult game to play LeBlanc into, and Rookie found the angles over and over again. Now, if I had to take a guess on who would get MVP right here, I think I was just talking about him.
Yeah, Rookie.
87% kill participation and 36% of his team's damage. What a fantastic performance. He took that triple kill and ended up netting the victory for his team.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it was rough for NIP. That's the thing. Like, Rookie got such an incredible start to this game, but he just didn't really translate it into anything substantial in that mid-game. AL took control. AL were very much the ones taking advantages away from NIP. For God's sake, the AL were in the base was exposed, and then they just kind of lost where they were supposed to be in the next 1 or 2 fights. Then they just kind of panicked, and they just didn't know where to go. Yeah, it just kind of got a bit too tunnel vision. But yeah, it just...
I mean, technically, they were stronger, right? They were stronger when they took down the 2 Nexus towers. They were stronger in the front to back. You said it yourself as well in the cast. They did lose track of Aki, and he had a fantastic kick onto Hope, which took down the Lucian, and then I'm pretty sure Sanji did also hijack Orianna into the backline as well. So that was a fantastic fight to literally win the game off of the jaws of the shark right there and try to bring it back. But I feel like it all comes down to the last fight, because I feel like Harry had a great game on Udyr. He was zoning Rookie out of the fights over and over and over again. But I feel like Photic got completely unchecked in the last few fights, and you saw how much damage he was able to output with the on-hit Varus, especially when you get to standstill and you don't have any sort of threat on you.
Yeah, I mean, for NIP, they'll be counting their lucky stars from that last game, because they should have lost. That is just a definitive fact about that last game. However, what I need to know now is, from AL's point of view, how do you bounce back after that? You know that game was yours to win. There was about an 8,000 gold lead at one point, and you still lost it. So I'm looking towards the back-end staff. I'm looking towards the leaders and the veterans like Shanks in this roster to stand up and to make sure his team does not just fall down. They don't just let this go to the wayside, and they keep themselves going in this. But for NIP, need better early to mid-game. Like that, I mean, the early game was fine, but they just didn't do anything. It's that passive moment we were talking about. They weren't taking any risks. They weren't going for any big plays, and they just kind of hoped and prayed that, you know, the hands diff would come in. Thankfully for them, it did, but it's still not something that you need to be relying on 24/7. So NIP, they'll swap over to the blue side, and they will take away that Lucian that was such an issue for them in game number 1.
Absolutely, and I think we might even see some sort of Udyr being banned away, because I feel like Harry on the Udyr was such a nuisance for the entire team. Now, of course, they're gonna have B1, and usually you do see the likes of Kalista and Senna over in B1, but AL have chosen to ban both of these away on red side. Of course, they don't want none of the 2 on the hands of Photic.
Last ban for NIP is who they want to try and bring it. Last time they banned the Azir, the Talia, 2 things that Shanks would kind of go for. I feel like now that you don't really have the bans to get everything off of the board, you don't really need to go for anything too crazy, but they go for the Tristana. So they're saying, look, Shanks, we don't want you to have control over this mid lane with a hyper aggressive AD carry in the mid lane, so we're just kind of taking that away. Big smiles from the NIP guys saying, yeah, look,
I love what I'm seeing, yeah.
Just can't deal with it. Maybe Rookie's just selling them look like, I just can't play against Tristana, we have to ban it.
Rookie and Photic, we're having a laugh right there. It's great to see the high spirits, because even though it was a difficult victory that they pulled it off, and you're still 1-0 up. So keeping the spirits up is great, because Sante is going to be banned away. So is it going to be an IP this time, actually taking away the Udyr B1? Do they prioritize that much? The answer is going to be no. Rookie on Azir is what they prioritize right here. And let's see, AL, they love Harry on Udyr, and banning out the Cassante would seem to be a problem for them later on in the fight. Was the answer to them. Now Sanji, Do you actually go for the counter pick this time around? You mentioned his Rumble is so freaking strong. Let's see if he's gonna pull something like the Rumble of the Darius to try and counter pick that Udyr, because I can't think that he enjoyed that laning phase.
Yeah, he didn't have a good time in the laning phase. I think he was 0-4 at one point. It really wasn't a good time. But, I mean, when it mattered in those team fights, he got the right targets, he got the right setup. He was able to bring NIP back from the brink. We'll see what they want to go for now. The Varus locked in alongside the Udyr. The Azir was a high priority there for the side of NIP. They really wanted to get Rookie something he'd have an agency on. And the Lovers duo will be making their way down towards that bot side. So AL, they will be able to throw out a couple more bans into that top side. Get rid of maybe the Aatrox, the Gnar. Just a lot of priority.
That's a Nautilus right here, I'm pretty sure, from the side of AL. Oh, they're gonna choose to take the Taliyah instead. A lot of dashes in the likes of Azir and Rakan as well. Could pretty much be very strong in the hands of Shanks right here, but I feel like you miss out a lot on the opportunity that not only Nautilus is really good into Rakan, of course not very good into Xayah, but you can actually follow up on Azir and things like this, and it makes it a really strong duo together with Varus to actually punish the Rakan and play for that laning phase. Rumble is going to be the first ban right here from AL. We said how strong it is into the Udyr, especially played with things like Ignite, Scorch, Comment. But Sanji has not said his last word yet.
Not yet. As we see now where they want to try and put it. I would imagine maybe a Gnar, potentially an Aatrox is the last ban here for AL, but no junglers being picked up here, but the junglers are not being prioritized either. As I say that, the Sejuani gets banned away here by the side of AL, so I was just about to say the Nautilus, pretty common ban to come out for NIP. So for now, everyone's just happy to kind of see where the draft goes. NIP will have to finish off their draft before the end to make sure they get everything they want. But I mean, there's no real mystery in terms of the solo lanes right now. You know it's an Udyr, you know it's a Taliyah, and they're going to finish off their bot lane just to make sure they get something that can deal with this Rakan and Xayah.
Yep, Renata is something that you can pair up with the Varus that is pretty strong as well. Pairs up really nicely into the Xayah Rakan. It's not as threatful. Threatful? Is that a word? Threatening. Oh my god.
Threatening,
it's not as threatening as a Nautilus into the Rakan. Threatful. Okay. We're creating new words right here. Welcome to the LPL. Yeah, it's not as threatening into the Rakan. The Maokai on the other side. NIP are going for the full front to back themselves right now. And I'm wondering, what does Sanji have in his hands? Because something like a Nolaf here would go hard.
It could. See if they want to try and work towards, but there is the Aatrox. Mentioned it a couple of times. I know. Sometimes the LPL delivers. Sometimes it doesn't go super hard, and they just kind of go back to the tried and tested. But I do like what they've built up here for NIP. It's very, very standard front to back. You've got yourself a good amount of engage and disengage, as well as kind of decent damage towards that late game. AL not really kind of, deferring themselves from the norm, keeping up that kind of, good engaged jungler with the support and, of course, the terrain bending of the Taliyah to make sure they can get the advantages and get those off numbers fights. But teams are locked and loaded. Teams are ready to go. And we've got to see where they kind of go for it again. AL, they should have won that game number one, but they just weren't able to do it. NIP, they'll be lucky they won it, but at the same time, they're still 1-0 up. They can have a couple more kind of issues in this game, and potentially, we've seen the clutch factor. They can still come out with a 2-0.
Oh, absolutely, and they have the draft to do it in this time around. They absolute front to back from both compositions. I think this particular game is all gonna come down to gameplay in terms of how the drafts have panned out. They're both just playing for team fights, so it's literally going to unfold when those two teams start fighting, start skirmishing for these dragons, for these rift heralds, for these grabs towards the top side of the map. So I can't wait to get in here because it's going to be a little bit of a farm fest due to the nature of the team comps and how they both want to scale to play their team fights later on, but the execution is going to be fabulous.
Teams are ready again. NIP still trying to prove to everybody that they are a top dog. Definitely did not look convincing in that game one, but they'll take a win. For AL, you have to shake off that loss. You cannot let that get into your head to sway you away from fights, to sway you away from how this game should be played. and just keep coming in with that aggression. It worked in game number 1. The execution was just a little bit off. I want to see them come in with that same level of vigor and not just be hiding behind themselves. For NIP, they need to step up because AL proved that they, in all shapes and forms, for the first 25 minutes of that game, were better than them. And NIP need to do much better if they don't want that to happen a second time. And now the coordination is off today, my dudes. They got a little bit, but they're normally much more cohesive until they get to the third one when they start screaming LGD, which is like the TSM of LPL. Just one of those teams you just constantly go like, you know, that's it, just like TSM, even though they don't actually exist anymore. Yeah.
Let me just bring to you, let me just present to you a little bit of stats-based analysis, because that's what we love right here.
Absolutely.
Rookie's Azir, 80% win rate. He's played it 5 times. He's won 4 times.
It's not bad.
Absolute insanity. A 7.43 KDA across the board for Rookie on this champion. Absolute menace. We saw what happened when his LeBlanc got fed in game number 1, and we have said that he is the biggest name in this NIP roster currently, and when they needed him the most, he showed up and showed off in game number 1, now on a champion that he's pretty much immortal on, from the side of stats. He's got all the support he needs with the Maokai, with the Rakan, providing engages and disengages to actually shine even further.
Of course, we talk about rookies so long, and we kind of mentioned a lot of things. Such a storied player in the world. Started in 2014. He is 10 years a pro player. Started off with KT Academy, went over to the LCK, obviously won the LCK. I believe it was OGN at the time. And then came over to the LPL and has never looked back. Won his one and only international title, 2018 Worlds with IG. And it just feels like this guy has promised everything. He has been a man who really did want to kind of, you know, everyone wanted to see him versus Faker. He was him versus Faker. And unfortunately for Rookie, be it for one reason or another, he's never really made it back to those highs. He kind of had one MSI appearance, one Worlds appearance. And that was kind of it, really, or maybe 2 Worlds appearances, excuse me, but that was really the only setup for him. So I want to see this guy back on the world stage. I think everybody can agree that we want to see this guy back on the world stage, but he's got to really kind of hope his team kind of steps up with him, because it's just not that easy anymore.
Absolutely, and he does have the roster to back him up right here. Talking about backing up, I have been loving Croco in the early game. He takes priority quite literally. He's like, oh, I have priority, I'm invading, and the whole team follows. However, Aki did know about these types of shenanigans, and if you saw how he moved from his top quadrant to his bottom quadrant, he traced around his base to get towards the bot side of the map. He didn't want to chance it running into Croco Zinza right there, especially with the backup of Hope and Kyle coming in with the Varus and the Renata. So pretty good stuff from Aki to read the situation. However, Aki, I don't think he's very happy playing these particular 2 games because he has been shoved around his jungle the entire time. Rookie now, he's going to dash away. The Q3 will connect. Ooh.
Yeah, needed to flash away from that one there.
Had to flash that one.
Yeah, if he gets hit by the wind becomes lightning, there's a flash in from Croco to get the knock up. Another auto attack, he is dead. Now you can see that Aki looking for a little bit more priority around this bot side, but I mean, Croco on this Xin Zhao is just so powerful that you just can't. You have to just accept. There's nothing you can really do. Rocky, nice little sidestep, but Shanks is putting a lot of damage onto him. No flash, but nowhere else to be. No real damage available for Shanks. Still had some cooldowns, but yeah, great priority from AL. I'm loving this. As I say that, they're going to jump in straight away and try and burn down Croco. Good handshake, though, to stop Photic from joining back in onto this fight. Aki very low. They're going to flash in. The knockback is good. The damage is even better, but Shanks will go down if he's not too careful. The bailout does just that and bails him out. 2 quick kills, maybe even a 3rd. Triple kill for Croco. And they'll take what Rookie did in the first game and give it to their jungler.
Oh my god, and if he was living in your jungle up until now, you bet you're not gonna be touching your jungle for a very, very long time. He's gonna be back with half a gold, but yeah, Tunneler already purchased, double longsword already purchased. He's almost on his way to his first item. It's like, what, 5 minutes into the game. Big question marks right here. Double flash to commit onto a Xin Zhao that's 1 level up and has flash available to him, whilst your mid laner is getting shoved in and has just lost his flash. A little bit questionable here, especially since the two people engaging is Aki and Shua, who are Rakan and Maokai, not necessarily the highest damage dealers in this particular game. When you're engaged onto Xin Zhao trying to kill him, and absolute disaster from NIP. And these are the plays that we talked about at the very beginning of the show, where they overcommit to these disastrous plays and ended up falling behind. NIP were looking for a clean 2-0, but I think AL have a fantastic start to even potentially take the whole series to game 3 in reverse sweep.
Absolutely. Well, it's a good start. Still plenty of League of Legends to play between now and then, but for AL, that is exactly the kind of attitude you needed to come into this one here. Forget about that game 1. Yes, it's a bitter pill to swallow, but you need to be hitting the ground running, and I'm so glad to see them just go back to what worked for them in game number 1. Just say, yeah, we can go with the aggressive plays. We can make this work. And it all kind of came down to the fact that, as you said, NIP just went very, very aggressive right up on top of the, kind of the jungler of AL, but you don't have the damage. The handshake just completely disconnected Photic from the rest of the team, and they meant that they just couldn't follow up.
Also, this is so illegal for Kroko, but he's so far ahead that he doesn't give a damn about it. He did neutral objective to neutral objective. Usually when a jungler does something like this, they fall about 1 level behind. This is why it's a move that will really strike you down as a jungler if you make it. But because Kroko was already 1 level up, he's even in CS with the Maokai, whilst also doing 2 neutral objectives, 3 grabs on the top side of the map, straight into that dragon. He can't make these plays work right now because he's that far ahead in the game. Rookie's looking for the shove. There's no flash.
Yeah, no flash. Shanks not really got many places to go right now. He should be going down fairly soon, but the flick back is decent. And Shanks just keeps himself alive. Yeah, doesn't panic, doesn't let anyone just bully him out of this. He will have to reset, but I mean, still great to see that he doesn't give over a kill.
Wow. NIP is really trying to make something work with the flashes that they took off of the previous skirmish, but Shanks, cold-blooded as you mentioned as well, make sure to not panic right there. The shot was really beautiful on Rookie. He knew that there were no flashes on neither Aki nor Rookie, so if he knocks back the Azir, who's the only one with any dashes left, he could walk out alive, and that was actually the case. Now again, I'm looking at the Xin Zhao and I'm like, anytime now, anytime, before minute 10, this Xin Zhao is going to go back to base, he's going to buy Sundered Sky, and he's going to be an entire item up on everyone onto Summoner's Rift. And we see this again, Rookie with the shove back onto Shanks. Takes a little bit of time, but Shanks does get knocked back. The root is going to connect from Aki, and they are walking him down, but the second you see that the shove was almost back up for Azir. So making sure that you knock him back and not the Maokai was very pivotal from Shanks. Very well done from him.
Keeps himself alive.
Uh-oh, Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky, 8.5 minutes in.
That's a big item spike for Kroko. It does mean that he's going to be able to kind of really utilize the power that this Xin Zhao has. We'll see where he goes, and if the rest of NIP respect the damage that will be coming their way. Not going to really see them go for much else, to be honest with you. You look at the kind of team they have, it's not really got a huge, apart from mid lane, they don't really get a huge amount of priority in any other lanes. The Udyr pushes in, the Varus and the Renata will always have a shove basically into the Xayah Rakan until about two, maybe even 3 items, to be honest with you, as we have starting to see less and less of the lethality Varus and more of the on-hit ones, so always going to be relevant towards the later stages. And yeah, I mean, with the Xin Zhao like this far ahead, going into an AP Maokai, might I add, I mean, you could just be so aggressive. You guess all of this.
I was just looking at the exact same thing you were. I'm like, this Maokai has one too many blasting wands in his inventory. Extremely squishy, which was why Aki did not want to walk into his jungle and get caught by Kroko right there. But especially right now with Kroko being an entire item up, he's an absolute menace. And you should expect him in most of your camps. Currently, he's about 4 camps up on you. Maybe 5.
Yeah, about 4, maybe even 5, yeah.
Exactly. No, literally 5 camps up on you, 3-0. He's an entire level up. He gets to dictate the pace of this game. Oh, Rookie faces back into the bush and has to flash away. Now that's a target for Croco. He's going to stick around.
So think about it. They don't see where Croco is, but I mean, Croco can go straight back for the 6 grubs, or the 3 more on the 3 he's already gotten to equal a total of 6. And Aki just kind of has to accept that this is happening. So he's just going to take away some camps, try his absolute best to keep in tow with this absolute domination from Croco. Those 3 kills really making him such a force to be reckoned with, and having that first dragon as well from the side of AL makes it so much harder for NIP to start stacking those other objectives to try and avoid Aki, to try and avoid Croco on other sides of the map. Aki will become a threat, and don't get me wrong, the AP damage from a Maokai is significant, but it is definitely a ways away before it's going to be any kind of real movement here. And now Croco, knowing there's no one really on this top side. They know that Croco's taking this camp, but I mean, they can go for a dive onto Sanji. I will say, I don't necessarily agree he should go for a dive, because I've seen it go way too wrong, way too often on an Aatrox, but we'll see. They might still look for it.
They're looking with Talia. They have the wall on Shanks right here, and Sanji is not very healthy. He's gonna have to flash.
He's gonna have the flash, but they're gonna get some decent CC down. This is what I'm talking about. You can't just go in all willy-nilly, and you are gonna lose so much HP. They're gonna get 1, they're gonna get 2, they're going to get 3. You shouldn't dive an Aatrox. I've seen it too many times.
And we talked about them overextending and overreaching. You were like, please, just take the Gromp and walk away. Keep denying that Maokai the farm. Keep denying that Maokai the levels, the damage, the items as much as possible. And he was built for that. You had Mega Prior top lane, you have Mega Prior mid lane, but they decide to go for the dive. Sanji right here will actually flash towards his tower, away from the Zinzao. Harry does not have enough HP to tank the tower, and the second Zinzao walks out, you'll see that Talia also misses spells right there from Shanks. Aki is there. Rookie gets to rotate towards the top side of the map just in time, and it's an absolute disaster because that Zinzao had a fat bounty on his head that has now been cashed in by Aatrox, as well as Azir getting 2 kills, completing first item before Shanks. Shanks is like, guys, this has happened way too many times. I have to play against this guy. 2-0 and 3-0 up. We need to calm down with that early games.
We'll see if he gets another opportunity to play another game against Rookie. But yeah, I mean, just, I don't know what it is. It's so tantalizing to go for an Aatrox, but his healing, when you don't have any kind of anti-heal this early on, it's just too much. And sure, there's probably plenty of reasons why you shouldn't go anti-heal this early on, but I've just seen it too many times where an Aatrox just gets dove on top of and everyone dies as they try and kill him every single time. So we come back in, that old, you know, the kind of advantage in the jungle's basically just in levels right now. Aki's been able to kind of finish up his first item, and he's only about 1,000 gold down, but I mean, in terms of actual relevance in terms of the game, like, that's perfect. Having that Leandries is just going to be so valuable to just keep everyone in check, keep ticking down those health bars with those saplings.
Absolutely, and let's also not forget, for the set of AL, there's also hope. He has been firing up a storm. He has that Blade of the Ruin King. I want to mega comment AL right here for their vision control towards the both side of the map. Every time Hope is all alone under this tower, the vision is impeccable through the river, deep further into the jungle. This also allows Croco to make plays. The second he sees Maokai, he finds an opening to invade that bot quadrant of Maokai's jungle. So that vision towards the bottom of the map has been crazy good for AL to play through. And this could be a point of contention for the next fights to come, especially now that you've got Evaros with first item completed and the Dragon's coming up in 3 minutes time. But before that, we do have Rift Herald towards the top side of the map, and you see the rotation is already coming in from Hope.
Everyone's coming up now for this Rift Herald. First items on AD carries, first items on mid laners, top laners, everyone except for supports. So summoners are going to be at a premium.
You get an item and you get an item.
Yeah, everyone gets an item. The summoners are going to be at a premium right now. No flash for Aki, no flash for Sanji. Rookie waiting on his for a couple of seconds. And yeah, they just had good vision control. And they had good ideas of where everybody's going to be. So immediately, though, NIP, they pull the trigger and say, cool, we've TP bot. We don't need to fight. We cannot fight. We need to get advantages elsewhere on the map.
I could just tell right there. Aki walks up, he gets killed, and Sanji's like, I'm out. I'm just gonna go ball in and apply a little bit more pressure. You also take Harry's TP with that move as well, so it's tempo move onto taking the TP off of the Udyr as well. But ultimately, this is yet another kill that goes towards the side of AL. You've only got a singular Xayah in the mid lane. You have to force Rookie's TP on that one, and you might lose that tower on top of that. It goes very low. There's a low Void grabs.
Yep.
Oh!
The 6 Void grabs.
Literally the last Void grab takes it down.
Yeah, you have that extra Void grab, so I mean those little plays are what's going to keep AL in the lead. They're still 2,000 gold ahead. Of course, they would much prefer to be much further ahead than the 3 kills they gifted over, but you'll still take it out for that. You can see there, first turret win percentage. When AL get the first turret, they tend to win 75% of their games. It's not all the time, but it's a very likely chance, so they'll be feeling good about the kind of chances for the moment. Shanji just has to kind of keep putting pressure on Harry, make sure he can't be joining in with his team. But for now, AL, they're going to be looking in a minute half's time. That's when the dragon will spawn. That will put them in an infernal soul point. NIP will have to fight at that objective.
So you're telling me right here that when AL have the first hour of the game, they win 75% of their games.
Correct.
However, I will Uno reverse you the fact that Rookie has 80% win rate on his Azir.
Yeah, I mean, 80 is higher than 75.
We'll see which one of these numbers. yeah, there you go. There you go. So we'll see one of these numbers will prevail. Oh, sure, right there is just hovering Rookie to make sure that he gets to cross the wave unharmed.
Don't know about that one now. I don't know if that's on a 60-second cooldown this early on into the game, but that could be
Surely
no longer
not.
available for the dragon fight.
Oh, there's the remaining top. I think AL think that they have actually left. But Sure is sneaking in. Shanks doesn't know. Now Sure has to show because they have to shove in that wave to try and rotate towards that dragon. But I feel like it's a pretty late rotation coming in from NIP. AL's vision has been absolutely impeccable for the entirety of this game. And as you can see, Sure is now going to go back to base, refill his wards, grab 2 control wards as well in his inventory, and start scouting towards the bot side of the map, whilst Coco and Shanks are still towards the top side.
They do have a TP on the Shanks. That's why they're kind of leveraging that for the moment. You know they can get that shove in before anything else really happens. You'd love to have level 11 onto your Aki Maokai if you could, but it's just not to be for the moment. And now we can fight over this objective. Shanks still making his way towards mid lane. Will show himself now, so still keeping that teleport regardless of how anything goes down. Photic and Hope just making sure those waves stay as even as physically possible. Now this is where the game starts to, this is where it could turn quite a bit in favor of either of these sides. This dragon is so key for AL, and Shanji's on the flank.
Shanji's on the flank and Harry is trying to keep him zoned out from getting that flank onto his carries. Sure though on the top side of the fight, he's gonna get spotted out by a ward right then. Harry's gonna literally sprint at him. The Maokai ult.
They're collapsing. The Maokai ult comes in. Aki is not in the pit though. They need to try and get this into the end, get the dragon, but he doesn't even go in for the side of it. No, they give up the dragon and they go for the fight straight away. Great damage coming out here. The bailout. Gonna make sure that Shanks goes down just a little bit later. Photic goes off and gets another kill. Now they can chase down the rest of these kills. They can't get the Barons. They need to get something else. Croco, nice little sidestep, but they've got the CC there with the Hughes. Q3 could be massive, but now they're a little bit too far underneath the turret. He goes back towards his Xayah. And they'll be able to kind of push in this mid lane, but only 2 kills. He got soul point for AL. It's still worth it. Unless NIP get more here, they're still looking for a little bit more. The turret will not survive much longer. And Harry recognizes that and backs away. But AL, yes, you lost 2 guys, but you still got soul point.
And I just want to say right here, you said 75% win rate when they take the first tower, and I raised you 80% win rate on Rookie. He absolutely smurfed this fight. If you look at the Azir right there, he'll put down the soldier and he starts poking onto Croco. Croco, of course, has the ultimate. The second it goes down, look at Rookie. He sidesteps Renata ult and he dives straight into the fight, pushing everyone against the wall and clumping them up for the Aatrox. He has not been touched the entire fight, and a fantastic flash from Photic to pull back the feathers to do maximum amounts of damage right there. What a phenomenal team fight coming out from NIP, and 3-0-1 on Rookie's Azir. 2 items right now, an entire item up on Shanks' Talia. This Azir is going to hurt. AL know this, and they're pulling out the trap.
Yeah, they are looking for something. The flick back is great. Rookie is dead. Very, very well done there. He's actually just trying to trade back a little bit more damage Baron is spawning in 6 seconds. He does have TP, but I don't think AL will be flipping that one just yet. And those are the moments now that AL need to continue to find. They need to make sure that they're keeping NIP on their toes and they're not just letting them just kind of take over these fights because they have the superior front to back.
And I love that because taking the Azir out of the map alleviates a lot of that pressure. Rookie is the one with the items. He is the one that's a nuisance when it comes to the team fights as well. So taking him off the map, you get to push both side lanes. Udyr towards the bot side, Taliyah towards the top side. You have your Varus in the mid lane. You start taking a few breaths by pushing down the waves and starting to reconstruct when you're going back into these team fights. But again, I think that was a little bit of a caster curse. I was like propping up Rookie. I'm like 3-0 and 1. You know, he's got 2 items. And he's like, you know what? I'm just going to overextend in top lane and just die.
Yeah, it happens.
Well,
it happens.
I guess. I'm sorry, guys. I want to publicly apologize.
We are not Rookie haters at the moment. We are trying our best to do it. But you can see there's a fair bit of gold on both these AD carries. I think they're just trying to get that last little bit to make sure they have enough for their second item before a potential fight in 2 minutes' time. That's soul. That's Infernal Soul as well. Having something onto a Xin Zhao, which would just be absolutely astronomical to make this one keep going. But NIP, they got a good fight last time. They didn't get the dragon. They didn't commit for the dragon. They committed for the fight. This time around, though, they are going to have to commit for the objective rather than just the kills after the fact.
Absolutely, and always the question is, when you are the team that has the 3 dragons, you could also just turn around and start the Baron. This Varus is going to be hurting Baron. You're going to take it down so quickly, so AL can actually make the call here to give 1 dragon away to NIP, delay their soul, and play for the Baron. That's going to give them so much side lane pressure, especially with the Udyr. So this is the choice that you have, especially when you start banking these dragons from early on. We saw it over in game 1. It just wins you so much time on the map to try and make the correct choices, to maybe turtle a little bit further for that one last item that you need. And as you can see right here, every single one of them onto items. Rageblade also completed for Hope. This Varus is going to be hurting, and with the Hourglass completion onto Shanks, AL might actually be looking for a fight right here.
They're definitely preparing for one. That's for sure. We will see resets coming in now. 45 seconds till Dragon spawns. All waves have kind of been sorted out. But like you said, AL, they haven't been pushed out yet. And this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. This damage from the Maokai is not to be sniffed at. It is definitely something that can do a fierce amount of your HP before the fight even begins. Let's wait to see now where everyone goes. 2 items onto the AD carries, 2 items onto the mid laners, nearly 2 items onto both top laners. I will say the tank items a little bit cheaper, so not too surprising there. But NIP, maybe they forego the soul. Maybe they say we don't care about the soul because you're so squishy. We can go for a fight after this. Harry has already moved in straight away to make sure that they cannot just burn a Baron down as quick as they possibly like. But now AL are moving back in towards this dragon. TP down the bot side. That's going to be Shanji on a flank. The dragon has been procced and aggroed. He knows that the fight is on. And AL, do they want to try and fully go for this one here? Or maybe they're going for Shanji. They are seeing if they can maybe catch him out. Kroko jumps in on top of him. Shanji has flash and he jumps straight back into the pit. There's the hostile takeover really early on. There's also some fruit for Shanji, so he's actually fine. Still has his ultimate, but they haven't gone for anything just yet. There's the Taliyah wall coming in, but they did not stop Aki. He's already there to try and steal it away, and he does. There's going to be a fight afterwards. Stealing away. The objective is massive. They are trying to see if they can get the fight after the fact, though. You can see that Shanks, it's just so ready with any kind of movement. And he finally gets on top of it. Rookie goes in, gets 1. But look at the Photic. He's just burning down these health bars because they cannot stop him. He's trying his absolute best, but you cannot kill the Udyr. It's a 5 for 3 in favor of AL. NIP will get the dragon, but AL show the power of the Udyr.
Oh my god, what a messy fight right here for both teams, but NIP lose all of their members. Ace for AL, they get to push down these waves as well. Udyr will get away with a tower. And what an unfortunate turn of events for NIP, because yes, they steal the dragon, they stop Soul from going over to AL, but they lose every single member in the process, and it shows you how strong Udyr is right here. The hostile takeover gone completely wide means that there is no threat. And NIP walks straight forward. Aki, his AP. The second he gets knocked up by Taliyah, he melts. This is your front line. The only thing you have remaining is the Aatrox, and he's actually full lethality as well. Hope getting so many auto attacks down in this particular fight. And even though Rookie does find himself in the backline, he does kill off Hope, and Kale ends up dying from the feathers. This is taking me back to the previous game where we're like, hey, we'll kill the backline and deal with Udyr later on. Well, it turns out you dealt with the backline, but you can't deal with Udyr.
No, you cannot. 3 kills there for a rookie was kind of insane. Just taking them all out 1v3 effectively, but really, really well done. And I mean, look, Aki knew what he was doing when he went in for that fight. He said, look, I'm going to steal away the dragon. I have to steal away the dragon. And he did just that. So really good to see it from him. But AL starting to become unkillable, to be honest with you, at that top half of the map. Croco and Harry just really able to just do so much there to just burn down so many of these health bars. And yes, Photic is building up. He's becoming a AD carry of late game caliber, but this Udyr is online and needs to be dealt with. So for now, AL, they might look for a move on this Baron, but I think it'll be very risky considering you've lost pretty much all your summoners in that last fight.
That was a really lovely flank that Harry was on through the bot side quadrant of Aki's jungle. Unluckily for him, Rookie does sniff him out. He does see him. So now Harry has to take the long way around. But again, you need Azir in these fights. You need to put the poke down. Tower's gonna go down from Rookie right here. Zhuo is trying to find an opening, but Croco is playing right in his face. Croco getting so much early gold in this game, has been able to play that frontline for his team. The frontline his team needs, the tank his team needs to play that front to back. You've got Talia, you've got Varus. Keeping your frontline alive is so pivotal to play the front to back playstyle that AL have been drafting for over and over and over again. They have been one of these notorious teams that love playing this front to back playstyle. Senna Ken's been one of the most optimal scenarios to do this in. But right now they've got a pretty good setup with the Udyr and the Xin Zhao. They're looking to pressure out the waves. Bot lane's been pushed, top lane's been pushed by Talia. Varus pushing in that mid lane wave, and we're looking for the next fight, a minute and a half still. Soul for AL and NIP are going to have to find a way to break apart the fight again.
We reset, everyone going to get their flashes back, everyone going to get their summoners back in, and we will have another fight around this dragon, you would have to imagine. Because now AL have, unfortunately, a bit of a harder choice. We're getting to the stage in the game where even Baroned up minions, with how short range their composition is, doesn't really help them out that much. It might get maybe 1 or 2 outer towers, or inner towers, excuse me, but that's about it. So giving over a second Infernal Dragon, all those extra stats to someone like Rookie, who is on 3 items, has the Void Staff finished up before this next fight, I just don't think it's worth it. Now NIP really want to start to put down the pressure. This game has been so close. AL have been in the ascendancy, but we saw this last time, Trouble, in game number 1. AL were the ones making the proactive plays. They were the ones coming out on top. But they weren't the ones to win that game. It was NIP who had that clutch factor, who got the right items, the right times, and got the right fights as well. You see Photic just trying to build up towards that LDR, hopefully get it before this next big fight, but I don't think he's got time before this fight, as the dragon is spawning in 20 seconds, and AL, they're saying, okay, maybe we go for the Baron. Maybe that is what our call is. They're kind of covering both sides of the map.
I feel like AL are doing something that T1 has actually perfected and they brought out in the scene like a few years ago, which is baiting someone's vision on the map. AL know that NIP know that they can threaten the Baron whenever they want.
They know Shanji's here.
They don't necessarily have to take that. Sanji's trying to get onto a flank. He'll be fine. He'll sneak his way back out, but they are chasing him.
Yeah, they're going to pop down the Talia
give the dragon over to NIP.
They're going to try. There's going to be a bit of a change off this one here. They get Shanji's ultimate, but they also get the Talia wall, so you cannot section off this fight. You're kind of being corralled away. AL, you're panicking a little bit here. You need a reset. You need to calm down. Shanji's almost got his ult back up. Like, this is really bad right now for AL.
The dragon is going back and forth. None of the two teams are putting any damage down, but I think AL actually need to start the fight here because Sanji does not have the ultimate in the backline, and Harry is actually keeping him under control. Sure, has to burn his Mikhails.
Those soldiers, though, they're doing work. Look at Shanks, look at Croco. They're just taking so much damage because Rookie is just pushing them in. Shanji will have his ultimate back up in a couple more seconds. The Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Here we go. Stolen away. They do get AL, but can they get the fight? They lose Shanks straight away as they get themselves burned in and try to burn down the rest of this team fight. Shanji will lose away off of the back end of this. It's a 1-for-1. They weren't able to kill off Croco, but they did kill off the side of AL's Shanks. So now you can see there's pings going down onto this Baron. They will take this very quickly, but I think NIP, they know they can't take a front to back anymore.
Rookie just didn't pull the trigger on the ultimate. I felt like Zhuo had a fantastic flank with a 3-man ult into a 3-man knockup, and Rookie didn't quite pull the trigger right there. Harry is still alive. This is a 4 versus 4. NIP only have Shurima Shuffle right here as their ultimates, and a very angry Order is gonna be running straight into their face. They'll take the Baron right under AL's nose with the power of Azir and all the attacks that he has in his kit. And Bale. All right.
Bell out, yeah.
I wasn't familiar with your game. 07.
They got the Baron. They do lose mid-tier 2, so that's a little unfortunate from their side, but NIP needed some kind of a response now. But AL, they're not done just yet. They're still pushing for more and more. Rookie is on this bot side. I don't know if he's going to be able to defend this one by himself. Kroko has moved up, but the rest of NIP are here. They do lose another tier 2 tower. So AL, they won't be unhappy. They got the Soul, they got 2 towers, they've opened up that map a little bit more, and there's not really a lot for NIP to do with this Baron, to be perfectly honest.
However, they have shrinked the gold lead down to 2,000 gold, and if you're NIP, you take those. I'm gonna see the replay once more. All eyes on Zhuo right there because he has a fantastic flank ultimate in the backline to try and get that Aatrox in. Kroko is going to take that Dragon. You see the Maka ulti coming in, and a 2-man knockup into a 3-man ult. He gets cleansed instantly from Hope, but Rookie stays behind with Photic trying to get rid of Kroko, but Kroko again, he is so freaking tacky. The Rookern to go against Azir, the Frozen Heart to lower the attack speed as well into the Xayah and into the Azir. This is a double up item right there. It's an armor item, but it does impact Azir as well with the Frozen Heart. So Kroko is so freaking tanky and such a nuisance from the backline of NIP that even though Zhuo had a fantastic flank, they just couldn't capitalize on it.
I really do want to kind of praise AL just stopping Shanji from having any kind of impact in this game. He's not really been the raid boss Aatrox that we've seen so many times. He's just not really been that. He's not been that guy, unfortunately, for the side of NIP. They've tried to make it work for him, but just really hasn't kind of found the moments. I will say he is a full lethality Aatrox, so he will melt towers on his own. He can ignore Harry for a little bit and just take away this tower, and then just kind of dash himself away. Might still be kind of a bit careful with how he's kind of going for this fight, but still decent from NIP to get themselves some good gold. Make sure they get the use out of this Baron. They will open up plenty of turrets. And this game, this series goes back to being absolutely clean as a whistle in terms of the game. But now Photic and Zhou, they've been caught out a little bit. Zhou needs to get back over the wall, but he goes over the worked ground, and now they're going to be caught out. Photic goes up into the feathers, and he is dead. They've used so much just to try and make sure they could get him out, but it will be all for naught. Ooh. Now you can see the resets coming in. They're trying to TP down bot side to make sure they can get something else out of it, but thankfully for NIP, there's no objectives for AL to take.
Yeah, Rookie instantly started shoving in that wave, so there is no wave at all for AL to play with. Shanji insta TP down bot lane to apply more pressure, making sure there's no wave in the bot side of the map for AL to push through, and that was a little bit too over-aggressive. Everyone on the side of NIP had pressed B, they had all reset, but then Photic and Zhuo stay behind in this bush, trying to potentially cut someone off guard, and they are the ones that get caught. No flash now into the Xayah. Ultimate will be back up and available soon, but having no flash could be a little bit scary walking into these fights, especially minute and a half. You're gonna have Elder spawning, and really would want that flash onto your Xayah to be up.
So all the outers down now for NIP. AL, they've been in this place before. They're ahead, but not quite winning. You would definitely say that they're feeling confident that Infernal Soul will just melt health bars, as we have seen so far, but for NIP, can't let those mistakes happen again. Photic lost his flash as well in that last skirmish, so he will not have that available for this Elder Dragon in a minute's time. Honestly, probably could have just let himself die, just knowing that he needed that summoner more than he did the death kind of, death counter, but it is what it is. As we come back in and we kind of see where everyone is going, and you imagine their only eyes right now is in a minute's time for that Elder. And you got to be feeling confident as AL. This Elder is a game winner if you get it, but unfortunately for you as well, it's also one for NIP. You cannot risk it. Rookie is just so massive right now. He really is a problem. One or two small kind of soldiers going into your face and you are just going to die. That's just how it is.
I want to also remind here that this on-hit Varus was what gave NIP the win in game number 1, and Hope is piloting this time. 4 items onto this Varus as well. The Jack Show being completed as well makes him a ton bit tankier to try and tank those soldiers that you talked about, to try and tank those feathers that we talked about from the side of Photic as well. And now NIP need to yet again try to find a way for Sanji to play these fights, to try to find a way for Sanji to get into the backline. Elder Dragon is going to spawn NIP. They do have the push in the mid lane. That's a pretty good way for them to play through.
There we go.
When do you press your ult? When do you engage this fight? Sanji dives in, comes back out. He's like, nope, I'll take it.
He was just checking. He was just checking to make sure they were definitely doing the dragon, but they have vision on it now, and they know what's going on with it. It's 8,000 HP. There's the Talia ultimate to come out. Can they burst this dragon down in time? That is the real question. The hostile takeover comes in. They need to burn down on top of Aki because they know that this dragon's going down. Elder goes over. They kill Aki, but can they get the fight afterwards? They shove them into the wall. There's the bailout. It's fantastic. And your Elder be down, but it's all onto Rookie. Rookie versus the world, but he just can't do it. The Elder goes to NIP, but they lose all the buffs. They're TPing bot. These death timers are long. I don't know if they're long enough.
50 seconds onto Rookie, 20 for Shuo. They could potentially end. They're pulling down Talia TP as well. And what a fantastic team fight from AL. They're losing the Elder Dragon, but no one can bring down Harry and Croco. Even with Elder Dragon, the damage is just not there for NIP and Rookie. 9-3-2 is just not enough. They're just going to end the game. They have a massive wave. They've got Void Grubs spawning as well. Voidlings, whatever the heck they're called. They're going to help them in finishing this game, and Zuo has no chance in stopping them.
He's got no chance. They just need to try and delay if they can, but I don't think they can. That's going to be 1-1 on the scoreboard here. Not really a lot else to be said about it. They are going to send us to a game 3. Really well done there by AL to make sure they get themselves a proper chance in this series.
Honestly, I feel like this is how game number 1 should have ended as well. You asked me what did I want to see change from the side of AL. I said nothing. It was pretty much like the draft suited them. The way they played the game suited them. Croco, absolutely fantastic in the early game, getting the advantages through his priority lanes. This time around, they made no mistakes in teamfights and they just closed it out.
Yeah, I mean, the Udyr and the Xin Zhao, just a perfect pairing in the sense that they just couldn't die, and they got onto the back line despite the Elder steal. NIP will be going to a game number 3 versus AL. We will send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have that third and final game. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are going the distance in our second series of the day between NIP and Anyone's Legend. It was all NIP and even, or sorry, all Anyone's Legend, and even right at the depth, they still lost the Elder Dragon, but they were able to bring it back. You can have a look at the stats and kind of how the game, the story of the game kind of went, but it was about Harry and Croco. These guys just were unkillable despite not doing a huge amount of damage.
Okay, I want to give a pass to Croco because you can never help a 50-50 smite fight when it happens at an objective. But absolutely, I feel like this particular combo, they were running it in game 1, they're running it again in game 2, has seemed to be extremely problematic for NIP. Harry's Udyr and Croco's Zinza have been so difficult to break through for NIP that I feel like it could even be a potential ban.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that despite, 100% kill participation from Rookie, he unfortunately was not able to bring it back. And of course, Croco is our MVP from game number 2. Makes a lot of sense. He got the soul, he got the early kills, and he made the advantages happen for AL in those first few minutes of the game.
Actually, I have loved watching Croco play the game from the very beginning. I just love how he leverages a lot of advantages through sheer priorities through his lanes. He sees bot lane priority, he's invading, there's no question about it. His bot lane follows. He sees top lane priority, he's invading, there's no question about it. He gets ahead 3-0, straight into Standard Sky, straight into double objective. He just won them so much in the early game through just sheer slight pressure and priority through his side lanes. He knows the map, he recognizes his openings, and he takes them.
Yes, he really, really does. And now AL, they've given themselves a life. You would argue they should be 2-0. They should have 2-0'd this series. They should be sitting, setting themselves up on the bus. It's never, it's never too late. That's why best of threes is the best. Just gives you so much extra priority. One game, you lose, unfortunately, off a bad fight. That happens. In the second one, you bring it back. Now AL find themselves on the blue side. We've actually had 100% red side win rate so far this series, but now they start to see where the priorities start to shift a little bit. The Hui, the Talia, they're all banned away. So it looks like to me, like AL are the ones saying, look, we want to take the Azir. We want to have that priority unless NIP ban it here.
Also, a quick reminder that when AL were over on red side, they did ban Cassante to play Udyr. And in the first game, Udyr was also their B1, if I'm not wrong. So they do put huge amounts of priority on the champion. It is going to be the exact same case again. Please, I do not want a Cassante handshake. I'm literally pressing the red button of complain that I have right here. I do not want to see a Cassante handshake. Actually, counter this champion, play more aggressive. Shanji is an excellent top laner to do that with.
Well, I mean, so far
game
so
one,
good.
all over
yeah,
again.
they're just going back to what worked. And I mean, for the moment, AL are saying, yeah, look, it wasn't the composition that lost us game number 1. It was just the execution. So keep it the same. Now let's see where these next few bans, next few picks goes. Because so far so good. We are having a salty run back, even if it is a game late.
Actually, you call it a salty run back. That was the game NIP won. So technically, in their heads, you could have been like, hey, maybe we misplayed a little bit the early game, but surely you banned Xin Zhao here. Xin Zhao and Udyr have been such a problem to deal with when it comes to these team fights. You couldn't penetrate through them, so surely Xin Zhao would be a point of contention, or you take it as an R4 if you're NIP.
See what they go for right now. The LeBlanc this time around not going to be allowed to be picked by Rookie. They take that one away on this round of bans. The Tristana has been a consistent ban by the side of NIP. Rookie does not want to play against that, at least not Shank's version of it, as we come into the last game of this series. We'll wait to see where everyone kind of goes now with these last few picks and last few bans. The Jax being thrown out there. Very scared of Croco kind of going for this, which says to me that NIP want Aki on the Xin Zhao themselves.
Absolutely, and let's see if it is going to be the case. Again, we are on 14.4. Things like Orianna and Nocturne are a thing again. Reminder, Stridebreaker does have a Tiamat component now, which does help a lot Nocturne in terms of wave clear, and this could be either an R4 Xin Zhao or potentially even like something like an R4 Orianna that could potentially bring a Nocturne to life.
Very high on the Nocturne priority for you, but we'll see if either side really feels like it's necessary. The Nico being banned away.
I'm inhaling the copium, you know? I'm inhaling the copium.
Am I casting with Trouble or am I casting with Vedius? You know, like which one is it?
Listen, he's fake Nocturne because he played more Akali, okay? He starts
That's
saying
true.
that he was playing Katarina as well and he's a Katarina expert. That's also lies.
he's just absorbing the knowledge of all of the one tricks in the LEC office at the moment. But we'll see. Xin Zhao is the pick here for NIP. They are going to be able to get themselves a fairly decent one. No Lee Sin this time around, so we're not going to have those flash kicks to threaten the life of Hope. AL maybe going to give Shanks a fair whack of the Orianna again. Did not have a bad game one, but definitely didn't land the most, kind of clutch of shockwaves. Was only landing it onto kind of frontliners and tanks, so not exactly ideal. Hopefully he'll have a better chance of it in this one, and again, won't be going up against the LeBlanc. So right now, AL, they're thinking about going mano-a-mano and looking for more aggression. I mean, it worked in game 1 and 2, and they're going to stick to it, get the Viego locked in.
Absolutely love it. With the likes of an Orianna, you can get beautiful ultimates later on in the fights. Yes, finally, Rookie's Akali has been unbanned for the entirety of the series. Can be a threat post 6 to Orianna as well. As look at that squishy back. Again, you do not have point-click CC for this Akali. Later on, you've got Emilio and Illusion. Rookie has huge potential to go big in these team fights.
We'll see where they want to try and move this one now. Again, like you said, the rookie Akali, exceptional at finding those targets around the map, making sure they're able to get priority picks. They can land on the backside. Does similar things to LeBlanc, just not as safe. You do have to go be a little bit more strategic, shall we say, with your shrouds and your shuriken flips and whatnot. But AL, they're going to be feeling good. I mean, I'll be totally honest. I think AL should be 2-0, leaving this stadium with a happy 2-0 behind their back. But that's not how this game of League of Legends is played. NIP, they need to step up. They're falling behind AL so often in this early game, and they're just waiting for mistakes rather than being proactive themselves.
Absolutely. However, Aki has been counterpicked back-to-back in the jungle, so he had to give up big chunks of his jungle over to Kroko, specifically due to the priority that Kroko was milking in the early game to get these advantages for himself. Very well done for him. But now Aki is the one with the Zinza right now. However, Akali does not give you too much priority, especially in the early game, to try and make these plays, but you have a Pharaoh Stone at that bot side of the map, so you could play potentially through there. Having the Nautilus is a huge threat into these skirmishes and these engages when it comes to the 3v3s, so Aki definitely has an avenue to play towards that bot side of the map.
We jump onto the Rift. Gyos are strong. Stronger than they've been all night.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Solid. That was solid. We'll see now with NIP. Still in the series, still looking to make this a 8-2 with 6 series left to play, but AL, the chaos they could create by winning this series, it would drag down NIP. You would then have NIP, FPX, and AL all on 7-3, with IG, Top Esports, and Team WE all on 6 wins, either 6-2 or 6-3 themselves. So this clump of 5 or 6 teams could become very crowded very quickly. And that's when these matchups, these specific matchups between the likes of AL and NIP, even FPX and the likes, will become far more important.
I love what AL is doing. I love what AL is doing. We set it up. We said Xin Zhao wants to play through that bot side of the map.
Oh,
what does
ghosting.
AL do? They late invade. He's sprinting up at top lane. They late invade blue side of Aki's map, and they split the map in half, not allowing Xin Zhao to play for that one. However, Xin Zhao is going to take the red buff, which does deem him stronger in a 1v1, but I'm pretty sure that Viego has gotten out of here with the wolves, plus the blue buff, which might set Aki behind because he's looking for his jungle. This is actually disastrous right here from Aki, but he does find Kroko. He's going to force the flash.
Force the flash.
Lost half his jungle.
Yeah, he's lost half his jungle, but we'll see if it leads to anything else. Of course, the Xin Zhao is going to be in a much stronger position to chase him down should he find it. But I mean, yeah, like Kroko getting those 2 camps and getting out, it was risky. It was definitely a risky move to be going for the 2 rather than just the big buff and leaving, but gets himself that and should be able to full clear from bot to top. And like you said, it kind of forces NIP into this, vertical jungling. They're going to have to keep Aki towards that top side, which is exactly as you said AL wanted to be, because they don't care about Harry and Shanks in this lanes because they're not under any real threat.
Honestly, the way Croco and AL have been manipulating the map around jungle has been absolutely genius. Now, Croco is left with his entire jungle whilst also stealing 2 jungle camps away from Xin Zhao. If Xin Zhao ever steps a foot on the topside jungle of Croco to try and invade and take some of this camps back for himself, Harry has priority. He's gonna move first. Shanks has been perma-shoving this Akali under tower. He's gonna move first, so it's going to be a bit difficult for Aki to find an opening into the jungle. He's pinging the blue buff. He's pinging the blue buff, and Croco's on his way. Reminder, Croco does not have the flash, and Rookie has first move right here, but we can't forget about the Udyr on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think you give this one up, though. I think you let the buff go. I don't think there's really much kind of use, if you will, in fighting that one there. Rookie taking a fierce amount of trade damage.
Okay.
And now Croco might feel like with level 4, he has the advantage and still has a red buff, so he might go for this kind of full fight. And that's exactly what he's going for. Shanks and Rookie will move over in tandem. There's the stun down. Aki has to flash. If that command attack into dissonance lands, he's almost certainly going to die. Now we can start to see AL start to build more comfortable into this early game.
Love that. Shanks moves first right there. Backs up his jungler, Croco. Croco is actually going to spot Aki right here. He's going for him. Starts moving more aggressively as well. Now he's threatening mid laner with Rookie. He's going to Shuriken flip that one. It did land, but Shanks wasn't quite in position for the QW.
Yeah, I don't think Shanks thought that was going to land. As I feel like if he was confident in his jungler's ability, he probably would have gotten a QW and at least gotten the flash out of Rookie, but wasn't to be. And as all the dust settles in these early game skirmishes, nobody dies, but it is 1,000 gold lead for AL, and you can see just kind of where that's being kind of centralized in this bot half of the map. Actually, it's all lanes, to be perfectly honest. Viego having those 4 camps, having the, you know, the priority over Harry, knowing like, hey, there's no camps on this top side, there's no way the Xin Zhao is here, I can proxy. Shanji's struggling, and again, great from AL. They've really, really nailed down how they want to play these early games, and NIP, they don't have an answer.
Absolutely, and AL also know what went wrong in game 1. They fixed it over in game 2. They have pulled out a pretty similar draft again for game 3. They know their game style. They know what went wrong in game 1, and they proceeded to fix it for the rest of the series. They don't need to change anything in their playstyle as far as, you know, the draft goes and the early game, because so far they have been getting incredible advantages through their jungler. You'll see right here, Croco will get these grubs. The second he gets the second set as well. This is going to benefit Udyr so much because Harry has been hitting that Cassante tower over and over again, proxying the wave as well. Shuo now, with a pretty late roam towards the tops of the map, they might look to sort of get a flash out of Shanks here.
I don't even think they can get the flash out of him. Rookie wasn't in a position to fully engage onto that, even with the perfect execution. So that's 3 grubs going over. No real contest from NAP around the map. And Shanks, I will say, does need to be careful in the sense that he wants to push up this wave, but he knows that he hasn't got priority on left or right. So needs to be very, very careful with where he goes to put that that kind of position, as Joe finds himself back in that bot side, fully pushed in by Hope. Now, again, I'm loving this. I'm loving the style of game that they're playing. They're just so confident in how they want to move around the map for the first 10 minutes that it's NIP who are just struggling to figure it out.
Absolutely, they're winning every single lane. The Udyr into the Cassante, the Orianna perma-shoving the Akali, whilst also staying safe from any sort of shenanigans of Nautilus roaming mid lane. And Harry has been such a nuisance on this top side, but Aki has found him. He's level 7. That's not the
wind becomes
ghost.
lightning, though. The wind becomes lightning did not land, but they will be able to get the all out. It didn't go over the wall, which is exactly what they wanted. First blood over to Sanji, but because they had put priority that top side, it means the objective of the dragon goes to AL.
So both objectives go over to AL, both the Void Grubs and the first dragon. And we said how important it is at winning you time. If you fall behind, if you misplay a fight, if you're down half an item, these 5 minutes for every dragon are so crucial into winning you time. Of course, Harry right here, missing the W from Xin Zhao is a little unfortunate, but you do have the Cassandra to put down the CC onto the Udyr to pin him in place and actually kill him off. The kill luckily also goes to Cassandra, might give him a little bit of a breath, trying to play towards his itemization a little bit sooner than the Udyr does. However, that hasn't alleviated much of the pressure because Shanks has been actually beating onto Rookie Sakali the entire laning phase, which means that the whole mid jungle that gives you priority to play a little bit more aggressive through the Xin Zhao is not necessarily there for NIP since they picked up Akali.
Yeah, about a 13 or so CS lead for Shanks. It actually might get a little bit more now that he's forced to back out of Rookie with no TP. And yes, Harry did die, but like I said, it's not really that big of a deal. It's onto the Sanji Kasante, so not really going to be that big of a difference when you think about it. And we'll wait to see where these priorities kind of turn. We will have the Grubs back up in a minute and a half. If you get 6 Grubs here for the AL team, that's when they can start to take down these turrets and push around the map as we've seen so far this series. But so far, so good for AL. NIP, again, I need to see a little bit more proactivity from them. It feels like they got that flash from Croco and then just followed him around the map, didn't really force him into any bad situations. Now he's got that flashback and he's got the Heartbreaker, so he's in a very powerful position to make plays around the map and potentially get himself a snowballing as best he can.
Yeah, also almost first item completed right here for Croco's Viego. And I think it all comes down to Rookie again. I know we're pinpointing a lot of the responsibility to win onto Rookie, but he has the playmaking potential to do that. He's a he's a LeBlanc in game 1, he's a Zero in game 2, he's a Kali now in game 3. He is playing those playmakers that can make the difference in these team fights. Again, reminder, it's very difficult with this current composition for AL to pin that Akali down. However, do not overlook the amount of shielding and healing that's coming through this Milio and this Orianna, because we saw it in game 1. All these shields and heals that came through made LeBlanc's gameplay a little bit more difficult, and it's not going to be much different against Akali.
It's not going to be much different, but everyone should just be calming down for the next couple of seconds. Ooh, that does not spot out that Croco is there. However, that ward will. Drops down the mist. Gets himself out and around. The 80 carries will not be joining this skirmish. This will be a 4v4. Without the 80 carries really joining in, they're going to try and engage. Shockwave is good with the ball delivery system, and that's Aki already dead. The perfect execution to try and see if he can get some kind of damage back, but they just can't. The healing, the shielding, and just the straight-up poise from AL is just too good. They'll get 2 kills, and they'll get the Grubs, all 6 to them. This is perfectly executed League of Legends for AL.
Absolutely. AL bring 4 members up and NIP get caught in River. They only have 2 members there. Aki gets caught, Shuo gets caught in this particular instance, and it's actually disaster. 1,500 gold up for the side of AL, also giving them void grabs when they have Udyr, Pema pushing towers is going to be a little bit painful. And honestly, AL are seeing game 1 unfold right before their eyes. That's a level 7 Viego, and you got 2 level 6 members right there. Shuo pulls himself closer, allows for the Shockwave to hit 2 members instead of 1, and from there on out, once you take the Xin Zhao out of the equation, Rookie and Sanji need to run for the hills.
I mean, Sanji wasn't even there, really. He kind of arrived and then left as soon as he realized he was way too late. And we've seen it a couple of times today now where the top laners being a little too slow, a little late to the party has drastically affected how these games go and how these engages go, as we see now. Bot lane using this priority as best he can. As we can see, Photic just trying to put down a little bit of extra hurt onto Hope, but for now it should be just fine as both mid laners do TP back into that mid lane. First items being picked up for either side, as we do have that Rooker for Sanji and of course the Frozen Heart for Harry. And this is where the game gets fun. This is where the game gets interesting, because right now you're looking at kind of a very hard kind of gold lead to deal with. It's not impossible, but it just makes it so much harder for NIP to kind of contest these small little things. The reset comes in for the Lucian, gets the Storm Razor. They have a first item on their Orianna versus an Akali who's still dealing with items. I feel like you're not really in a position to try and fully fight for this dragon. And with Sanji not really feeling comfortable either, Harry gets the first rotation. He has TP. He's going to be fine to cover that top lane as well.
Yeah, Sanji does have the top lane, the TP as well. He has purchased the Ruken right here onto the Sante. He's the only member on the side of NIP that does actually have an item, so I feel like NIP should not necessarily be contesting this. They're an entire item down. They're literally sitting mostly on components, not even a single sheen onto the Sakali to get that extra little bit of damage in, and AL could finish the game right here and right now if they get that win.
They're spotting Rookie. They're going to try and jump in on top of Croco, kill him off as best they can. The Shockwave to burn him. The Xin Zhao as Aki loses his Crescent Guard. It's the Udyr traded for the Xin Zhao, but it's Jungler for top laner for now. The Dragon is confirmed with his dying breath. Croco trades his life, but it's a 3v3 for the moment. Double kill for Rookie. He's still so healthy. He's trying to take out Shanks, who flashes away from the Shuriken flip. Now you can see the Hope doing a serious amount of damage, but he needs to be aware that they don't have a huge amount of mana. 2 for 2. It's an even fight, but the Dragon went to AL, and the Mountain Soul sprawls over the map. As Photic! He flashes, but it's not enough! He gets caught out from the backside of this one here. Now Zhou will fall as well. Hope is feeling himself, and he gets 2 more kills on the back of it.
Wow, both top lane and jungle died in this skirmish, in this team fight for the Dragon, but the follow-up from Hope, 3-0 on the Lucian right now. Harry is tearing apart that top lane tower, 3-0 for Shanks' Orianna as well. And if NIP were falling behind in items, they're falling further behind right here because it looked like a pretty favorable fight for NIP, but then he overextended, they get punished by Hope's Lucian. The entire tower is gone. Minute 13 with no intervention at the top side of the map. And let's look at this again because Aki finds a pretty good ultimate to split AL apart and allow Rookie to play in this chaotic playstyle where Akali loves playing into. Everyone spread apart, you get to pick them off. That's exactly what he did. Croco ends up dying, gives the shutdown away to the Akali, and then they sort of disperse. But look at all this damage Hope puts down. And Rook is like, you know what, there's no longer anything we can do here. Everyone backs away. Hope sees the opening. They shield and they burn from the Milio. Help right there as well, and just flashes forward to finish off Shuo. What a fantastic display of some Lucian gameplay that I very much needed in my heart and soul to see, Ashin, because Lucians have not been looking too good lately.
No, they have not. But I will say, Lucians in the LPL hit different, you know. We got ruler, we got a caveat, a get out of jail free card. We get a jail free card for it. But for now, it is AL taking a 4,000 gold leader just underneath the 2 dragons that got the Rift Herald as well. I mean, they're in such a strong position coming into the next few fights. They've got, again, like you said in that last one, it felt weird for NIP to fight it. Just didn't really need to go for that when they were not really any completed items. They weren't in a position of power, and now it's kind of dug them into a much worse hole. Rookie is going to find himself between the towers. Croco, I should say, will take a fair bit of damage on top of him. Now Rookie goes into the Shroud. May have to use the perfect execution just to walk away from this, but that is a scary amount of damage to be thrown into there as Croco just wants to try and find kills.
And if there was an item disparity, especially on the AD carry department, if you look over, you know, this is the part of the time where, as a caution, you're like, don't look bot. Just don't look at items. This is going to be a Lucian with a completed rapid fire in his next B pressing, versus a Photic with just 1 Blade of the Ruin King in his inventory. There's a huge disparity in terms of damage. And again, we've said that if a Lucian comes out of the laning phase, either ahead or even, and you get to play this ruler playstyle where you're so aggressive in the mid lane, whoever steps up, you take the majority of the HP bar, then you pretty much win any skirmish in the river because your opponents are in an HP deficit, therefore they cannot walk up to contest.
They have a minute left before this dragon spawns, just over a minute. TP comes down bot lane as everyone's just kind of covering each lane. Rookie making sure he's in position for this potential next fight. Shanks did go back and pick himself up a Seeker's Arm Guard, so he has a stopwatch for this next potential fight. Would love to finish off his Seraph's Embrace into an Archangel's if he could. He's very, very close to it. Should be able to get it before this next fight. And like you said, the rapid fire cannon being built up for Hope puts him a full item ahead of his counterpart. Just makes it so much harder for the side of NIP to go contest this. And again, a Mountain Soul is valuable. A Mountain Soul this early could be detrimental to NIP, and NAL are just playing so effectively around their power spikes, around where they want to kind of ring around the map. So for the moment, I mean, it's hard to see how NIP really can fight this if they can at all. Oh, Rookie.
I mean, technically, you've got the kills on what matters. Oh, Croco has found Rookie.
He has,
He's gonna miss the stun right there, which is very important. And Hope is doing exactly what we said. Whoever walks up gets bullied by the Lucian. Therefore, when they walk into the skirmish, they are in a HP deficit. I wanted to say that luckily for NIP, the kills have gone over to Rookie. But as you mentioned, a Mountain Soul that early on, when you have so many shields already on the side of AL, is going to be impossible for you to assassinate the backline. Harry's attacking 4 people.
He is. He's popped the ghost. Rookie gets a bit of a chunk onto him and then backs himself away. Shockwave lands down onto Aki. He's already down to about a 1/5 of his HP. Can't really walk into this. There is a Gromp even, so he can try and heal off that. The Dragon has not been started just yet, but Shockwave being down is key. There was actually a Chain of Corruption thrown out at one point as well. Photic without that cooldown as well. The Dragon has been started. Aki trying to see if he can maybe wrap himself around here. He's not really close. He's going to have to try and jump in as quick as he possibly can. Aki is back. It's going to be a straight 50-50 as they look to try and go for it, but you don't have your jungler on this right now. Croco hasn't gone in just yet. Never mind. He sneaks himself in, and he takes it away. That's sole point, but now the fight can really happen afterwards. Crescent Guard to try and separate this fight. You can see them looking for a little bit more. These health bars are low, but are they low enough? Rookie gets 1, but can he get any more? No, he goes taken down, and the resets can come in here for Croco. He goes into the mist straight away. These health bars are so low, they can reset. They can start chasing them down. They can start killing them all, and AL will ace NIP at the Dragon Pit.
Croco does it in style. He played every single champion on the Rift. He picks up Akali, then he picks Cassante, then he picks up Zinzao, then he picks up Nautilus, and then he picks up the entirety of the NIP roster to ace them. What a fantastic team fighting from Croco and Hope. Hope with an incredible performance on that Lucian as well, but my god, it must be devastating for NIP because Rookie had that opening in the back and he did all he could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and we're gonna see this again. Aki does return into the fight, but you see that Croco is on the side trying to steal the Dragon, and he will be the one smiting down. That's 3 now for AL, and Rookie gets a fantastic enter into the backline. The executes will come through, but Croco has kept himself safe this entire time. Chases the Akali, will take Rookie down, and the second you grab one of the playmaking souls from your opponent, is so easy to follow up on. He'll eat backwards just to get access in the front line, and then he takes Cassante, then he takes that Varus as well, he takes the Nautilus. Oh my god, it's such a beautiful display of skill.
What an incredible fight from Croco as well, because it looked like NIP had it. As you said, the Rookie got onto the backside, knew that he was able to make a play happen, but Croco just perfectly executing on each champion as well. The CC buffering with the Cassante steal, the fact that he was able to get back onto the Akali, go into the Shroud, like just baiting them all in each and every time, just so well played. And now it's nearly an 8,000. Yeah, it's just gone to an 8,000 gold lead. 3 dragons. You have to fight at the next one as well for NIP. You don't get a break from this. You don't get a rest. Look at these score lines, by the way. 3-1 and 6 on the Croco. 3-0-4 on the Shanks. 5-0 and 4 onto Hope. Hope has nearly got his IE. He'll probably have it by this next dragon. I mean, NIP, they don't have an answer. There's nothing for them to kind of build off of anymore. They're just getting smashed.
Absolutely, and also you have to think right here with how far ahead AL are. I know we're on the 21st minute mark, but Baron is a very realistic option for AL as well. Of course, the easiest way to do this is by fighting through Dragon in 2 minutes time, completely acing an IP, and then taking the Baron as well. You definitely do not want to be 50-50ing the Baron, but it is a very realistic scenario with how much damage you've actually accumulated through the items by being so far ahead. The fact that you have an Orianna on a side lane, pressuring an Akali, not feeling any of that pressure is also pretty huge. So, minute and a half for AL, they're pressuring every single lane, and now for NIP, it's literally scrambling about. What can you get? You see that Varus is in the jungle. He's taking his jungler CS, trying to scramble. Find that second item right before the next fight. You go 1 minute, 20 seconds. You're on the timer. NIP is gonna have to fight for this.
And he is. That he is. Minute now, just over until that spawns. You'll have all the summoners back. Hope has finished off his Infinity Edge. That is just like when we talked about him having the rapid fire cannon, Photic had a pickaxe. Now that we're adding an Infinity Edge, Photic has added a dagger. That's all. That's all he's got. Now he is sitting on 1,800 gold, so he was probably hoping and praying that he could get a little bit more just to finish off his Guinzoos, but I just don't see how you can fight this as NIP, and a Mountain Soul onto an Udyr and onto people like the Viego just to give them an extra little bit of survivability. It's just not, you can't let it happen, but I don't think you have a choice.
I don't think you have a choice. You have to fight this one. Again, getting the Mountain Soul right here will make it impossible for Rookie to actually break into the backline. There's already too many shields and heals from the Orianna and the Milio, keeping Hope alive, and Hope is the main target right here. He's the main threat for NIP, so Rookie needs to find a way to sneak into the backline and try to assassinate Hope. That was best case scenario that we saw in the previous fight, and it didn't end up working out. Well, it half worked out until NIP overextended and gave another 2 kills over to Hope. Now you're dealing with a 3-item Lucian. This Lucian could one-shot this Akali.
Yeah, just one double tap with a Lightbringer, and it could be a lights out for Rookie. All summoners available across the board. Shanks did TP back into the mid lane, so he's there with his team. They're going to put down a bit of damage. Pepper them down here with the culling. Shanji down to half HP because already he knows.
That's a tank.
Yeah, he's struggling. He's going to reset, but I don't think he has time to reset because they're going to take this dragon so quickly. He's going to TP back immediately. Zhou half HP. The Xin Zhao needs to move forward, but he can't. Dragon is gone. Shockwave lands. Zhou goes in with a hook, but they're trying to croc down Croco, but he's got the extra tank stats. There's the Crescent Guard to try and separate them a little bit. Shanks opening in on Zhou just a little bit. You can see they're throwing everything onto Hope, but they can't do anything. Shanks is literally 1v3 while the rest of his team dies. They threw everything at Hope, but you can't kill Hope. Hope is what you give yourself at the best times of need, and Hope never dies. Another clean ace for AL. They get the Soul, they'll get the Baron, and this game is all but over for the side of NIP.
Oh my god, AL, can we also have an Akali? No, we have an Akali at home. Shanks played literal assassin, walking past the entirety of NIP's frontline and just assassinating their backline. Auto QW, auto QW. That was absolute display of aggressive play right there, completely bypassing the tanks and just getting straight back into the back. Let's watch this again, because as you will see right here, Croco has to ult his way out to not get CC'd, and Shanks will sneak into that brush in the top side of the map. He'll take down Zhuo with him, and then he'll flashes forward away from Aki to take down Photic as well. And throughout this whole time, Aki was not able to 1v1 him while Sanji tries desperately to play a 14.2 Cassante, but unfortunately for him, it's a 14.4 Cassante, so it's not.
It is a 14.4 Cassante, but not going to have the same level of impact as we have seen in previous years. But my God, what a display from AL. Game 1, they were, focused, they were aggressive. Ninjas in Pajamas came back and really forced them into a bad situation. Game 2, AL were in a bad spot. They lost the Elder fight, but they didn't lose their sense of how to win the fight, how to play the fight. Game 3 has been AL the entire way. There hasn't been a moment for NIP to set their feet down and to try and take this game back. They haven't been given time. They haven't been given any room to breathe. And AL are putting down a marker as a playoff team.
Double lane shoving as well. Top lane is slow pushing too. When they have these two towers, they can go straight to the top side of the map if they don't get a pick to push down another lane, put down the pressure through another lane as well. Now Croco is going to go towards a mid side of the map, mid lane of the map rather. Get this Baron buff onto the 2 cannon minions and take that mid lane inhibitor while there's more pressure towards the bot side of the map. 2 cannons with Baron buff and a bunch of void grabs as well. Another wave coming in. Middle inhibitor is going to fall.
So that's it. That's all you had. You had to go for some kind of fight, and they're still looking for it. But with the extra resistances, the extra shield, and the pure determination, AL will slaughter NIP. There's no hope for you here as Shanji tries to run away as best he possibly can, but the game's over. The result is done. It is all but a formality. AL goes 7-3 after taking down NIP. And this middle of the table, this top half of the table has gotten a hell of a lot more interesting.
Honestly, the question mark at the beginning of the day for both of these teams is that we know they're good enough. That's why they're there. That's why they were 6-3 and 7-2. We knew that they were there. The question mark was, can they make it to the top of the table? And if so, how? Because 7-2 on NIP hadn't necessarily convinced a lot of people that they were good enough, even though they had only lost twice, and one of these losses was to JDG, which is nothing to be ashamed of. And AL coming in with the cleanest freaking gameplay. They lost game 1 to a fluke team fight. They pulled themselves together. They played the exact same playstyle back to back versus NIP. They didn't give them a singular inch. That early game playmaking through the jungle from Croco, the usage, the utilization of the priority his lanes are giving him has had such a pivotal importance to how this series has concluded. And honestly, all props to AL, their macro, their rotations, getting that priority early on, the mechanical skill. Shanks jumping into your backline on an Oriana.
I mean, it was just good. It was good from AL. It was great even at points. They're showing such great, they're showing great individual talent. They're showing great cohesiveness as a unit. There's just not really much else to say about this. I will say that now I mean, playoffs is up on the board. I think we definitely have our definitive top 3 teams, but everybody else is all over the place, and we're gonna have to wait and see the last few weeks of the season how they go. But as usual with the LPL, when we go long in one venue, we have already fallen behind in another. So we're gonna send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're jumping into our 3rd and final series of the day. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are wasting absolutely no time. Georgia, you need to get fully engrossed in the LPL and the experience. We're jumping straight into Champ Select for Game 1 of OMG versus JDG. Already halfway done, and I see a Braum on the side of OMG.
Well, I see a Zeri on Ruler, and I'm getting excited because we haven't seen a Zeri in a very, very, very long time. I think the last team that actually played Zeri was AL, and it didn't go well. They lost both games. So in Ruler we trust to help us a little bit with our win rate onto the Zeri. Now, of course, we've got double jungle bans on 4 and 5 from the side of OMG, and Jax is going to be the choice right here. Whether it goes up top lane or in the jungle remains to be seen. It is a flex between the two.
Yeah, it is. And we'll see now where they want to go for this, but OMG already rocking back into the Renekton, and this is looking very similar drafts to 2023 spring, just the Renekton, the Ahri. Smolder is a new addition, that's for sure, but we'll see how they end up kind of going for it if the Ahri is locked in here. But I do like seeing the Ahri kind of like back into the meta a little bit, of course. I'm sure Nymera is the exact same, as that is going to be locked in here for Angel.
Yeah, she was given a buff. She has a bit more HP and also a little bit more damage now. Which, if you ask me, it wasn't needed, but hey, hey, I'll make the rules here. So I'm glad to see her back in the meta because it does open up a lot of these playmaking mid-jungle duos that we do see. And she has been paired up with a Viego, and taking it from Crocos Viego in the previous game, you could make a lot happen on the map, having the Ahri right there, having the extra charm, the extra mobility after level 6.
Got themselves locked and loaded. That's going to be the Aatrox, so it is confirmed to be a Jax in that jungle role. Aatrox will be bringing it in towards the top side, but this is both teams now happy enough to kind of go for it, happy to see them kind of fully going for it. And again, this is a really interesting matchup for me in the sense that, like, we have OMG who are very much fighting to be seen as a playoff team. They're looking down there 5 and 4. They're not a million miles away from the rest of the teams, but they aren't exactly close. But it is going to be a big issue for them to try and just overcome this JDG roster and to try and just, kind of form a fair bit of kind of what would be the footing in this series. We have a little bit of a tech issue, so we are hopefully jumping into that as soon as we possibly can. But again, for OMG, I need to see more from them. I can't just see comfort. I need to see them going for something a little bit more than just your standard, if you will.
Absolutely, and I feel like there is a saying that says, well, try my best, but your best is not good enough. I'll say,
yep.
But we tried our most comfort, but I'm like, your most comfort is not good enough versus JDG. And what scares me actually in this particular draft is that with JDG, we know they love to play the slow, the steady game. They'll out-teamfight you. Hell, they have Ruler, they have Yagao, they have Kanavi, they have Flandre. They will out-teamfight you later on in the game. So not having this opening in the early game and going towards the Smolder in the bot lane and allowing Ruler to become this huge threat with the Zeri could be very detrimental for the game later on. However, you do have in your possession that Ahri-Viego duo that you can use for skirmishes around the map, especially with the Renekton topside as well, now that some Renekton buffs have come through too. So I really like that OMG have chosen to scale through the bot side and play towards the top side of the map a little bit more proactively.
We'll see what they end up rolling with for the moment. They are happy to just kind of keep everything nice and calm in the early stages, or rather in the beginning of the game. Don't really expect them to go for anything there. The Renekton will be going to Cube, and Cube has played Renekton for years. Like, this is not a surprising pick to see from this man. And I mean, the Renekton, I mean, the best way I always put it is, you're going to see a little bit of damage. Kind of throw him back and not really dealing with much else. But if the Renekton's meta, LPL's picking it. That's kind of where we're at right now. It's just how it is and how it always is. Even when he's not meta, they're still kind of picking it.
Well, the thing is, you said that Cube really likes to play Renekton, and I've got a fun game for you. So his Renekton games are 82. He's got 82 career-wide Renekton games. The second champion under that is 39.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He's got an insane amount of Renekton games, and his win rate is still positive. He's 53% win rate. So you could say he is a Renekton enjoyer, so seeing the champion that you really love to play and you have played so long competitively get the few buffs that he did receive through this patch, I guess it just makes you grin.
Yeah, well, we have a little stat there popping up at the bottom of the screen. Yagao and Kanavi, 300 total games in the LPL together. They may not be the most feared duo in the world of mid-jungles, but they are a long-standing one. They have a huge story within themselves. And it's great to see just kind of a jungle-mid combination last so long.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Kanavi, at least for me, when I was doing a lot of my jungle research, I found him to be one of the most clever pathing junglers in the entire world. Not just when it comes to the LPL. The way he moves around the jungle, the pathings that he breaks on purpose to make plays around the map, the way that he ends up getting away with it because he doesn't lose much because of the pattern that he just thought out in literally 2 seconds from something happening on the map. It's absolutely mind-blowing, and honestly, if you are studying jungle, I feel like Kanavi is a very, very good example to watch to learn how to path around certain situations.
Speaking of pathing, Xiaofang finds himself a little bit of a Scryer's Bloom to see if he can check out where this Kanavi has gone. Whoa, good damage onto Angel. One more auto. He flashes underneath the tower, though. And that's a great trade for Angel. Given how that started, I did not think he would get the 1-for-1.
That was a lovely charm right there. I wonder if Yagao misplayed his W and didn't end up dodging. But this is a flash TP from both sides. So it's worse for Nico because in 2 levels time, Angel will have his ultimate. So he's not going to be as susceptible to getting ganked due to the mobility the ultimate provides to Ahri. But on the side of Yagao, he is pretty much a sitting duck on the Nico, so expect these mid laners to see a little bit of attention coming up, especially with all the grubs and the supports roaming towards the top side of the map. That E was beautiful connecting. Oh, he had already used that, and just as the shadow, sort of the duplicate rather, of the W from Nico expires, this is where the taunt hits from Angel. Very well played for him to trade 1-for-1 in this situation.
Oh, hooking an ignite down onto Abel. Trying to trade it back onto Missing, but I think they're
Xiaofang is here.
Happy to take that trade for the moment. Heal comes out from the Braum, the flash for flash, as everyone tries to pack themselves away. Even a cleanse to come out from Ruler. They recognize Xiaofang was still in the area, and this is obviously, yeah, this is awful. I mean, it's awful for JDG's bot lane because look at the mini-map. Like, there was no jungler. He had just shown mid, so they knew that they could push this in and lose this massive wave. Ruler just reset as well, so this is a straight-up just disadvantage now for the side of JDG.
It's also great to see putting some pressure down on the side of Ruler because we said, hey, you're not just going to let Ruler scale into the late game onto a Zeri when we have seen what Zeris can do. We literally went through the Zeri meta and we're like, please, no more. We don't want any more pentacles. This was the meta with the most pentacles on the same champion in a very, very long time, and it was all due to Zeri. So definitely leaving a champion just like that in the hands of Ruler to free scale would be a big problem later on for you, but Abel and PB God have actually managed it. An Angel, he's still level 5. He might end up going down. No flash this time.
Ooh. Xiaofang comes to his rescue, and Xiaofang's doing a decent amount of damage himself, so Yagao is going to have to take a reset as well. Flash forward. He will not be allowed to reset on his own terms. And OMG starting this game off feisty. They're bringing the fight to JDG.
Oh, if I was Yagao, I'd be a little bit salty for that. That was definitely a kill, but Angel uses his spells to kill the wave, to level up, and he doesn't die in that auto-attack. Just as the auto-attack lands, he gets that level up, that level 6 that gives him the extra HP to survive the auto-attack from Yagao. So unfortunate for Yagao, because right now he's taking 2 really good trades into Angel that have unfortunately ended up in Yagao dead.
That's 2 deaths now for Yagao. He is not having the best of times. He is being aggressive, though, and he's being purposely aggressive. So it's just part and parcel with the way you play sometimes. As we can see there that the trying to get themselves a bit of damage onto this. They've got 2 of the Void Grubs, and they will forfeit the final one. So 2-1 in Void Grubs in favor of JDG, but 2-1 in kills in favor of OMG. Missing takes a fair bit of chunk from Angel. He won't be doing a significant amount of damage for the moment. He did rush the Mercury Treads, so that if he does get CC'd, he will have some kind of survivability. This game is already starting to get a bit tentative. It's not the same, like, I mean, JDG are one of our slowest teams in the league. Like, they are, I think, #1 by a while. I think their average game time is like 36 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. Whereas OMG, they're one of our faster ones, and it just feels like OMG are kind of forcing JDG to play their style.
But this is exactly what you want when you go up against JDG. You put them under pressure in the early game, you force them to fall behind and see if they can come back from that. Now, traditionally, JDG does manage to somehow pull themselves out of it through stellar team fighting, but how much are you willing to bleed until you make a comeback? Right here, OMG are making a pretty good case for themselves. About 5,000 gold ahead. They do have the first dragon as well, which does win you a lot of time in these games, especially when you stack them up. Maybe you get the soul early on as well, but the tops of the map has played extremely aggressively through the area and through these trades with Angel and Yagao, but also to commend the bot lane for taking that 3v3 onto Ruler and missing.
For now, OMG just happy to keep the Smolder stacking up. Gonna be rushing towards that Divine Sunderer. And, or sorry, Spear of Shoujo, not Divine Sunderer, excuse me. Getting up that
That's
kind of
not a very convincing Zeri.
Yeah. Not the most convincing.
That was not a very convincing Zeri, yeah.
Not the most convincing, but sometimes you never know. I've noticed that sometimes more often than not, you just kind of get used to it. You think, see, it's like in the laning phase, you're normally, you're counting the minions, you're all this kind of stuff. You're making sure you know, oh, well, the real Nautilus went bot side. I clearly don't need to go up towards this top lane. But then as the game goes on, your brain starts to get lazy and you start to go, oh, look, there's this, there's that. And it doesn't necessarily mean you get the right thing. So this, for the moment, is still it's a habit you can see most Nico players going into. And of course, Yagao was one of our original kind of Nico, when Nico got the rework, was one of the original best, if I will, just getting some great pop blossoms off and some really creative ways of putting themselves out around the map. So I haven't seen many people go for the wait as a pop, a Scryer's Bloom or as a plant and try and kill somebody, but we'll need to see if Yagao brings it back as we see it engage on this bot side. Ruler is jumping straight in on top of him, but the Ghost was popped. They're going to try and get the Pop Blossom down here onto the Braum, and they will kill him off. Kanavi picks up that kill. So, in the chaos of everything, the Viego went up towards the top side, and JDG were the one to pick up the kills. Ruler thinking about a dive on bot side, but I don't think he can get this.
He can't get this, but what they can do is zone Abel off of his own tower. They are bringing Kanavi towards the bottom of the map. They're bringing Missing towards the bottom of the map. Braum is nowhere near, and Ari had to TP mid, so Abel is a little bit exposed here. He walked up.
He flashes, but he will fall down. But he'll take a kill before he does. So 1 for 1, and again, these are the small little things that change the dynamic of the game. OMG should have had several people die with just JDG taking advantage. They haven't been able to get the kills to stick.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Abel, that was a little bit disrespectful as well. You don't have any vision on your side of the map. You know that Viego is towards the top side. You don't have your support anywhere near you because PP God was on a reset, so it looked a little bit weird for him not only to stay under a tower, but to even walk further up to try and catch up the wave. Abel loses both of his summoners right now, and in 2 minutes' time, there is this dragon coming up. And JDG would very much love to just walk up and stop the streak on the dragons from OMG, and Abel not having both the summers might just give JDG what they need to take this one.
It's a very high likelihood as well that OMG, or any team really, get themselves a much more favorable soul. Do have the, the Chem Soul and of course the Cloud Dragon already taken, so this is definitely a positive for the side of whichever one gets it. You could get an Infernal, potentially. Obviously a Mountain as well. Very, very positive. But for now, both teams just happy with the way things are going. Xiaofang going to take away the Grubs and get himself and his team up to 4. And try and make sure that his chicken nuggets don't get stolen either way. So this is a very scrappy start to the game. I've not really kind of seen this from JDG. Normally it's slow, methodical, get Ruler up to a point of power, let him get to get up to first item or two and then take over a team fight. But the OMG style of play has forced JDG to be a bit more creative, a bit more aggressive and proactive in how they played the game.
Yeah, and I'm loving this. You saw that they had Abel and Ruler down in the bot lane, 1 versus 1. Ruler instantly jumps him. Angel is taking the pressure to Yagao. Yagao is instantly replying to this. You see that Missing and PP God have been all over the map for the entire time. And like, Kanavi and Xiaofang are trying to like catch up with wherever the supports are and trying to support whichever side of the map is sort of under attack. And they're doing pretty fantastic on that. So both teams are exactly dead even when it comes to gold. Oh, can you count? Can you count? Oh,
can you count? They can count. That's the positive thing here, as we see there. Heal comes out from the Summoner Spellbook of Angel. Didn't even notice that, to be perfectly honest, that he had taken that Summoner, or that Ruin, I should say. That keeps him a little bit of extra HP, and of course the movement speed as well. Don't tell Nivera. But is going to pick up his first item there, goes for the Malignants. And right now, it's OMG who have priority around this Dragon for the moment. The resets came in a little late for the mid and jungle of JDG. They're not going to be in position to try and contest this.
Here. Yeah, absolutely. Ruler doesn't have an item right here. You see that Yagao is just on a reset. There is no teleport. Kanavi still was the top side of the map. They're going to let this one go. As you mentioned, they do want Ruler on 1 or 2 items. Well, 2 items would be very efficient to try and fight with Zeri if they want to play this one. But we also have to keep the timer, because it used to be a timer for Kassadin back in the day. But right now, there's a timer for Smolder, and you start counting down to his stacks. 125 is his first benchmark, but 225 is where he actually gets that small execute. And for every 40 stacks, it goes up by 1% on that execute. So the more that Abel gets to stack, the more threatening he will be later on in the fights.
He's on 99 for the moment, so almost halfway there. And as I said, the more he stacks, the more he gets it. There's 100. It's going to force Kanavi to jump over the wall. Not really sure what JDG are hoping to find here. There's no dragon to be taken. It is a Hex Soul on the Rifts. Very, very powerful. And OMG starting to really feel like they're getting comfortable with this game. No massive gold lead for the moment. The CS is basically even across the board. Static Shiv finally finished up for Ruler as they look to try and just get that Energizer build going for themselves on the Zeri. Haven't not seen the Zeri in a very long time, and to most of people's celebrations, as it is a champion that is, as you said, has a lot of pentakills. Does feel a little mindless and sometimes. So I wonder who gets more, the champion which has a literal built-in pentakill creator, or the champion whose mobility is so broken they can just get pentakills.
Okay, well, we'll get to find out surely very soon into this game. The game is not breaking open anytime soon unless teams choose to fight, and so far it feels like OMG is taking the fight over to JDG, and JDG do not want to take it. They are letting go of all these dragons. They don't care about contesting right now. They know that their item breakpoints are extremely pivotal to them winning these fights, therefore they don't want to fight it yet. They have put Cube into Yagao on the bot side of the map. There is TPs onto Yagao.
Yeah, Angel does get back over the wall with a flash and a dash, so he's not going to be taken out just yet. There's going to be Mom coming in to see if she can help out. There's going to be the smite down on from JDG to confirm the Rift Hell, but can they collect it? Ruler flashes over the wall. This is a disaster here for JDG. OMG are tearing them apart as the triple kill comes in for the Viego, and he is just absolutely massive. Quadra kill for Xiaofang, and OMG destroy JDG in a 5v5.
Xiaofang went massive on this team fight, and what is it with Viegos today? They have been absolutely popping off. Xiaofang put in a masterclass on how to play the champion, and honestly, I am very surprised. We actually commended JDG. We're like, OMG are taking the fight to JDG, but JDG are being very patient. They're waiting for Ruler to get his second, third item, and then they'll start fighting. However, they're starting this fight by engaging onto an Ahri who's completely mobile. He's going to flash away, and he still has all 3 of his ultimates available. Abel is actually on the side lane here, being able to put down auto after auto after auto, and no one is keeping track onto this Viego. He's picking up every single champion, and again, every time there's a Viego in the game, what I really love to do is see sort of the value of the souls of the champions you're picking up and how much you can follow up with them. If you think of the Nautilus that is the most likely champion to die first since he is engaging in your face, it's massive value to pick up a Nautilus soul because you can re-engage a fight. You're looking at the Nico, the same with E. You're looking at Jax, the same with Jax. There's so much value in taking these souls and continuing these fights through onto the Viego. So not only is he super far ahead, but he has a pretty good value in terms of the pick itself.
JDG, they need to try and stop the bleeding right now because they are just letting Abel stack up bit by bit, little by little, already building up towards that second item. Actually went for the Essence Reaver first, rather than the Spear of Shojin, but it's gonna get a little bit of damage onto this mid lane, but that's about it. Minute till Dragon spawns. That would put Hex Soul here for OMG, and they're creating pressure around the map, knowing that they have a Renekton as well. Massive priority in this mid game, and a 5-0 Viego. Xiaofang is disgustingly fed, and he will be an issue if they don't deal with him quickly.
Oh, Sterox also completed for Xiaofang as well. That is 2 items, and one of them helps him survive through the fights quite a bit. He's going to be a huge problem. You see Yagao straight to base, purchases that Seeker's Arm Guard, gives him a little bit of armor, very tiny bit of armor, but technically his purchase, of course, for that stopwatch that it has inbuilt. But then you are kind of stuck on this component that costs 1,600 gold. There's only one use until you get Hourglass. They have caught Xiaofang. He does have ultimate.
It's an ultimate down, but it did cost them the Ignite
it's
and
right before
the
Dragon.
Nautilus ult. It is right before Dragon. Xiaofang is still sticking around for the moment. They have got decent vision control, though, from the side of JDG. They haven't actually finished kind of contesting any of this right now. They have to deal with Abel just pushing in that mid lane as well. The Smolder is becoming a bit of an issue. Only about, I think it's about 160 stacks, somewhere around there. But now the Dragon is being started. Don't know if you can fight this.
want to take this fight. Reminder, there is no ultimate on Xiaofang, so someone else is going to have to do the job for him. He cannot be tanking all these ultimates anymore. No ultimate onto Nautilus is huge, but Nagao has just entered the fray. There is no flash into the Nico. They got Cube.
They got Cube, but I don't know if that's the one you want. Here comes Mom to try and take this fight back down towards JDG. They do no damage to PP God. And now Flandre, though, is massive. He's the raid boss we always see. He needs to get another few Qs, but you can see Abel just sticking around, trying to be a nuisance, but he hasn't got the damage. JDG, they almost looked like they were going to lose that fight, but they come back out on top, get 3 kills, get their Dragon, they reset the map.
Yeah, it turns out not having that ultimate onto the Viego really hurts you in this particular fight. There were so many members of JDG on super low HP bars, and Xiaofang just couldn't get in there to finish the job. So much damage coming out of the Ahri, but no one there to finish it off. And missing C's Cube right there was a little bit questionable. He's like, I'm going in onto the Renekton, guys. He instantly dies right there, and Xiaofang cannot just get in to grab the soul. No ultimate on Xiaofang as well. He pretty much is a spectator, and just when you think every single time that the Aatrox is dead, every single time you see that HP bar go back up to full. Flandre on the edge of death right there, gets bailed out by the healing inbuilt on his abilities, and that was a very close fight for JDG. Again, that was a Viego ult diff.
Yep, that was a Viego ult diff. I will say Flandre healing diff as well, just because I think he was on single digits and then just gained back like 200-300, which is kind of disgusting. They're not going to have the fastest Smolder stacking in the world, but 186 is definitely not a bad mark to be at 20 minutes. We wait to see now where JDG want to go. They're keeping the gold even. OMG are not out of it just yet. They did lose that fight, but they're still a little bit ahead. They just need to make sure they're not getting caught out, like you said, by Xiaofang. Losing that ultimate, it meant that he couldn't be as aggressive in those fights.
Does have it back up now, and the flash is up as well. Next objective, of course, is going to be in 3.5 minutes, which is usually where JDG like to pick up their fights. But OMG have been having this tendency of, we don't care, we just want to fight you right now. We don't want to let Ruler scale. We don't want to let Ruler get to 3 and 4 items. We know what he can do onto the Zeri, and having this pairing with Ahri plus Viego, who have yet to die. This Ahri death is literally from minute 3, very early on into the game. They're both very powerful, they're both on 2 items, and they can literally assassinate the backline of JDG if they find the opening to very mobile on the Ari, but also the Viego too. They're looking for an opening. Again, OMG will just A-ram it down and look for a fight, even when there's no objective to be had on the map.
Yeah, they are big on the ARAMs right now. I will say, as much as you're absolutely correct that with all this mobility, of all this damage to jump on the carries, it's Ruler. It's Ruler on Zeri, and it just feels like it's almost an unfair advantage for him because he just has that mobility. Like, he didn't even lose his flash or his cleanse in that last fight. He still has them fresh and ready to go. Yeah, like it's just
turn nameplates on. Okay.
Yeah, you have to turn them on. So it is still someone, if not, you know, fair enough, we all know Faker is the greatest of all time, but I think Ruler is definitely in the top 2. And that is just something that he has to do. I would love to see him kind of do something here. This JDG roster, they're jumping in on top of Angel, who does lose his ultimate. Not going to have that now for a potential Baron contest, but should have it back for this Dragon in 2 minutes' time. And where are we going with this? Yagao has to pop himself into Zhonya's. Otherwise, that charm was going to bring him down, and that was going to be the end of that fight.
But I think this is it. I don't think you can pressure anymore with OMG. Not having that ultimate on Ari is huge, and JDG can't take the fight onto you. Very nice route from Yagao. Difficult is going to tank a lot of damage. JDG are flirting with the idea of, hey, we might get a pick right here.
I get the flash. Don't get the pick just yet. More flashes being burned.
Another flash.
So, yeah, Angel lost his flash in favor of Yagao's.
Hold on. What is happening? There is no objective on the map. We do have Dragon in 1 minute, but these mid lane shenanigans have been happening the entire game. JDG are like, listen, we do not want to be a part of what you're doing, OMG. But they kind of have to, because if OMG are piling up 5 members in the mid lane, pushing down your mid lane tier 1 power, you somehow have to reply. JDG are sticking around for too long. You lose your Seeker's Armor Guard on Yagao. You lose your Flash, 2 very important tools, because the next Dragon is coming up literally 40 seconds, and you're gonna have neither on the Nico, and that's really huge. Xiaofang is literally rubbing his hands right now on Yagao not having neither of these 2.
Having the Summoner Spellbook as well for Angel means that exhaust could be absolutely massive going into Ruler. We'll see if JDG want to contest this. It looks like they're happy to just reset, let this Dragon go. Don't need to go for anything, as you mentioned. They've lost just too many Summoners. Flashes from Flandre and Yagao. Just not really in position. They do get back to get a second item here onto their Jax. For now, I just feel like it's just not really that big of a... Well, it might be contestable now. That Void Staff is kind of huge to be picking up. And we'll see what this Nico can do. They are going to go forward, look to try and engage as Angel with his old back hooking to make this one work. Missing, not quite going to go down. The Pop Blossom gets down Xiaofang as Cube is in the middle of everybody. They're trying to burn him down. The Smolder is burning out these health bars, but the Zeri is doing just as well. And back everybody, flash forward from Abel! Gets the execute down, triple kill here for the Smolder, and OMG can turn back for the Dragon after a 1 fight.
Abel absolutely unchecked for the entirety of this team fight. JDG stepped too far forward. Angel is like, I don't care who's in front of me. If it's missing, if it's Kanavi, that's the first person that walks up. I'm just gonna try and get a taunt onto them, which is exactly what happened. Angel sees the Nautilus and ends up getting that taunt onto the Nautilus. They all pile up, and the entirety of JDG is so fixated on not allowing any reasons to come through the Viego, and that was very well done as well. Gets seized by the Nautilus, and Xiaofang literally melts in this team fight by Yagao and Ruler, but then Abel gets to be completely unchecked. That Braum is doing wonders for the front line, not allowing anyone to get onto that Dragon, and the flash forward from Abel seals the deal onto Ruler as well, which also allows them to secure Soul Point for themselves.
OMG in a good spot right now to maybe take this series, at least this game.
What's happening today?
I don't know. It's a banger day. They called it in the broadcast yesterday. It's a very, very solid day as we can have a look down. Abel, 3 items, got that rapid fire cannon and just pumping out damage. The Smolder is an issue to say the least. Coming into this, I do believe that Ruler's going towards that Immortal Shield Bow to try and defend himself against some kind of an engage, but so many Summoners bone in that last one. And the fact that OMG won that fight after the fact that Xiaofang died and didn't get any resets just shows you how scary they can be if they do get the resets, if they do get themselves to a point where Xiaofang is able to rip through and get those cooldowns off of all the dead souls.
I feel like JDG have way too many things to be wary of because there's resets on Viego, there's resets on Ari. Abo cannot be left unchecked, but you also have a Braum and you're playing triple melee with Nautilus, Jax, and Aatrox into a Braum, which is a little bit problematic. And then you leave completely out of the equation the Renekton that has been zoning Ruler and Yagao out of these fights over and over again. I think OMG have a pretty solid composition right here, and they've got the kills on the right members to try and close this one out. And it would be huge for them, sitting 5 and 4 on the standings, beating the JDG that a lot of teams have fumbled trying to do so. Would be huge for them in their playoffs run.
Absolutely. The only team to beat JDG so far this split has been BLG, which again, not exactly a bad thing or is a terrible thing to have in a season, but it is only game 1 of this best of 3, so we got to wait to see if one OMG can bring it back or bring it forward and get themselves the win, or if JDG do what they do so well and bring us to the late game and let Ruler be Ruler. So we'll see. Looks like he's going to go reset now, pick up his Immortal Shield Bow. Has that item picked up for him now, so that is, again, more sustainability, more survivability in these fights.
I find this so hilarious that OMG has actually forced JDG to play their game. It feels like OMG are always grouping mid lane. They're always ready to engage on you. They're always ready to fight you. They don't care who steps up, whoever it is. Is it the Nautilus with a shield? Who cares? Just engage onto the Nautilus. We don't care. And JDG are trying to adapt to this playstyle, but also grouping everywhere they go on the map as well. They have double TPs. They don't care about pushing side lanes. They play the 5v5.
They're looking for something. They'll get Angel's ultimate and they'll get Smolder's. Not a huge amount of follow-up after the fact, so that's 2 big ultimates down. Nothing really to show from it from the side of OMG. They will have them back in 2 minutes time, but that's a great charm. And that's a good kill. Missing now dead. They're flashing forward because they've got the Viego reset. He has the hooks to come down. Kanavi needs to get away from this, but the flash charm is perfect. Angel has been immaculate with these engages, keeping OMG honest, keeping them there in this game. Yagao looking for Angel, but won't land Tangle Barbs, and that's going to be the Dragon. I mean, I don't know, or Baron, excuse me. I don't even think you can even try and defend this.
Absolutely not. Kanavi is on his way out. He's sprinting as fast as he can from the bot side of the map towards there. They know Kanavi is coming, and Yagao and Ruler are now pretty good hate speed bars right now. Missing just spawn 2. Cube is trying.
They're going to try Yagao. It's got the pop blossom! And he gets the double kill! Xiaofang, however, gets himself a reset, and the Smolder's still alive. They're seeing if they can jump onto Ruler, who has cleanse, who has flash, and who has an escape out. JDG do not lose the Baron. They get 2 kills. They lose 2 more on the side of this one, so it's so close. But OMG are starting to eke ahead.
And again, I cannot stress enough the value of Viego and the souls he picks up this fight. The first fight where Angel engages, we're gonna see the replay right now. PP God and Angel are stuck in this choke point, but it's not very easy to pin down the Ahri. They try to go in, they don't hit anything, and then they disperse, and then suddenly hits another charm onto Missing, who's eaten a lot of them, by the way, this game, and they end up burning him down. Do you know what happens when Nautilus ends up dying? He plays for the other team! And you definitely do not want this. You see Xiaofang instantly flash hooked forward with the Nautilus, and that was a fantastic follow-up. And what happens later on in the Baron? Yagao gets a massive ultimate, but it doesn't really matter here, because all eyes on Xiaofang's Viego. He'll get the reset onto Kanavi's Jax, and he gets the follow-up straight onto Yagao. The value of the souls, I'll never stop talking about this, is massive, but we
gotta
have
go live.
soul.
This is Soul, here we go. The ult comes down from the Smolder, but it's stolen away. JDG get themselves a Dragon. Can they fight after this one? The Pop Blossom goes up, but look at Smolder. He's still so big. There's a double kill. Not quite able to get the triple, but they are shredding through JDG right now. Kanavi will only stand for a couple more seconds. Yes, you get the Dragon as JDG, but a triple kill for Abel and the ace for OMG.
Incredible performance right here for OMG. They're solidifying themselves They're showing that they are
have the
capable
game.
of making it towards the top rankings. They're going to try. There are 30 seconds on most champions on the side of JDG. They've got Smolder. They've got every single person alive. Pipigod is going to back off here. It's just going to be an inhibitor. We did get excited. You know what? I've been watching a lot of LPL, and Lyric gets very excited when it's nearly record time for the shortest game of the season. He says it every single time. He's like, oh, 20 minutes. It's going to be record time. And you know what teams do? They literally just turn around and leave. It's like they hear him say it. Back onto this dragon fight, of course. Look at Angel. He has a fantastic flank on the side right there. Tries to get something done, but Cube is such a huge problem. They cannot break through this Renekton, and we're gonna go back to live because Angel is taking the fight onto Yagao once again while his team is doing Baron. Not gonna get him this time, and Angel might be in trouble because he doesn't have mana.
It's no mana. He is trying to go move away from it. They will pop down the ultimates. They will get out with all 5 Baron buffs, but that was a little moment there. Yagao did lose the stopwatch, or excuse me, the Zonias, but he'll have that back in no time whatsoever. And I mean, I don't blame Angel for going this. 18 stacks on the Medjais, 3, 1, and 12. And as much as the Smolder has been nice, it really has been everything has been about the engages coming out from Angel. Angel's engages have been honestly exceptional, and they really are kind of pushing for more and more pressure here. Kanavi will get out. With a Baron now available here for the side of JD, or sorry, for OMG, I mean, this feels like it's going to be OMG's game to lose. We look at the replay there, he's just waiting for someone to come through the gate. And he grabs a perfect charm off the back of it as well.
Absolutely, right here, of course, Angel runs out of mana, doesn't have any more in his kit, but OMG are pushing down double lanes. With powered up minions, Angel is going to drive an entire wave through that mid lane. He is going to be with super minion as well, so JDG need to send somebody to reply to that. That charm is going to miss. That is very crucial. This is a few more seconds that JDG can afford to stay underneath the tower. Angel is going to push yet another wave. They're waiting for the super minion wave in the mid lane to try and sync up, but it's not going to quite be the case. And JDG might as well be able to defend this tower. Again, Angel, no ultimate here, but look at the charms. The charms of him have been telling on these team fights. They have been starting these team fights that have been so pivotal, so important. Missing!
Oh, missing! He's burning! He's not quite going down, though. He will survive, but does he have enough time to heal and get back before this next wave? I think he does. I think there's going to be just too much damage being thrown into this, so despite not getting the kill, they will break open another inhibitor. This is all the pressure in the world for OMG, but it's not worth not if you can't win a fight. Here we go. Abel gets the first kill as the Nautilus goes in and immediately dies. Abel still on the backside, gets jumped by the Pop Blossom, but there's no follow-up. There's no one to put down the rest of the damage, and the rest of JDG just cannot do it, but Ruler just isn't big enough. Kanavi just jumping away. They'll flash in, they'll dash in, they'll make sure that he is going to be as low on health as he possibly can be, but 1v5, it's OMG to win 1-0.
What a clinic coming out of OMG. We couldn't stress enough how JDG are so incredible at team fighting, and they love going late game. They're a little bit passive in the early game, but it's fine because the team fighting makes up for everything that they don't do in the early game. And you know what OMG did? They ARAM'd the heck out of JDG. They forced JDG to play a playstyle that they did not want to, and OMG played it better because they thrive in chaos. I saw ARAM for the entirety of the game. Support being mid lane when they don't even need to be mid lane. You leave Smolder down in the bot lane. Your support roaming mid allows for the 1v1 down in the bot lane, allows for Smolder to actually scale up to these 225 stacks as fast as possible, which is what happened to Abel. And it is completely cleaned up house. And honestly, thumbs up to Abel because his Ahri was so clean.
Yeah, oh, so good. We are a little bit behind, though. We are going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to see how much we can catch up with our second game of the series. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are barreling towards our second game of our third series. It is OMG 1-0 up at the moment, and the MVP is just, you know, someone I want to know. I mean, Angel, yeah, thank you. I was like, if they gave it to Smolder, I was going to be mad, but Angel was exceptional on the Ari.
Absolutely mind-blowing, honestly. The pressure that he was exceeding through the very early game. Yeah, Gao took the fight to him and Angel slapped him right in the face. And these Ari champs were actually so pivotal for the success throughout all this A-ramming and all these team fights that OMG were actually forcing on JDG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that for OMG, that was a great game. That was a showing to me that they are willing to try things out that aren't just comfort. They're willing to go and look for those little bit of moments where they can make things happen for themselves. And Angel thoroughly going forward. We do have a mist ban on the side of JDG. That does not help them. But we have the Hui, the Udyr, the Jax, and the Rakan all coming out here for OMG. They do not want to give Abel the Xayah, and they might be forced to take it themselves.
Uh-oh, I'm actually very scared of Sheen. I have a crush on Karma plus Xin Zhao. This duo combined, the pressure that these two can exert on the map is absolutely insurmountable. The priority through the Karma mid lane into the Xin Zhao playing in your face, we saw it in the previous series, how important it is to have that priority and a very strong mid laner together with the Xin Zhao and what Xin can do. We saw it in the FBX series. So, sorry, it was the AL series. I was wrong there. We'll see it right here. OMG have what it takes to break the Xin Zhao. I'm very happy to see the Ezreal. We talked about OMG resorting towards the comforts, and Abel has played a lot of Ezreal this particular season.
Oh yeah, and even previous seasons as well. It's kind of one of the go-tos for him. He's flicking between the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal. I imagine it will be the Ezreal just to kind of link in with the Hui. You get that poke down. You're not really worried about kind of, you know, leaving the AD carry alone. A lot of the time we saw in the last game, the Smolder was just left to his own devices. Once he got away from the initial engage, Abel was just pumping out damage and doing exceptionally well at it. So we'll see what comes out of this one here, but OMG, they're happy enough with what they've built for themselves for the moment. But for JDG, I mean, there's a lot of power picks in this one here. The Karma, the Xin Zhao, they can do a hell of a lot if they don't get caught.
Yeah, and a lot of people sort of get stuck on the power of Karma when it comes to like RQ, 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 RQ. But later on in the game, when you've got an Aatrox and a Xin Zhao with so much AP stacked onto this Karma, your RE, your Mantra shield is so huge that it's almost impenetrable alongside all these defenses that Xin Zhao carries with him through the ultimate, and Aatrox is healing through his abilities. So it's going to be a lot of pressure to try and break that Xin Zhao Karma synergy in the early game. But if anyone can, OMG have shown that they can pressure JDG in the early game. I'm just not quite sure how they're going to do this currently with a Hui mid lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they're going to bring it, but for JDG, they need more agency in that early game. The OMG just kind of ran away with the pace, the breakneck speed that OMG were running with in that first game just was too much for JDG. JDG felt like they just could not do what they needed to do, and left, you know, way too much time for this Smolder to kind of get ahead. Yes, you have Ruler, an exceptional AD carry in his own right, but you can't just be relying on him. There has to be other elements to your game plan if you want to try and take down some of the best in here in the LPL. But we're going to jump in now and see if that fan is right, if it's OMG 2-0, but there's quite a few JDG fans here in the Beijing JDG home arena.
There were a few chants. There were a few chants right there. And JDG surely do need them. They're 1-0 down to OMG. OMG forcing them to play their own game, A-ramming for 25 minutes straight. OMG coming out on top of that one, but now I am a little bit worried because Hui is not one of these champions where you can very easily get that priority in the early game. He's extremely immobile as well, so if Kanavi does find the angle, 1W for Karma can force a flash out of Angel, so we'll see how the mid lane will play out.
We'll see. For now, both teams happy just to take it easy for the moment. We do see Cube on a little bit of a magical journey as he pops his head in onto the blue buff. They have got perfect vision of this, unfortunately, for the side of OMG. So they will not be getting any level 1s going in on top of Ruler or missing, but it's okay. See what they can go for now. Xiao Fang is on vision for this. They will know exactly where this Jax jungle will be going, but I mean, Xiao Fang has been such... I mean, junglers in general, the new junglers coming into this season have been exceptional in the LPL. Xiao Fang, Milky Way, like even Xiao Hao from last year jumping onto Weibo. They have been exceptional picks and exceptionally kind of like, you know, powerful in their own rights. So really great to see the new talent, if you will, the new generation of talent coming in from the LPL, not stifled by any like, you know, growth issues or such, bringing the best games and really honestly kind of putting a bit of a torch down onto people likes of Kanavi and stuff, saying like, hey, like, you know, you're good, but are you this good?
Yes. Yes, he is. Kanavi is my one bias from the LPL. For me, Kanavi will forever be the genius of the jungle. Obviously, like, I'm joking, like Milky Way and, you know, Xiao Fang are absolutely incredible junglers, but Kanavi is bringing so much knowledge and experience behind him that there is still so much to learn from him. And I get what you mean. Every time there are rookies that come in and they pop off, you know, your chair starts to tremble a little bit because...
Little bit.
They see the game in a very different new way than you do. So let's see Kanavi right here. He's going to jump straight through, back towards his bot side of the map. Now, a lot of the times people ask me, like, hey, who won draft? I feel like every single time I look at this, my first telltale right here is like, hey, are there any tanks on both sides? You know, like Udyr and Cassante were so, ooh, very nice handshake right there from missing. XPP got straight off his W, but... I look at Udyr's and Cassante's and I'm like, are there any tanks that people need to worry about? And I'm looking at Cube into Aatrox, and Udyr's fine. He's been chilling into Aatrox, and I'm thinking later on, who in the world kills that Udyr? Because if you're gonna sit there and sell me that a single damage dealer named Xayah is going to single-handedly take an Udyr with probably tons of armor down, then I'm gonna tell you, I don't care if that Xayah is called Ruler or not, it's not happening.
It's just not really the play you need to be going for in those instances. But yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. The Udyr has been such a problem, especially with the Cassante being taken out of the meta. Not out of the meta, but definitely out of the running of just being a straight-up tank-for-tank matchup that you can trade. Speaking of trading, Kanavi coming around here. Yagao looking to try and make this one as well. They're looking to take the pace into OMG's hands. We saw this last time against Weibo, where OMG's bot lane didn't do that exceptionally well. They will get the handshake, and they will get the first blood. TP did come in here from Hwei, but it was too little, too late. Well-executed dive from JDG.
Absolutely, it was a little bit too late. However, you get to absorb a little bit of that experience and gold down there with the Hwei. You need to get back down, back towards your mid lane, because now you do not have the TP. Yagao is gonna be able to TP back onto this one and shove in your lane, so you don't want to be losing too much of your Angel. Pipico is going to hold a couple of casters right there for Abel, but a very well executed dive from the side of JDG. And again, Kanavi starting with his red buff, going topside straight back towards that bot lane to get that dive underway. On the 6th wave with the cannon. It was very, very well played. Lovely handshake right there. Again, hasn't missed a single handshake so far. Very, very impressive from the JDG support.
Yeah, doing very, very well. Just wait to see where they kind of want to take this priority. It looks like it's going to take it over to the Grubs. Make sure they get that stacking for themselves. Stop Xiao Fang for having any priority. Just great wards as well to spot out what OMG are looking for here. And really just pushing in, making sure they're getting absolutely everything off of this team. Again, like you said, missing. He doesn't miss with those handshakes, those dirty dealings. Now Ruler might be thinking they can jump on here onto Xiao Fang. And Xiao Fang recognizes there's something amiss, gets rooted down, should be able to get over the wall, but he will not get over with his life. Kanavi takes that down, and this is the JDG that we know and love from the LPL. This is the team that just kind of takes everything from you and forces you into really poor situations.
That was a lovely roam towards the top side for Ruler. There was a huge wave stacking down from Abel, so he knew he couldn't walk up to that. What he did instead is he walked up the map. Against Xiao Fang, cannot make the same moves as he did when he had an Ahri mid lane. Hui does not work the same way. Hui is very susceptible to dying. You take one wrong step, you're extremely immobile, you tend to get punished a lot. So Xiaofang had absolutely no business, but yet again, another great roam by Ruler. He grabs that kill for himself as well. 1-0 up for the JDG AD carry and grabs all this wave that was pushed down bot lane by Abel.
And Ruler's feeling confident right now. Yeah, I was going to say, he can flash forward onto this. There's no real kind of trade back for here, but I will say he's taking a lot of heals and shields. He eventually goes down. This could just straight up be a double kill. Here's the handshake. Ruler handed back 2 kills back to back, and JDG are now punishing OMG.
And here we go back to what we were saying last game, where we're like, I think OMG need to turn the nameplates on because Ruler will bring the pressure up onto you. And he's done this back-to-back. In game 1, when he was left alone with Abel, he jumped him over the wall, tried to take his summoners right here with the help of Missing, playing that 2v2, getting ahead. The kill that he picked up early on, the kill that he picked up from this skirmish down the bot lane as well, will get him very close. Noonquiver now in his inventory, very close to his first item, and Cube hasn't had any attention so far at all, but he should technically be out of this.
He should be fine. Just got the, doesn't actually lose the Ghost, the ult out of Flandre, who has been basically exclusively playing Aatrox so far this split. No one's really been paying him any mind, and it seems to be working for JDG as they are 6-1. Let's have a look at the replay here, because I mean, it's so close for Abel to be in the position to turn this one back, but just Ruler knowing that he has the summoner advantage is so confident.
I love the flash through the W from Rakan for Ruler. So freaking confident right there. Now they had this one, was very close, because all the shielding and the healing that came through the Rakan almost allowed them to trade one back on Ruler. Very well played to dodge through all of these Qs by hiding behind creeps. And of course Renata, very well played by the bot lane of JDG to actually cash in yet another one.
Yet another one, and JDG, they are just in a better position. 2,000 golds up, plenty of gold going over to Ruler, which is exactly how they want to play the game. Like JDG remind me of like 2018 RNG, where it's like, we know how they're going to play the game. We know they're going to want to try and get their AD carry ahead, but there's nothing you can do to stop it. Ruler is just that good. It was the same with Uzi and RNG, where it's like, yeah, we know you're going to put resources into Uzi. We know you're going to try and put all this kind of pressure on him to carry, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's just kind of how it is. So there's a beautiful kind of irony in that for JDG as they trying to keep Ruler as fed as physically possible, and now Abel with the hostile takeover. He's going to get 1 or 2 more, and they will be able to kill him off as well. He lost his flash and his heal as soon as he got it back.
Oh, this sucks for Abel. He has been able to keep himself above Ruler in terms of CSing, and that was the one thing that was going right for him. He had died 2 times. At least he was keeping up in CS. He was further up. Now Ruler gets to cash in 2 tire platings. Another kill. And he's most likely going to be walking back with the Kraken Slayer whilst Abel is just scrambling about with a few components. Flandre is gonna go down. That's a very small price to pay, I would say, for Ruler being 3-0-2.
And 5,000 gold. It's a lot. I will say I completely agree with you. I think Flandre, just unfortunately for him, you're playing weak side. And normally you're quite good at that, but you just kind of overextended a little bit. You just needed to accept that you're going to miss a very large wave. Now you miss a very large wave and you die, which is kind of the big issue there. But Grubs will be taken here by OMG to try and deny the 6 stack, but they won't deny the 5. They had already used all their resources top lane. So this is still JDG coming out on top. This is still JDG looking strong in this second game. This game's not over just yet. Again, it's only about a 1,500 gold lead. And if Ruler does die, that lead goes away.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? We talked about earlier about the Udyr and how he's going to be a problem because the only damage dealer that can hurt Udyr is going to be the Xayah. The Karma is not going to hurt Udyr later on. 1 Rukern and pretty much all the damage coming out from Karma is going to be mitigated. However, when this Xayah walks into a fight and sees 2 items and your only item on Udyr is Steel Caps and possibly a Frozen Heart, yes, it is going to hurt because it's an entire level up and can burst through that armor. Angel is finding Yagao right there. Xiaofang flash.
I was going to say, not just Angel, the rest of the team. Nothing you can do there for Yagao, just gets obliterated. Abel on the bot side is going to have to probably get a bit defensive here. No flash for him, and yeah, he's dead.
God.
Just not really a lot you can do. And I mean, this is how Weibo basically, in OMG's last series, this is how Weibo basically nearly perfect gamed them. It was just focus Abel out of this. Make sure that he cannot play the game. And that's exactly what JDG are doing. It seems to be the winning formula that if Abel is just unable to participate, then there's just nothing you can really do about it. They'll even get another plate, maybe even 2, just to top it all off. And I mean, this Xayah is disgustingly fed.
Absolutely. Again, this is the problem, right? When you do have more items than the Udyr, you're gonna burn right through that little armor the Udyr has. And again, I feel like in game number 1, we talked about a scenario where OMG could play through their top side. They were more active. They had the Ari plus Viego to try and make plays around the map. And the fact that you're playing a little bit more of a passive mid laner versus having also a passive bot lane, and yeah, okay, you have your Udyr in the top side, but it's not necessarily that you're gonna play through them. It kind of mitigated that style that got them that win versus JDG in game number 1, playing that aggressive playstyle. And now, of course, I understand they want to front to back JDG here because they do have the double tank, engage, disengage, and double poke champions, but they have fallen behind the curve right here, and I'm not sure that Udyr is going to bail them out of this one.
Well, they're looking for an engage. It's 2v2 for the moment, and there's a lot of damage being put down onto Missing. That's something that needs to happen again. If Ruler's not there, they're not that far ahead. It is only about 1,000 gold, and 2,000 of that 1,000 gold is in bot lane, so it doesn't really make that big of a difference when you're isolating away these targets.
Absolutely, and he can't get to walk up the tower because, of course, Kanavi is right next to him. He's going to tag PP God as well. Right there, they're going to make sure to take that bot lane tower while Scooby's taking care of that top lane tower. In contrast, right here on the split screen, you see Cube tried. Nope, Flandre did clear that wave pretty quickly. He's going to be only a tower for JDG. He's going to be the first one. Full tower plating is going to Ruler, as well as the first tower, and they're just in time to transition towards the tops of the map, go potentially for that Rift Herald. Now that Ruler is so fed, it's kind of been the case with the AD carries, especially since you had like Varuses and Kallistas. The more far ahead you get them in the early game, the more you can transition them around the map to take complete control of all objectives, as Kanavi is bullying away Xiaofang of the jungle.
Pulling him away. I will say it's not just Kanavi. The rest of his team is around to make that a nuisance for him, but EP God clearing out most, if not all, of that vision. And JDG just happy to keep the game fairly solid right now. Going for that Rift Herald. Should be able to take it pretty much uncontested. The Jax is on the bot side of the map. They had prioritized all that vision in that enemy side of the jungle. They will get their reward with an objective. Now, where and when they get to use that objective is the next big key thing, because Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. They need some resets.
You do have a lot. Oh my god, just don't look at levels, guys. Don't look at levels in the bot lane. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. No worries. Ezreal is chilling. Essence River completed. Well, Ruler has not gone back to purchase any more items, so technically you're almost even with your Xayah, with the Xayah right here. It's just the pickaxe in the inventory for Xayah. And if you look at the inventory of Cube, it's armor, 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 and a little bit more armor.
Yeah.
You have a little bit of that anti-heal as well. Slowing down the auto attacks also with that Frozen Heart. Very, very valuable item in general in terms of how much it provides you with armor versus the cost of the item, which is quite low currently. Xiaofang is going to shadow Angel towards the top side to make sure you get this one. Dragon Wast. OMG are not going to contest this Dragon. They know how strong this Xayah is at this current point, so they definitely do not want to be running into Ruler Xayah when he's that strong. They do have plenty of time to get their Jax online, to get a few more items onto this Udyr, and potentially become a threat in the front line for JDG.
Still 2,000 gold. Another Hex Soul available. OMG just trying to get Abel back into this game. And this is what happened against Weibo. They were kind of avoiding the massive tanks. They were avoiding the big priority targets like Ruler is right now. But I feel like you have a Jax who's building up onto a second item. You have decent items and decent CC to try and maybe burst out Ruler, or at least force him into his summoners and get him away from a fight. Because again, the Xayah is amazing, but it is exceptionally short-ranged. Angel's sitting on a ward. Fortunately, he's not aware of that. Kanavi and Yagao just trying to put priority now onto this top side. They won't get the tower, but they'll definitely lose a wave there for the side of OMG. Those are the little advantages that will lead to bigger things. What's so sad?
You have to walk around your jungle because you know you cannot walk straight onto that top side of the map. As good as it is for top laners to be ungankable on red side, this wall has made it so difficult that when you lose control of that river, you cannot walk through that tri-burst where the control ward is next to Karma right now. It makes it so freaking difficult. Therefore, the way had to wrap around, you lose quite a bit of CS right there, and OMG have sort of been bleeding ever since JDG have been moving Ruler around the map. They are trying to keep Abel safe, but on the other hand, this is very difficult to try to match Ruler on any lane unless you bring multiple people from OMG. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Way in the mid lane right now too.
Yep, with the Void Grubs as well. They'll have the Mites come out and get themselves a turret, so it's creating more pressure, more priority around this mid lane. So again, Ruler can just kind of throw in a Q or two, get the autos down, and get the kill. That's not going to be that hard of a task for this AD carry to do. So we'll see what the response is going to be from OMG. The pace of the game has definitely slowed down. JDG said, all right, we got you in the early game. We're happy to take this a little bit slower. But for OMG, they need to, I feel like they need to just kind of find a tempo play onto JDG, make it so that they can't just play this game as carefully and as precise as they would like. That is a lot easier said than done.
Absolutely, especially since OMG, we saw what was very prominent for them was playing through that mid lane, gathering 5 people, playing pretty much ARAM and just catching people with charms. In this particular instance, you do not have this. You're probably going to need Pipigod with a really, really good engage onto Xayah and trying to burst him down. Talking about bursting down, they did find Flag Drain on the bottom side of the map, but this is a way that they have managed to get Xiaofang to be super relevant in this game. He is 1 level up onto Kanavi. The second he's back, he's going to have an extra item. They're trying to defend Angel towards the top side of the map. There's a teleport from Cube, and it is going to work. So very nice defense right there. Was Abel is getting slapped underneath his tower by Ruler.
I mean, the
Wait.
2 TPs were
God.
basically cancelled, so that's a massive shift of a play there from OMG. I love the fact that they said, cool, we'll play around where Ruler is not. And even then the top side, when the dive was trying to come in, they were able to defend it as well. So really, really well done here from the side of OMG. And JDG, they're not 100% won this game just yet. I mean, in terms of items, it's basically 2 apiece for both of these AD carries. Sure, the crit items are a little bit more expensive, but it's not unassailable. It's not unbeatable in the sense that OMG are not that far behind in the grand scheme of this game. So this Jax is massive. This Jax is so powerful that if Ruler is forced out of a fight because of the Counter-Strike, they won't have an answer to what OMG are doing. And now because of the late reset, this is another tower for OMG. So JDG kind of resting on their laurels just a little bit and not really reacting to the fact that OMG are making plays around the map.
I'm starting to love the way OMG are playing the map right now. They are counting on the reset of JDG, and every time Ruler gets moved around the map or presses B to reset, they take something off of the map. Flandre, though, he's in Xiaofang right there. He will have the Counter-Strike to stay safe for now. His blue buff is going to get stolen away. Nope.
Nope, he got it.
Walks
he
up,
got it.
smites the blue buff, leaves, doesn't elaborate.
Does not elaborate. And I mean, right now, as OMG, you can fight this dragon. You're at a very good point of power right now. You just want one more auto attack or Q from the Ezreal to get him up to the Mur mana and get the Mana Mune going. But right now, it is looking very solid for the moment. There it is, fully upgraded. Abel is in a point of power, so this is where the game gets a little bit weird. There's a knock-up from PP God. Good damage from the Mantra Q. Kanavi taking a first chunk, though, as well. And maybe they just trade this soul point for Baron. This is 100%, just 100% worth it for the side of OMG. They won't go for
I
Baron.
don't think
'cause
OMG
they're
are going to go
scared.
for the Baron right
Scaredy
here.
cats.
They are scared. Yep. You see how they left Flandre towards the Dragon and then they could TP him in if OMG started this Baron. And I feel like OMG have held up so freaking well, even though it's an absolute disaster for them in the bot lane, that potentially throwing a fight through that Baron would be a complete disaster for them. So I think making sure you get more farm onto your Jax, making sure that you get that Rookern onto Cube, onto your Odir, making completely invincible, and then walk into a fight could be huge. The later on the fights go, the more tanks that walk up to Karma, the less damage is going to be doing. So I think getting Cube to a very comfortable scenario where he does have that MR item to play against the Karma and be the frontline for OMG could be huge for the further on fights to come.
Ruler is still stacking up, still 20 CS up and still looking exceptionally scary. But as we've seen, OMG, they've just avoided him. They've just said, no, we're not going to fight you. You're not going to have your fun because we are not engaging with you. And so far, it's been okay for them. They're only, actually, they're not even behind in gold right now. It's literally just Ruler having a gold advantage. But you could say the same for Xiaofang over Kanavi. We'll see if
I feel like
Xiaofang...
this is what's balancing it out. You know,
Yeah.
it's AD carry versus Jax in the jungle. But I have a question. Okay, it just got removed. My 0-4 Ezreal had a bounty on his head, which just disappeared. And I'm like, if I'm able, and I've been literally getting bullied all freaking game, and I'm like literally 0-4, and I'm like, guys, I'm not worth full gold right now. I'm being chilling. Even if I die, I'm not giving full gold away. Suddenly there's a bounty on my head. I'm like, what is going on?
Oh, speaking of what's going on, Xiaofang was being very aggressive right there. Maybe thinking he can go for a little bit of a heavier engage with while Ruler wasn't available with his team. Angel has finished up his Cosmic Overdrive, so those extra long damage dealing abilities will keep him having vision. And will also keep doing a boatload of damage, not a lot of magic resistance at all. I think there's literally two pairs of Merc Treads, and that is about it for pretty much either of these sides, to be honest with you. There's not really a lot on either end. So this Karma, in this way, will definitely be bigger threats the longer this game goes on, should those flaws in the builds not be fixed. Right now, it is looking like JDG have just kind of stagnated. They've let OMG just pick up plenty of gold, plenty of items. Again, like, you know, you're only half an item now as Ruler ahead of Abel. And we'll see where they want to go with it, because right now I'm feeling like JDG, they just kind of hit a little bit of a wall.
Yeah, and I'm actually very pleasantly surprised that OMG understand the tempo on the map. However, Abel, I'm in a little bit of trouble right there. He will E. Kanavi can still reach him with the W, doesn't connect. Luckily for Abel, he did have his flash available, but like burning your flash 2 minutes right before the Dragon when it's Soul, it could be very important for them. But yet again, OMG understand their win conditions. That's what's so impressive about them. They understand that they don't need to fight until they're in a comfortable enough position with their items, especially on the Udyr, to be the frontline for them. Level 15 Udyr. Kanavi is just about level 13. Missing is level 10. You know what happens when this Udyr starts playing in your face? It's going to be very dangerous. PP God was just found on the flank right there, but also I want to point out that Missing has been so great with his handshakes onto PP God. He doesn't miss the flank TP coming in from Flandre. That is an Aatrox.
Yeah, he needs to get out. He needs to get out. That was very quickly found out. And the ghost from Cube.
Hello,
so Flandre
goodbye.
loses his flash and his teleport for a play that did not work. But a minute 20 till the next Dragon spawns. And OMG, again, I think they're going to start to feel like they are in control of their own destiny. Yes, they have to keep tabs on Ruler. He is massive, but he's not unkillable. He's not someone they need to 100% fear at all times. You can see the poke coming out here from the Hui and the Ezreal. If they can land a couple more of these Mystic shots, if they can land a couple more of this damage onto maybe some priority targets, they might be able to push up and be a bit more aggressive.
50 seconds until the Dragon, and it's going to be Soul for JDG. Hextech Soul, extremely important, especially when you're going to be chasing down these teamfights as well. Ruler would love Hextech Soul when he's already fed Zaya 4-0 and 2. He dictates how these teamfights will go. We mentioned Ruler goes down, you do no longer have damage, especially when you're playing into a Jackson, into an Udyr. Take these two down, but again, JDG have been keeping tabs on PP God. PP God has been trying to find all of these flanks, and JDG have not been letting him. They spotted him here. W is going to go down from Aatrox. Pipico jumps straight out of it, and again, OMG are being very cautious on how they approach the fight. They know that if they lose this fight, they could very well lose the game because it's going to be Baron as well as Soul for JDG.
JDG, they're given the respect that's deserved right now. Xiaofang gets Infernal Chains, but immediately jumps out to safety, so good from him to make sure that he does not get caught out just there. Fair bit of damage being popped down here by the Aatrox. The True Shot Barrage goes across, gets some decent work done as well. So now the Redemption has to come out immediately to make sure that Ruler is topped up nicely. There is PP God on a flank. He's going to have to, battle dance away. Gets himself over the wall with the Hex
He's on the other side now?
He is on the other side. They know he's on a flank. They're going to try and stop him here. But the Dragon down at 3,000 HP. Here we go. They go in. The hostile takeover to try and make this one work. But the Soul goes over to JDG. Now they can jump in and try to see if they can kill off anybody. But Xiaofang is just not big enough. Didn't have the damage. And he is going down in favor of JDG as they look to try and make this one work. Ruler flashes aggressively as he wants them all dead right here, right now. 4 for none. And JDG, they're looking to make this one 1-1.
Turn your nameplates on, OMG, because Ruler's in the house. 7-0-2. He's been playing aggressively since minute 5. His roam into Kanavi's jungle bailed him out of this laning phase. Ever since he got his first kill through that roam, he's not let go his foot off the gas. 7-0-2. Again, Ruler flying into this backline of OMG, absolutely demolishing them. And again, we said OMG were approaching this team fight very cautiously because they knew that if that went down, Soul plus Baron go over to JDG. And if it was even before, it's now a 5,000 gold towards JDG. PP God has been trying to find these flanks, but they haven't been letting him. They've always been keeping tabs onto this Rakan, and Kanavi does not miss those. Unfortunately, for the time it took OMG to deal with Kanavi in the front line, you see that cube did not play together with Xiaofang, and I'm wondering if that audio was playing further into the backline. Would it allow for more space into OMG's carries to play the fight? The second cube walks forward. Ruler just plays Assassin Mode.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler just realized no one was a threat to him. And then we do, unfortunately, have a tech pause, but thankfully, due to the power of technology, we are 100% able to fast forward and get ourselves back into game as much as we can, because we're a little bit still behind. But yeah, this is JDG's game to lose now, and it's just kind of really hard to see how OMG can come back into this and build themselves into kind of some kind of win, given the circumstances. Baron, the Hex Soul, how fed Ruler is, and it's just going to be so difficult. And just like magic, the tech pause is gone. We're back into game.
Little bit in the future, but still JDG with Soul, with Baron, pushing down 2 lanes. Top lane's going to slow push for them as well. They've got 3 lanes pushing for themselves.
Oh, Ruler.
Yeah, guy was going to push that mid lane, and my God, Ruler's going to get some poke down on him.
Yeah, he is going to get a little bit there, but let's see what they can go for. And they're jumping in and seeing this Ruler kind of pushing in, making sure they're getting as much as this kind of Baron buff as they possibly can. And it's just hard. It's hard for OMG to make this one stick. They're 5,000 gold down. They're not really in a position to go for an engage without Xiaofang having his flash. And even then, Ruler having just so much protection on the Locket, the Redemption, just so many things that can keep him alive, even the Bloodthirst. But yeah, Abel needs to be careful. That's just how it is. He just cannot walk forward, and just so much damage. Like, I mean, Abel just can't do
Ruler,
anything.
Please.
Yeah, I
Ruler
mean,
with 4 items, 7-0-2, Baron buff, Hextech Soul, everything is going his way because he made it so earlier on, and JDG are gonna walk through the base. They've got 2 waves of minions coming in, and JDG could potentially look for a fight to end right here.
Yeah, they could look for the end of the game right here, right now, but JDG don't want to just over-zealously go forward. They know the cube is a problem. He's got plenty of resistances, not a huge amount of health, to be perfectly honest, but I mean, it's so hard. There's the zoning ultimate from the Renata, the hostile takeover. The first of the 2 Nexus turrets has fallen. JDG slow, methodical, picking away at you bit by bit, little by little. Not a lot you can really do about it. Even Cube just having his health bar chipped away bit by bit, little by little. The ultimate comes out there from the way, but doesn't really do a lot, if I'm being totally honest. BB Guy gets hooked away. And now the fight can really begin. You need to reset these health bars, but you just can't, because your base will be destroyed. And that is JDG. We're equaling out the series 1-1 in this best of 3.
That was so clean from JDG, especially from Ruler. You cannot tell me that this guy is not top of his league in his role. He roamed as a Xayah level 4 to track enemy jungler, to take that first kill, to translate it into another kill, to just snowball the entire game. Hats off to Ruler, amazing gameplay.
It really was. And look, the power of technology. We have caught up to the live gameplay, so we're not going to take a break. We're going to jump straight into picks and bans in our game number 3. Start game, as the meme goes. The people on Twitch and YouTube are absolutely delighted, and we are live looking at our 3rd game of our 3rd series.
Oh, so now it's OMG piloting the Aatrox, Karma, and Xin Zhao. So pretty much the exact same game, just different teams piloting the champions. It's going to be Flandre this time around. Onto the Udyr. Ruler still remaining on the Xayah, but they have picked the Rakan instead of picking their jungler in the first 3 on the rotation. And let's see what remains right here, because Nico's going to get banned out from the side of OMG. And I'm going to be honest with you, even though I'm such a huge fan in general of the Xin Zhao Karma, I just really love the agency that Viego Ahri, or Ahri X, it could be Lee Sin, it could be Vi, it could be whatever. I love the agency that it gave to OMG and their early game, and we could potentially be seeing the same thing with how much priority Karma has in the mid lane. We could be seeing Xiaofang finding these angles to play into Kanavi's jungle to get these early objectives and early advantages for OMG.
Again, just getting that Xayah Rakan, they take the Rakan away and they hit the Xayah as well. So JDG saying, look, Ruler, stick to what you know. You know, don't need to be way too kind of crazy with it. Don't need to be in any way, shape or form kind of, you know, bold with your different picks. We know what you're good at. You're good at the hyper carries, and they'll even get the Azir as well for Yagao. So I will say earlier this year, earlier this spring split, Yagao had a little bit of an oopsie on the Azir. Not exactly something he's extremely known for in terms of a positive.
It's fine.
But I will say OMG are very known, specifically Abel is known for his Aphelios. It was basically his only champion in terms of how often he played it last split. And he is going back to Comfort to try and get this massive dub here for the side of OMG.
I was thinking if you're locking in the Aphelios, you could potentially go for the Lulu. She did receive a few buffs. It's going to be the Renata locked in right here, but, you know, whenever you see Aphelios, you are thinking of a Lulu, which could potentially screw up. Azir coming in for a combo, Udyr walking up to you with the polymorph and all that. So Renata is going to be the case here, right next to Abel's Aphelios. And Kanavi is gonna fall back to, oh, please do. Kanavi's Lee Sin, just give it to me.
I think we literally got the a Lee Sin clip of Tien, I believe it was, from Worlds 2019. The famous Kobe clip of just him screaming as he gets the kick to stop the TP. But it is going to be the Lee Sin locked and loaded here for JDG. Kanavi taking that one into the jungle. And Bird is the word for JDG. They get themselves the Azir, the Xayah Rakan, and OMG. They've gone for a little bit of comfort, a little bit of meta. And they are looking to try and solidify them a massive, massive win over the likes of JDG. But JDG, they looked good in that last one. It wasn't just a close game that went, you know, either way. It was JDG favored from minute 1.
Absolutely, and I'm just very confused that OMG cracked the code in game 1, and yet they have completely switched their playstyle to playing into these front-to-back compositions, to playing the JDG team fighting style that JDG is so well known for, so good at, that wins them literally game after game after game. And we'll see, OMG can actually go toe-to-toe with that team fighting. JDG have showcased throughout the years, pretty much. Right now, of course, you are the one piloting the Karma and Zinzao. This is a lot of pressure to deal with. Having a Zinzao that's always buffed up, in your face, in your jungle. We'll see how Xiaofang is going to choose to use that to his advantage. And towards which side he's going to choose to play for, because playing towards top side, Udyr is a little bit ungankable on red side, and anytime he's quite ungankable on red side.
A little bit ungankable, but definitely something to kind of keep an eye on as we do jump into our third and final game, our 8th game of the day. We almost went the distance on your first day here on the LPL, but we will be jumping in. And again, the beauty of the catch-up, the beauty of the different venues. We are live from Beijing with our third and final game of our third series. And our last day of the week, you know, we go to a new week. There's only 3.5 weeks left in regular season. We're almost to the end. Like, teams are hitting 10 games played. 10 series played, excuse me.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Every single win counts for RMG, even more. JDG are sitting pretty comfortably 6-1. They've only lost 1 series. And that was the BLG, if I'm not wrong, so...
It was.
They're doing pretty well for themselves, but for OMG, they're stuck in this middle of the pack. And with AL actually picking up a victory, they were at 6 wins. With AL picking a victory and shooting up to 7, OMG are forced to play catch-up right here. So a win over JDG would be absolutely massive, because not only do you beat one of the teams that is very unlikely to be beaten by your other rivals around your win rate, but you're also giving yourself another win towards this playoff run.
Yeah, absolutely huge to see kind of where they can build with it and move forward with it as such. But for now, still need to see what is left in this series in particular. Both teams know that we're starting, specifically OMG, this is their 10th series. They have 6 left after this. There's not a huge amount of time to be picking up wins. 5-5 is fine, but it's definitely not ideal. You would love to go to 6-4, give yourself that buffer, let you know that you can have a bad day against, you know, sometimes it happens in the LPL a bit too often than not, but, you know, a random team at the bottom of the table, an EDG, a TT, an RA just picks you up and brings you down. But as you can see, missing, going for a bit of a Rakan play that does not work out in his favor because he did not get the level timing correct.
Yeah, level 2 spike right there from OMG. And make sure to turn back the pain onto missing. He's going to be half HP. He does have 1 pot remaining in his inventory right here. They're being pinged. Xiaofang is being pinged. They're like, where is he? We've got a wall down on his blue buff. There is no way he's top side of the map. He must be invading Kanavi. He's gonna stick onto his wolves. Look at midwave. Look at midwave. And this is the exact reason we said that why Karma Zinzao is so strong. Karma has a pretty easy way of burning through those mid lane waves. The smite's gonna come down for Xiaofang. Blue yoinked away. He has his entire top side of the map to play through if he wants to. But right now, Xiaofang is going to play to threaten that bot side, potentially try to threaten the ground. There is a smite on Kanavi, so he's not gonna let this one go. Good is gonna follow up. I don't think there's much to be done here. Xiaofang is overstepped.
I was gonna say though, yeah, Xiaofang is overstepped here. Now, PB God, he may flash, he may heal, but he will always be given over to Ruler. The man is a machine who turns champions into gold, and JDG get first blood.
I am so confused as Cube takes the fight towards Flandre, but
Cube.
This would be very sour for Cube. Has to flash away.
Yeah, he had to flash, otherwise he was dead.
Kanavi's mid lane.
Yeah, Kanavi could go for another play here, because guess what? He still has flash, so even if he wanted to kind of go for something a little bit more crazy, he will get stunned down. Yagao not quite in a position with the mana he had to follow up on that, but really, really good proactivity here from Kanavi. And like you said, he's on the Lee Sin. He's just proving why this champion is so good. Has to be in your repertoire if you're any kind of jungler.
Yeah, especially if you're an LPL jungler. It has to be in your champ pool, because there's something about LPL and Lee Sin junglers. They're just too freaking good, man. They're just too freaking good on this particular champion. Now, Xiaofang is still looking for Kanavi, but Xiaofang has an entire topside jungle to still farm. He's gonna make a showcasing of
Cube!
topside,
You can't take that that 1v1. Flandre gets a kill back in that 1v2. He might even still get out. He's got Kanavi right beside him. Flandre 1v1s, goes into another 1v1 and walks away. Udyr is busted.
Oh my god, disaster for Xiaofang. He still has his entire top quadrant of his jungle up. He's 2.5 camps down on Kanavi. He's an entire level down on Kanavi. He's being in the void grabs, but Udyr has just come back with boots 1 and 0. Your mid laner cannot help you because Angel is being absolutely slapped by Yagao's Azir. And I think this is a little bit messy from the side of OMG. Xiaofang is overextending. I understand we said in game number 1, he played with fire. It didn't end up backfiring, but this time around, Cube had just lost his flash to the previous interaction with Udyr. And right here, Flandre is literally just running him down. Xiaofang not quite in position, and with the ghost on Flandre, the W does knock. Oh, just about doesn't connect onto Flandre, therefore you cannot charge onto him. Flandre walks out. Absolutely disastrous right here for Xiaofang.
Yeah, just not able to do anything, like going bot lane, losing his flash, forcing summoners out of his support and losing their life, goes top to try and trade it back, can't quite do it. I was all praise. Top laner. Yeah, loses top laner, but it's just, I was all full of praise for him, but sometimes it's just the roll of the dice, and it's why JDG are such a threat. It felt like, obviously, I think a lot of people coming into this year, as we can see, Angel is going to pop down the CC here, and a little bit of damage onto Yagao, but maybe a bit of Shurima shuffle, but Yagao not going to get the flash out of Angel just yet. But, you know, it's JDG. I think a lot of people would have said coming into this year, you've lost 369, you've lost Knight. This is a downgrade in a lot of people's minds. I think a lot of people would have said that Knight is the best mid laner in the LPL definitively, but it's just not really kind of worked like that. JDG are still an exceptionally powerful team. They do get caught out just a little bit here on the bot side. They got a little bit antsy with that kind of move, as Flandre now looking to try and bait in a little bit of a play in this top side, and now he will get turned off on the other side of this one here. He's still healing back up. Like, that is disgusting to see. Udyr, man, is just not okay. Not okay.
Okay, honestly, looking at Aatrox, you cannot really complain that suddenly he went from 1 HP to like 100 HP, because Aatrox does the exact same thing.
He does.
At any given moment that he hears a spell, yeah? So as an Aatrox, you cannot complain, but I'm not playing Aatrox, so I can't complain, you know? This is how it goes. Oh, Kanavi's still bot lane.
He's still bot lane, and he's still looking. They will get the bailout, but there's nobody low enough. And Abel will just have to watch his support go down. Remember that flash? That's still down. That's a 3rd kill now going over to the side of JDG, and wouldn't you believe it? 2-0 to Ruler.
Wow, it's like he never left. Kanavi sticks around even further. Trying to help Ruler, of course, crash this wave underneath the tower. That is going to force him a little bit behind in terms of CS and, of course, an experience into Xiaofang. But remember that because he was ahead to begin with, he is allowed to make this place. However, Xiaofang is now level 6 onto the Xin Zhao and can potentially look to make this place. You look around the map, you see what sort of summoners are missing, and the one that sticks out is Ruler's Flash. Zaya, you said it yourself, extremely short range, so you could potentially force that ultimate and end up killing Ruler. It will be the next one that they have their sights on, especially since the Dragon is up, and they could be looking for a fight around the Lost Chapter onto the Karma. Helps solidify that mid lane push as well for Angel, and they could be looking for a fight together with Xiaofang. Just came back from base, even items with Kanavi. Kanavi is looking for that level 6, should have it after blue buff.
Cube now having another fight. It's not even a fight now, to be perfectly honest. It's a bullying. Drops his ultimate, and Flandre is just having such a good time of it in this top lane. Now Cube without his ultimate can't really threaten anything here onto this Udyr, who's just going to keep putting in those extra little plates, get those extra little bit of HP, and of course the gold to build up his stats. There's just not a lot else to really say about it. It's just Udyr things. I feel like he has to be a ban on the you know, on either side, and even letting him go on the blue. Yes, you get the karma, but losing that very, very powerful top lane engage and just kind of general annoyances feels like it's just such not a good trade.
Yeah, I feel like Udyr, especially on red side, is extremely prominent now, especially with the nerfs to K'Sante. K'Sante used to be the most notorious R4 for any team on red side, especially if it had gone through the first rotation of picks and bans, right? And it is due to that wall towards the top side of the map. It does make top lane pretty ungankable. It's very difficult to wrap around the red side and the top side of the map. Thank you, observers, for highlighting it as well. But when you're on the blue side of the map and you're cube and Kanavi's behind you, that's pretty gankable.
He's pretty dead. He's not just gankable, he is dead. That is just kind of a great read on the situation from Kanavi, kind of saying, look, they know I'm on the grubs. They're going to assume that I'm going to finish these off first, so I'll take one, go top. There's no way he's expecting this. Get the kickback, get the kill, back onto grubs. It's just a perfect kind of setup for him, and there's not a lot you can do as OMG.
Invest, profit. Invest, profit. Invest, profit.
Yeah.
Rinse, repeat. Rinse, repeat.
Yep, and even now Kanavi, he's gotten 5. There's a flash in there to try and catch out Kanavi there. You can see the Angel wanted to try and CC him down, but able to create that distance. There's not really a lot else you can do about it. And yeah, Xiaofang is here, but there's no fight left. It's all done.
Actually, that was hugely respectable from JDG, and especially Kanavi to flash away from that Karma W. If you looked at the top laners at that particular time, Cube had TP and Flandre did not. He had to run all the way from base. Only now is Flandre's TP available, so at any given moment, this could have very easily been taken into a 2 versus 3 in favor of OMG, and Kanavi would lose the advantage that he has built up for himself through the plays on the map that he has created onto this Lee Sin. You definitely do not want that. No kick on Lee Sin as well allows the Zinza to stick onto you, so very respectable right there from Kanavi to actually flash away from the Karma W, knowing all these factors are on the map.
12 minutes in, 2,000 gold. This is similar to game number 2, and OMG, they look like they, as you said, they had the solution. They knew how they wanted to play. They were looking so good in that first game. JDG, they just reset themselves. They controlled the tempo and the tempo even in the first few moments of these second and third game. And since then, OMG have been kind of just afraid. They're just a little bit panicked almost to go for anything. They're just sitting there waiting for the perfect moment, and unfortunately for them, it's never going to come. They have to try and be proactive, and it's just hard when your proactivity is basically the Zinzao, and that's about it.
I feel like there was also the question of comfort, because when we're talking about OMG, we're like, hey, they're picking a lot of comfort. You know, Xiaofang, he's most played champion, East Viego. Abel, he's most played champion, East Viego. They are going to... Whoa, hold on.
We're going to see a jump here onto Abel. He gets kicked back, but he doesn't go down just yet. There's a TB coming in onto this one here, and you can see Flandre now realizing, uh-oh, I am in a bad position. They're going to try and burn him down. The bailout is good. Not quite good enough, and Flandre's still running away. While this is all happening, can they get him? I don't think they can catch him. Flandre is an escape artist. Call him Houdini, because he's just never, ever going to get caught.
Hits them with the thumbs up as well. Oh my god. Abel missing his Moonlight Vigil right there. Must be kicking himself. This would have been a kill for sure onto the Udyr. They lose that bot lane fight. They don't get the Udyr kill. They lose their top lane as well. Immaculate work on the map for JDG. Wherever Ruler goes, a structure falls, and they do see... Ooh, they have a sneaky wood behind in lane right here. You see... Flandre will TP in, catches Abel on the B button press, and flash through coming from Abel on the Lee Sin Q. And that kick, you think, has probably saved Abel. But Abel walks back in, misses just about Moonlight Vigil. And I feel like also Angel's TP was kind of in Narnia, very difficult for that Karma to just walk back in.
19
that shield, that movement speed that you need. Yeah.
19 single digits. But yeah, I mean, this is so rough for OMG right now. And JDG, they are just the kind of team to suffocate you out. You're not going to have your Flash or your Ghost now for able to potentially fight around this Dragon, which means your stacking's not going to be really on point if you don't fight for that. it's just hard, and Ruler is so big right now, 2-0. The Azir is big, everyone's big. The Flandre Udyr is disgustingly huge, and yeah, it's just not going to be an easy time right now for the side of OMG. They have got options available to them. They do have good engaged tools if they can land them, but they are very situational.
Now here's the issue, right? We talked about the Udyr and how strong he is in the front line, and in the previous game it didn't work because the Udyr left lane even, but then there was like a 15-0 Xayah with like 50 items in the inventory that burned straight through the armor that you had built. Right now, Flandre, not only is he doing great, he's got his gauntlet as first item as well, doesn't even have to go through towards that frozen heart yet. Aphelios is not posing such a huge threat yet because he has left his lane pretty even, if not behind, on the Xayah, as well as Ruler is 2-0 up in CS as well onto the Xayah. So you're not really scared of that Aphelios. Karma is not going to do much damage to you for the time being. So Flandre is having a pretty good time over in the front line. You'll see he's trying to fend off OMG, and Cube gets zoned out by Yagao and Kanavi.
Flash and ult down for the Aatrox now. It's not going to have that available. The Dragon reset, which is good for the side of JDG because they can engage and they can get the kick in with the quickness as well and follow it back one more time. Kanavi is having a masterclass in this. Flash forward with the ultimate from Ruler, and this game is all but done for OMG. JDG are smashing them 9-0. Angel is still pretty big. They don't want to give over any free gold, but it doesn't matter. What a incredible team fight from JDG.
Absolutely, Kanavi's putting on a masterclass for everyone when it comes to Lee Sin. Everyone thinking Lee Sin is like, oh, when is the insect going to come? When are you going to dive in the backline? When's the flash kick? Or the kick flash, rather. Or W into ward and then bringing the AD carry in. You don't have to do this in this particular instance. If you look at that, Yagao and Kanavi take the flash off of Cube. They're waiting down for his ultimate to be over, and then Kanavi sees the triplet of OMG sticking all together, gets that kick, sets it up for his Rakan into the taunt, into the triple knock-up as well, and there is just no reaction time for OMG because they got chain CC to perfection from the side of JDG. Yagao sees his moment as well to flash shove everyone who's trying to escape from OMG, and JDG are just, they're putting on a clinic right here. Every single one of them has played this game so well start to finish.
And the crazy thing about that fight is that was before Ruler really could join. Angel was doing a good job of keeping Ruler out of that fight, but it didn't matter. The damage was just so incredibly powerful from the get-go of that Dragon fight. They'll get the Rift Herald as well. They are looking at a nearly 6,000 gold lead. 17.5 minutes into this game. This is JDG just looking to say, all right, that game one was a fluke. We are still definitively one of the top two teams in this league. And even then, they took BLG to 3 games, and that could have gone either way as well. So there is definitely a moment or two for this. We can see the Rakan this time around going to be the one to charge in. She angles it so he goes over the wall. It's very, very cheeky of him.
I actually really love the way that Missing pointed the Rift Herald towards your opponents. You can knock them out, but it does do pretty much damage, a lot of damage. If you're riding the Rift Herald and you're driving it into your opponent. So Missing actually threatened them there with a knockup, ends up staring it back towards the tower. Really cool stuff right there from the JDG support, and they have caught them again.
They have. Flandre just going to back away from this because they know they can go for it. Oh, if Yagao had flash, he was going over that wall and killing everyone. He doesn't. He keeps his ult and he keeps his Shurima shuffle.
Matter.
Yeah?
It doesn't matter. That's another tower that Ruler gets to take down. It seems like every single play has resulted in a tower for JDG. They pick up a fight bot lane, suddenly you look top, Ruler's top lane, he's taking a tower. You pick up a fight in the jungler, suddenly you look mid lane, Ruler's taking a tower. You look in a bot lane, you're like, ah yeah, Ruler also took this tower. 14 minutes into the game. What's the opposite of Bob the Builder? Ruler the...
Wreck-It Ralph.
I'm sorry.
It's Bob the Builder and it's Wreck-It Ralph. That's what I've...
Ruler the Demolisher?
Yeah, well, kind of. I mean, I just went with another common, well-known character that I could think that wouldn't build things but would literally wreck it. But I mean,
okay, that works for me.
It's fine for the moment. But yeah, I mean, like right now, OMG, 6,500 gold down. how do you come back into this? It's not easy to see, and Flandre can just keep, he doesn't even, as you said, doesn't have to build the Frozen Heart, because who's autoing that much? It's not really that kind of Varus level of auto. It's very much kind of almost ability based with the Aphelios and the Xin Zhao. So you're not really basing that off of this current game. So right now, JDG are just feeling happy to keep pushing in the waves. Look for a little bit more of a push. Q in, bailout is there if they need it, but a flash from Kanavi because he realizes he may have gone a little bit too close to the sun. But a heal and a shield from PP God does keep him alive.
He's having a little bit of fun. Lost his flash right there. It's okay. JDG's having a little fun. You're playing Lee Sin, however. A lot of the times if you hit the Q, it might be an unspoken rule behind the team that if you hit it, you have to take it.
They get Baron.
And Kanavi did hit the Q, he did take it. However, something else that they're looking to take, as you mentioned, is Baron. There is no contest for
They
OMG.
can't contest.
They are pulling TPs now, but it's too
gone.
late.
It's gone. They need to get in as soon as possible. Angel is sprinting in. Xiaofang gets charmed up, but the Baron goes down. That is taken by JDG. Now missing in a little bit of trouble. He flashes over the wall. Can they get out with this Baron? But Flandre just escorting the team away. They just decide to take Baron. OMG can't do anything about it. They lose their 2 TPs, and they don't get anything out of it.
I just want to point down the vision on the top quadrant of Xiaofang's jungle. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wards on the top side. While JDG are doing Baron. They know every single angle. They know even an ant, even if an ant walks into this topside jungle, they know where it's coming from. They were covered from every side, and OMG are trying so hard to take whatever they can scrape off of the map. At this point in time, it is going to be a bountied up tower, which will give them a little bit of an injection in terms of gold, but...
They're just delaying. They're just
I don't know what
delaying
JDG
them.
are playing to. You've got Ruler pushing mid lane. OMG, you need to back. You're losing towers. You've got
They're losing
Azir
their
pushing
base.
bot. You've got Ruler the Demolisher taking yet another tower in the mid lane. You've got Aphelios now going towards mid to stop Ruler, which means Azir is going to take bot lane tower.
Ruler kills him. Ruler can probably kill him here. There's all flash away. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't land though. And Ruler loses no summoners! Oh, I thought he was going to get it with the throwback, but now you can see that Kanavi is going to be forced to try and disengage from this, and he does disengage. They are going to use the movement speed from the Karma and the Aatrox, but I think he gets his first death of the game for JDG. And I mean, like, right now, this is just everything for JDG. They're pulling them around the map. They get basically 3 towers now in favor of them for that one play just by delaying backs. That's all they did.
Absolutely, and Ruler could have gotten so much more out of that. Abel loses his flash in this particular exchange with Ruler as well, which means now that Gale Force is no longer in the game, Flash and Ghost are so valuable to champions like the Aphelios. You need that mobility with the Ghost and the Flash, and you don't have neither of them, and unfortunately you are walking into another fight. It's not going to be anywhere near a soul fight, and quite honestly, JDG do not need any of that. They're 10,000 gold in the lead, 23 minutes in. They can literally just slap OMG across the face with the wallets they have.
Yeah, Yagago's goes top just to cover that as well. He's already broken up in the bot lane. Can sit here and wait for whatever he needs, and this is just such a... They're having a bit of fun here on the side of OMG. They're not really... sorry, not OMG, JDG. They're not really kind of, you know, thinking about this as the most clinical way to end it. They're just kind of saying, look, let's see what happens. You can see Kanavi testing the limits of his champion to the best of his abilities. But I mean, look at the wards. Similar to what you said earlier, like no one can sneeze in this side of the jungle without being, you know, seen about doing it. That's just going to make it harder and harder for OMG to kind of claim themselves back into this game. Global Red goes over. JDG happy to go for it. And it looks like JDG are going to be going to 7-1 at the halfway point of the split.
Absolutely, and look at that macro on the map. Top side, bot side of the jungle is fully warded because Ruler was mid lane, whilst the entire rest of the team was top side of the map. Now they're going to group, try to take another tower. There is no more Baron buff, so they just need to group and just brute force their way in. They do have 5 grubs, so they do get the buff as well. Not that they need it at this point with 10,000 gold in the lead, but it is a little bit of help in taking down these towers. They're going to group up right here. I would like to see somebody threatening that bot lane, especially with how far ahead JDG are, and not see them grouped up on the top lane altogether.
Ruler does take a fair chunk out trying to take down that tower, but it is the last of the outers. Now been confirmed. 9,000 gold. We'll call it 10, just because it's so damn close. And
Call it 10, it's easier. Yeah.
call it a clean 10k. But yeah, I mean,
Just round it up.
yeah, just round it up, no problem whatsoever. But yeah, this is. It's almost impossible for OMG to get back into this. You need this Aphelios to be up to like 3, maybe even 4 items before he's going to be able to really put a dent into a lot of what JDG have built up for him, especially this this Flandre kind of Udyr is just nigh on unkillable at this point in the game. Until you start getting some serious items, and a Bloodthirster being picked up here by Ruler means that you're not really going to be able to kill him off either. He will have his flashback up for the next Dragon. He will probably have it actually by the Baron as well in a minute and a half. So you need to find something here as OMG, and you need to fight. If you let this game go where they get another Dragon, they get another Baron, I just don't see how you can, you know, feasibly defend it after that. You have to make it last stand.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much Abel is able to output right here. Ruler is 2 levels up on his opponent 80 carry, and JDG are fishing while they have Azir pushing in mid lane wave and Udyr pushing bot lane wave. I wish this was the case in the previous push that we saw in the bot lane, because there is an open inhibitor and somebody from OMG would have to reply to that. A little bit slow on that turn for JDG, but they are doing it right here. There is a wave coming in from the mid lane as well. However, it's not baroned up, but it could be in 40 seconds.
Could be in 40 seconds, but so far they're just escorting the minions into the mid lane. And a bit of damage, not a huge amount. Good guns here for the Aphelios to clear out a lot of these. The Infernum and of course the Severon keeps him nice and topped up should he get any kind of trade that's poor. But you had to see Xiaofang get a bit of a reset because he took too much of the damage, and now they get themselves their first inhibitor of the game. Missing just over on the wrong side of the wall, but BP God not having the same kind of level of handshakes like we saw earlier. This is starting to become to a point now where the Baron is on the field. You have to fight. You have to go for this.
I'm kind of worried because Abel was just using up his Infernum so he can get red-white, which is his perfect weapon to fight, but he doesn't have the ult!
He doesn't have the ult. He will go into the bailout, so they need to get him down before he does. But they don't get a kill to reset him, so that is going to be one quick kill to come into this one here. Kanavi will fall down afterwards. Ruler is still doing decently. And look at Yagao as well. This Azir and Xayah. Bird is the word. And there's nothing that Cube or PP God can do about it. They will keep Angel alive, but only to watch the inevitability of it all. As you can see the damage going in from Yagao. You're 1-0-1, Angel. You may have a perfect KDA, but you will not leave here with a game 2 in your favor. It will go to 2-1 to JDG, and they will get themselves up to 7-1.
Honestly, I was going to say get Kanavi MVP, but no, he's the imposter here. He looks a little bit fraudulent. No one has died in his team. He's died twice. This is absolutely unacceptable when you have such a clean game for JDG. And honestly, what a clean. They put start to finish. Game 1 was a fluke. They proved it was a fluke, and
that's not
game
over
2
yet.
and 3 so freaking clean. It's
It
not over
can't
till it's
end.
over, but I do say 12,000 gold lead brewing. Oh.
At 11,000 now, as a 1,000 gold shutdown goes over. They can't really do much else with it, but it is going to be OMG pushing in on top of this one here. But you have to be careful. You don't know exactly where this Azir, and yeah, I was going to say the Azir and the Udyr could just end the game. You can't just walk up. Abel just nearly gets one shot. PP God is not going to be much else for this either. And now you're running for the hills. You're not in a position to fight this. Yagao taking a chunk, goes golden, baited them all in, and now will die down afterwards. So now Cube can join in on the fight. But can they get anything else after the fact? PP God does not go down afterwards. Flandre just trying to keep Xiaofang away. Kanavi will join the rest of his team in death. 6 seconds until Ruler spawns. JDG, they weren't expecting this amount of damage to be coming out. The base, though, is being bombarded. The Aatrox is going back to try and stop this. Ruler is up and alive. He's running straight towards that dragon. I think they're just going to give up the Baron. And the game goes on. Trouble. This game will not end just yet. It will take another 5 minutes or so with JDG. They've got all the cards.
I mean, I called Kanavi fraudulent because he died, but that was I don't know. It wasn't a happy accident from JDG. They actually overstepped their welcome. They lost one too many players. They thought they could turn this around. They have given a bunch of shutdowns over to OMG, which was very needed gold for a heavily bleeding team. And Yagao right here has every right to stick around. He does have the tower. That means OMG have to divert their paths through the jungle. And this is where you just should stop. You've taken them out. Great hourglass from Yagao. But when Cube joins right here and you lose your mid laner, you don't go around. Kanavi doesn't get the execute with the R onto PP God, but he chooses to go back in.
It's a tough one. They're having a fun time. They're having a fun time. I think they know with the amount of inhibitors down and the amount of turrets available with being one for OMG, there's not a huge amount you can really do for the side of OMG to get back into this one here. But it looks like, for now, the Baron buff will keep ticking away, and they will be able to defend themselves for at least the next minute and a half. 3 dragons now for JDG as they look to finally put the final little bits of work onto this series. For the moment, they are doing exceptionally well. It's having a little bit of fun. We're allowed to have fun. It's still a game. Oh, Ruler gets hit by the Moonlight Vigil, but outside of a little bit of damage, doesn't do a lot, but Flandre does die.
Dead.
And now you're starting to get a little bit scared for JDG, because all of a sudden what's turned from a very, very easy win game, you now have to wait for the Dragon, you now have to wait for the Baron, you have to wait for all of this to happen, and you have to wait for your summoners as well, because you are not in a position to win this game now anymore.
I just want to give a little bit of context at what happened when all these shutdowns came through for OMG. That was a third item for Aphelios. A very much needed third item for Aphelios, because he's the only one that actually hurts that Udyr. That Udyr, which is your single frontline for the side of JDG, that item was donated over to Aphelios. An 11,000 gold lead for JDG got taken down, got shrunk down to a 6 to a 5,000 gold right now. 6,000 gold within the space of 1 minute got donated over to OMG, a team that was bleeding, a team that has no towers over their nexus. And right now they're just waiting for JDG to push their way in, because they know if they can just take these front-to-back fights, if they can just take JDG in an even fight, they could potentially find a way to turn this around. However, they need to be very careful of these CP flanks, because again, no Nexus towers.
Yep.
Very susceptible to getting expected.
Yes, that's what I just noticed there. So we saw a little moment where Missing was able to drop down a quick little ward just behind the
It's still there.
the red buff, and it's still there. Hasn't been swept out just yet. And it may be the death of OMG, because OMG will have all their inhibitors up. They will want to try and contest for this Dragon in 2 minutes' time, and then potentially for the Baron in 2.5. That's how they have to come back into this game. So we'll see if those wards last long enough. Cube clearing at the bot side, making sure they can't just barrel in through that either. And Missing almost kind of baiting them into more of like a false sense of security. As we can see here now, Xiao Fang pushing it onto Missing, but he should be fine. But no one has swept that ward. That ward is still very much in play. And that's why I think that for the moment, OMG, they're hyper-focusing on this top side, because I think that's where they feel the play is going to come from. Don't forget, the inhibitors have been spawned as well, so...
This ward is not going to be there in a minute's time when the Dragon spawns, which is the positive thing for OMG. They have swept the rest of the place. However, there are plenty of creeps that are pushing in, so if they do want to contest that Dragon, they need to make sure that there are no waves pushing into their base. There is one inhibitor that they have to go through from the side of JDG to actually end the game, and this one inhibitor might give them time to OMG for teleports back in base. We'll see. It does look like a base race right here. It does look like a pretty open invitation for Azir and Udyr. Just dive into the base and just break it down.
I think they
It's
go for it.
going to be a very easy task for them too.
I think they go for it. I think that Dragon is going to spawn just before that ward dies. So I think they're going to try and go for it. Just kind of force a soul fight. Use Missing and Kanavi is disengaged to make sure nobody can just distract them. The Azir is massive right now. We'll burn down these towers very quickly. We'll see. Ward is still there. They're going to try and engage, but not exactly the best of engages coming out here from Xiaofang. They have to use quite a lot just to disengage from that fight. No Aatrox ult, no Crescent Guard. Now the real dragon fight can begin. Oh, Xiaofang! Oh, Xiaofang! Not quite able to get away from it. Kanavi will get hit here by a lot if they can kill the jungler, but no! They were not able to get him off that one. Flandre is playing keep away for the moment. Will get a huge heal as well. Ruler gets absolutely melted by that Mantra Q. They need to wait for Abel to get rid of all these chakras. They are
pinging the TP. They're pinging the TP in the middle.
They're trying to ping the TP in the middle.
Pinging the TP in the middle.
They're gonna go for Flandre's dead. So this is a 1-for-1 for the moment. Kanavi not really in a position to fight this. Angel trying to go for it. Oh, they find the Serena Shuffle. Yagao goes down afterwards. Missing is on a flank, but I'm not quite sure what he wants from it. You're not going to be able to do much against Angel here. Kanavi pushing in forward. They need to kill Angel. The double knockup, the ignite. He needs to get a little bit more damage down. The kick into him as well. PP God is dead. Ruler, though, needs to survive. He doesn't. Cube was able to get his ult back off of cooldown. And you can't end the game like this. I don't think you have the damage.
2 seconds left on Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is back up. What a messy fight between JDG and OMG. JDG, by donating all this gold over to affiliates, they're losing the fights back to back to back. They cannot sustain all the damage. The Udyr cannot tank the damage that these affiliates are just putting out in these fights. And then let's look at this again, because there is no Xin Zhao ult. And there is no Aatrox ult, which means they cannot walk up. The second Xiaofang walks up, he gets completely destroyed. And Kanavi tries to make a play in the backline, ends up almost paying for it. Lovely. We're not all to zone them out. And the second Flandre walks up to the Aphelios, he just gets chakrammed in the face.
Yeah, absolutely melted here. And this looked like the end of the game. This looked like Yagao had done it. And Cube just melted him after the fact as well.
Missing is a double agent right here. He has put down 2 very crucial wards in the bot side jungle that are still up. They're game ping. They're game ping. There's TP on Udyr. There is TP flash onto Azir. You can literally dash through. You can threaten this Baron and then TP in your Azir and your
Missing!
Udyr. They have no idea.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. He will not die. But maybe that's enough of a bait. Maybe that's enough to draw out OMG to go for this Baron. They're thinking about it, but they see the Azir in mid lane. Cube has gone to deal with it. It's a 4v4. There's both the TPs available for both these guys. They can cancel each other's as well, but no, the TP's coming in. That's going to be Flandre joining in. They want to try and end the game. There's not a lot the Cube can do. The TP's coming in. It's been stopped. They can't go back in time. They're just playing disengage. The Baron is still getting taken as well. They're going to see if they can get Cube. They get Missing, but no, the Baron buff has been taken. They can't even get the recalls. They sacrificed their lives because they wanted the win. JDG 2-1 over OMG, but they were made to work for it.
Absolutely. Missing was huge in this last fight. Angel tried to TP back to base to help his top laner get rid of the pesky teleporters to backdoor their nexus, but he gets instantly interrupted by Missing's Rakan. What an incredible game from JDG. And I'm just gonna say, if I'm their coach, I'm going back and VOD reviewing this, because I'm like, this game should have been over 15 minutes ago. What went wrong? I'm pretty sure JDG know what went wrong. They had a few too many happy fights. They're smiling, they're laughing at each other. A few too many happy listen cues. We hit them, we take those, you know, from Kanavi. But all in all, a pretty clean early game to choke OMG out of the game.
It was clean until it wasn't clean, I think it's the best way to put it. And it really didn't become clean, but I mean, just like, you know, we talked about the wards, we were picking up all these backdoors and stuff like that. It was a backdoor at the end of it all, but it really did just come down to the fact that JDG were just so willing to kind of go for that pay. But I mean, fair play. I really do want to kind of give props to OMG. They didn't give up. There was a very real moment in this game where if they, you know, 1 or 2 small little differences happen, and it's their win. It's their 2-1. It's their scalp coming into this. They go to 6-4 rather than 5-5. there is so many if, buts, and maybes when it comes to League of Legends, but JDG, they get their 2-0, and they do not change their trajectory towards the end of this split, and just looking fantastic. Or sorry, 2-1, excuse me, not 2-0.
It was actually a little bit scary. They did pull their reverse sweep, but seeing OMG come into this particular series with a plan in mind to pressure JDG in the early game, and it worked. And then they're like, oh, screw this. We're just going to play JDG's game because we won in our game style. But then they just never swap back. They kept playing their game, and just JDG are just too good at it. You just can't beat them on it.
Yeah, you really, really are. And I mean, what a way to end off week 5 as well, just giving us a near full 9 games. But I mean, for me, JDG, it's why we have so many questions about this team. That game should have been a clean 25-minute win. Done. Everyone goes home. Nobody, you know, kind of go for it. But it didn't go that way. And it does feel like those small little differences when those games go longer and they start to kind of all of a sudden lose control. That's when JDG do not look their strongest. That's when they really, really do seem to have a problem with dealing with other teams. And OMG, in fairness to them, again, I really do want to give them major props. They looked decent. That was a good fight for them against a powerful side. It just wasn't enough today.
Yeah, I felt like I just wish OMG had stuck to their guts and their game style, because I was very impressed with that game number 1. As for JDG, I think there's not much to say about their last game. I think it was just a little bit of a whoopsie because they were having too much fun. You know, Kanavi was jumping in, he was testing the limits. How much damage can I do if I connect my Q and then R? It happens. They still knew that the game was very backdoorable, and the second they found their chance, the second they had both TPs up on the Azir and the Udyr, they just pulled the trigger and just ran them down.
Yeah, it really was. But I mean, look, for OMG, there's a lot of positives to take from this. There's a lot of, you know, kind of looking towards your next few games, next few series. You're 5-5. You have to start winning games. You are 6 series left in the season for you. You need to start putting numbers on the board. If they get to 6-5, 7-5, then I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with saying they're a playoff caliber team and definitely going to make it. However, if they get dragged down into the Weibos, the LNGs, and kind of everyone fighting for that 10th spot, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. But for on the other side of it, JDG 7-1. This is a team that is going to be making it to our top 4, I would imagine. They have shown time and time again. I think our definitive top 4 at the moment is going to be Top Esports, BLG, and JDG. And then, funny enough, actually, we have a load of random teams just in there with Team WE. We have FBX. We have IG up there as well. It's kind of a bit of a myriad in the middle of the kind of playoff standings, if you will.
Yeah, and today AL joined them as well by taking the win over NIP, which was great to see as well, because the more contenders that you have for playoffs, the more juicy it gets towards the last weeks leading up to it.
Absolutely. We're going to have a look at exactly how that game went. I'm curious to see the goal difference, kind of where the goal difference kind of jumped down and stuff like that. Yeah, you can see the chunk that was taken off from that one fight. Yeah, and they still ended up with about five grand ahead.
I'm pretty sure that Aphelios was not pumping this kind of damage before the shutdowns happened, before that 6k gold injection went straight onto OMG, when JDG almost threw the game for themselves. But again, what a performance from Able to be able to bring that sort of pick out and show how pivotal it can be against things like the Udyr that seemed like a very strong, impenetrable frontline.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it's just one of those games as well where JDG just took so much out of it that they had a bit of fun with it, and OMG almost brought it back. And you do feel like if they were only, again, if you're only 6,000 gold down instead of 10,000 or 11,000, all of a sudden it's dead even. All of a sudden it's a very, very different kind of. Yep, very, very winnable. I mean, I would say it was winnable right up until the end as well. But yeah, not really one to be kind of. It's a bittersweet moment for OMG. They did well, but not well enough to win it. But for JDG, I mean, again, a win's a win, but at the same time, there's a lot to be desired from that game 1 and even from that game 3 performance. It was perfect to a point, and then with an open nexus, it took them an extra 20 minutes to end the game. It did really feel like that is not the kind of style you need to be going to confidently with the kind of postseason on the horizon.
Now, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, who had the least fun game in that game 3 to potentially get MVP from the side of JDG? Because I was absolutely mind-blown with Kanavi's early game, but then he took one too many Qs. Missing did stop the teleport at the very end, which
and all the recalls, yeah.
And all the recalls, yeah, which possibly ended the game. So Yeah, you know what? Just give it to Missing. I think Ruler had a pretty good game too.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler and Missing had a fantastic game. I want to give it to Missing just because, one, I like giving support some love, but also, I mean, he kept putting down those wards. He kept being a nuisance. I mean, he only died once despite soaking up so much damage all the way up until, like, you know, the very moment he was about to die. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll wait for that to kind of pop up for us here. But yeah, for me, JDG, they need to kind of, you know, look back at this series, have a lot to kind of refresh themselves on and make sure they kind of go for it. But we have a couple of the highlights here, because again, like, this was the moment where we kind of thought this game was over. They found Abel, they were destroying them 0 for 5 in the team fights. It just didn't look like it was in any way close.
Absolutely. Look at Yagao. He's been sitting there auto-attacking with soldiers the entire fight, and he hasn't even been touched. The second cube gets onto him. He still has ultimate available. Ruler got to play the fight the way he wanted, wasn't touched at all. And here comes the big whoopsie. Ruler gets caught, 1,000 gold shutdown. Goes to the Aphelios, and he keeps going on. Yagao pops his tower, but JDG overextend into the jungle, and there's no towers there from the side of Yagao to bail them out. And I'm pretty sure Abel gets yet another shutdown from this particular fight. Yep. No, it went over to Pipigod, I'm pretty sure, but he does get one from Kanavi as Kanavi connects the queue, and he's like, you know what, I'm taking this, I'm testing my limit, but he didn't even get to fly halfway back, and he was dead midway. This was one of the later on fights where Xiaofang had extended his ultimate in the mid lane, expended his ultimate in the mid lane, and then he walked up and got absolutely one-shot by the backline of JDG. Really good hostile takeover right there from Pipigo to zone them out, and this was a very disastrous fight. If you look at all the chakrams onto this Aphelios, the second Flandre walks up, he just gets one shot.
Yeah, Flandre became just paper to the Aphelios. And I mean, look, green and white, generally speaking, with the white gun, you just don't want to be fighting that whatsoever. And here is when I thought, you know, they could have gotten it for it, but just not able to take out Cube, not able to take out Angel, which was so low. Took them so long after the fact to try and get him down. And the fact that they checked this brush for Missing is kind of incredible. Just something I did not expect. You don't expect the Rakan to be sneaking there in the brush, but didn't lead to anything else. But yeah, this game just kind of went so long. And here's the final fight, I believe. I think this is when, yeah, Flandre goes for the TP. I want to see kind of maybe what happened around this Baron pit, because we know how the base was defended or taken, but not how this fight went. And yeah, this is why Missing is my MVP. Just the fact that he was able to kind of stop all these recalls and just be a nuisance.
Absolutely. I can't tell you that if Karma was possibly back there, she would be able to stop an Azir and an Udyr from ending the game. Okay, Kanavi, you sneaked that one in. Okay, I see how it went. You're like, guys, just ignore the last 20 minutes of the game and just look at early game. If I do this, if I close my eyes and, I don't know, XDD listen this game, I'll give it to Kanavi, sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we look at it from literally the first 25 minutes, absolutely 100% definitely deserved. Everything else after that muddies the water just a little bit. But, Trouble, that is all we have time for today. So before we leave, we got to see what happened today, get a summary of what went down. It was an almost full day of it, but FBX getting the win over Weibo, pushing themselves up to 7-3. AL bringing themselves up while also dragging NIP down. And of course, JDG there. So there's a lot of sevens in the standings right now.
Oh, I love this. FBX, JDG, AL, NIP, all sitting at 7 wins. This is going to be so close for the next few weeks leading up to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at this is why, to let you know how this goes. If you're on this side of the standings, if you're on this page of the standings, you are in playoffs. This is the good standings. And right there, you can see FBX, NIP, they're all up around there. NIP might be dragging down just a little bit, but then OMG and Weibo, they're still fighting it out on 5 and 4 wins. They need to start making stuff work.
I just want to comment today, because we saw FBX and we saw how Milky Way plays. They were 1-3. They're on a 6-game win streak. No, a single team has been able to take them down in 6 series straight. I was actually like browsing Twitter through the break, and there was an interview, I think, with the top laner of FPX, and they asked him, do you not care, like, if there's pressure towards your jungler? And he's like, nah, my jungler doesn't care. No one can touch him because no one can touch his champion pool. And that was very intriguing to hear coming from your top laner, because what else do you have? Like, your Kindred is legendary. You showed Graves. You've showed Viego, you showed Lee Sin. What else do you have in store for us, Milky Way?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he's not going to be in the bottom half fortunately for him, unfortunately for all these other teams. Rare, Adam, and RNG right down there with the 2 and 7s. A massive clump of teams right down the end there. LNG are just keeping in touch with the top 10, but they are still out of it. But we can have a look at our Thursday schedule. Of course, we are not live on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. We'll be back next Thursday as we get another super week. RA versus AL. That's a very winnable game for AL to get themselves up to A and 3. JDG need to start racking themselves up some wins, and then Weibo versus NIP. That is a massive game for these two teams to see who's going to be able to kind of fight for playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Weibo, especially sitting on these 4 wins, they really need to start racking up the W's. And NIP did not look that great today. So if there is a chance to pick up a victory off of NIP, that is your chance, Weibo.
Yeah, it really is. And I think we'll see how it all goes. We are coming down to the last 3.5 weeks of the LPL. We are catapulting towards the end of the month and then, of course, for our playoffs. But that is all the time we have for today. Trouble, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you all for watching. And, of course, thank you all to our fantastic back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back next Thursday. And until then, we'll chat to you soon.